Chapter 81, Ridiculous. Gu Moshing had thought that based on his feelings for Jiang Mianmian, she would help him. But to his dismay, the little dumpling actually sided with Huguzi, leaving him heartbroken and his eyes filled with disappointment. When Hua Hanxiao learned that Jiang Mianmian was going to help him, he looked at Gu Moshing with even greater smugness. His gaze was full of mockery, taunts, and contempt. Who knew? Jiang Mianmian's next words immediately made him lose face. The little dumpling, cupping Hua Hanxiao's face in her hands, innocently explained why she wanted to help him. Because Uncle looks so weak, like he can't even beat Uncle Gu, so I'll help you. With my cuteness attack, maybe I can save your life. Hua Hanxiao was speechless. The once confident Hua Hanxiao was now left with only 2 words. Speechless. Pfft. Gu Moshing couldn't help but laugh. Hua Hanxiao immediately shot him a glare. Hua Hanxiao then held Mianmian's rosy, chubby little face and said through gritted teeth. Mianmian, little darling, thank you so much. Jiang Mianmian wriggled out of Hua Hanxiao's arms and ignored him, going to the room to continue playing with Gu Yanjun. Now, only Hua Hanxiao and Gu Moshing were left in the house. But Gu Moshing didn't have time to bicker with Hua Hanxiao anymore, he had other things to do. Gu Moshing received a call from Rebos and was about to leave when Jiang Yu kindly reminded him. Gu Moshing, have you ever been to Rebos's house? You're working with her, do you actually know what kind of person she is? Jiang Yu's words made Gu Moshing stop in his tracks. Jiang Yu, there's really nothing between Rebos and me. Our relationship isn't what you think. Gu Moshing, I didn't say she was bad, I just feel like she's a little strange, and I wanted to remind you. After saying that, she saw Gu Moshing's face fall. Was he upset that she criticized his girlfriend? Who knew that Gu Moshing suddenly replied okay and then left? What's with Gu Moshing? Something must be up. In the past, Gu Moshing would have definitely argued with Jiang Yu in this kind of situation. But today, Gu Moshing had actually obediently said okay. This was simply too abnormal. Even Hua Hanxiao was taken aback and said to Jiang Yu in surprise. Did Gu Moshing's brain malfunction? Why didn't he argue with you? Jiang Yu shrugged. Maybe he's in a bad mood. Or maybe he's in a rush to meet someone. She had just seen Gu Moshing texting someone on his phone and thought it was probably Rebos. After Gu Moshing left, he indeed went to see Rebos. What do you need from me? Ever since Jiang Yu and Hua Hanxiao successfully collaborated and launched their drug ahead of others, Gu Moshing felt that there was no need to continue his partnership with Rebos. Rebos clearly didn't want to give up yet. Mr. Gu, are you just going to abandon all the expensive equipment and medicine you bought? Gu Moshing's eyes flickered. What else am I supposed to do? This medicine is already available on the market and there are already patents for it. There's no point in us working together anymore. Rebos ran her fingers through her sexy, wavy hair. Mr. Gu, while we may not be working together, I know a very influential person who I think might interest you. Gu Moshing, who is it? Rebos curled her lips into a smile. It's Mr. Smith, of course. His businesses span the globe, and he was the first to file many patents. In the pharmaceutical industry, his position is unattainable by others. Gu Moshing pondered for a moment. He had indeed heard of Smith. Although he was one of the best in B City, Smith was highly respected and rarely collaborated with others. You know Smith? Gu Moshing asked. Rebos nodded. Of course, I met him by chance when I was abroad. Gu Moshing thought for a bit. Knowing Smith would definitely be a good thing since he wanted to research another new drug. Okay, when and where can I meet him? Rebos replied, Mr. Smith has a collaborative exchange meeting the day after tomorrow. We can go together, and I'll introduce you to Mr. Smith. Gu Moshing was at a loss for words on how to thank Rebos. Ms. Rebos, thank you for your assistance. I am truly grateful. I've been too busy lately, but could I treat you to a meal when I have time? Rebos raised an eyebrow, maintaining her graceful demeanor. Mr. Gu, you're too kind. We can postpone the meal. You've been working hard these past few days as well. As Rebos finished speaking, Gu Moshing scanned the woman in front of him. Rebos appeared to be such a gentle and refined woman. Although he didn't like her, he didn't understand why Jiang Yu disliked her so much. She even thought Rebos was strange. Gu Masheng couldn't see anything strange about Rebos. She was wholeheartedly helping him simply to expand her own connections. After saying goodbye to Rebos, Gu Masheng drove home. Jiang Yu and Hua Hanxiao were still at home. Hua Hanxiao, looking at his phone, suddenly became excited. "Baby, look at this." "What is it?" Jiang Yu didn't have time to pay attention to him. "Smith is coming back to the country." Jiang Yu stopped folding the clothes in her hands. "He's coming back?" Hua Hanxiao said excitedly, "Yeah, and don't you know him? Didn't you guys have some kind of amazing connection?" Jiang Yu didn't want to recall that amazing connection at all. "That's really amazing. What is he coming back for?" Hua Hanxiao said, "There's a collaborative exchange meeting. It's a great business opportunity, and we should go together." Another business party. Jiang Yu didn't really like those parties. But Smith rarely came back, and Jiang Yu wanted to seize any business opportunities in the country. "Okay, when is it?" Hua Hanxiao, "In the next couple of days." Jiang Yu didn't have much to do when she wasn't researching, so she did have quite a bit of free time. "Okay, I understand, we'll go together then." Gu Masheng heard that Jiang Yu was going somewhere with Hua Hanxiao the moment he got back. His expression immediately turned cold. "Are you going out?" Hua Hanxiao lazily stretched. He didn't plan on telling Gu Masheng about his planned party with Jiang Yu, so he just casually made up something. "We were discussing things to bring when we go abroad." Gu Masheng's body stiffened. Were they leaving so soon? Did Jiang Yu really not want to stay in the country and see him? Gu Masheng noticed that Jiang Yu was completely ignoring him and continued to do her own thing, making him feel incredibly frustrated. He returned to his room and saw his son was still playing with Jiang Mianmian. In a daze, he suddenly felt that if he couldn't see this warm scene anymore, he would feel very lonely. And what about Junjun? Should he let go? If he didn't, Junjun wouldn't have a mother. If he did, Junjun would call someone else dad. Gu Masheng frustratedly ran his hand through his hair, unable to understand why his life was so difficult. Chapter 82, Sleeping Together. Gu Masheng was lost in his own internal struggle. He wanted to ask Jiang Yu, but whenever the two of them spoke, they would get into an argument. Gu Masheng didn't want to keep arguing with Jiang Yu, as it wasn't good for the children's upbringing. After he finished making dinner, everyone was already seated at the table. Gu Masheng silently ate his meal, while Hua Hanxiao shamelessly praised how delicious the food that Jiang Yu had made was. He ate with relish, also encouraging Jiang Mianmian to praise Jiang Yu's cooking. The people at the table were talking and laughing, while Gu Masheng was the only one who couldn't get a word in, focusing on eating. He looked like a silent mule that was just there to eat. The meal made Gu Masheng feel dejected. Compared to him, Hua Hanxiao seemed like the man of the house, while he felt like a guest. After dinner, Gu Yanjun wanted to hear a story. When Jiang Yu was about to start telling one, Gu Yanjun suddenly insisted on sleeping with his dad. But he also wanted to hear a story from his mom before falling asleep. This was difficult for Jiang Yu. Gu Yanjun wanted to sleep with Gu Masheng but also have her tell him a story until he fell asleep. That meant that all three of them would be sleeping together. Jiang Yu didn't want to sleep with Gu Masheng, but she didn't want to see her precious son sad either, so she first lay down next to her son. She planned to go accompany Mianmian after Junjun fell asleep. Who knew that Jiang Mianmian couldn't wait any longer and ran back holding her unicorn plushie. "Mommy, I want to hear a story too. I want to sleep with you too." Jiang Yu made room for her daughter. Now, the two children were sleeping in the middle, with Jiang Yu and Gu Masheng on either side. Jiang Yu told a story while Gu Yanjun and Jiang Mianmian closed their eyes. As she was telling it, Jiang Yu felt like something was wrong. Gu Masheng had also closed his eyes. Wasn't this like telling a story to three children? Jiang Yu was very displeased that Gu Masheng also closed his eyes and listened to her story with the children. She kicked Gu Masheng. "Open your eyes." Gu Masheng blinked. "Why?" "Jiang Yu, just open them." Gu Masheng could only open his eyes, staring at the ceiling. Jiang Yu's story was very cliché. She always told the same stories like Little Red Riding Hood and Snow White. However, Gu Yanjun was listening with great interest. As Jiang Yu told the story, Gu Masheng's eyelids started to droop. He tried to stay awake, But maybe because he hadn't slept well for a few days, he was extremely tired that night. Jiang Mianmian fell asleep halfway through the second story. Only Gu Yanjun was still wide awake, full of energy. Junjun, are you not asleep yet? Gu Yanjun's eyes were wide open and round. Mommy, your stories are so good. Junjun wants to hear more. Jiang Yu. How about mommy doesn't tell a story and just holds you while you sleep? Gu Yanjun nodded. Okay. And so, Jiang Yu had planned to hold her son while she rested and go back to her room once he was asleep. But at some point, she fell asleep as well. Gu Yanjun saw that his mom had finally fallen asleep, so he picked up Mianmian and brought her to Jiang Yu's bedroom. He left the room for his parents. The next morning, Jiang Yu woke up in Gu Moshing's arms. After seeing who she was hugging, she kicked Gu Moshing out of bed. What are you doing? Gu Moshing wasn't fully awake and was kicked awake by Jiang Yu. How did you get into my bed again? Jiang Yu got up. Neither of the children were there. She went outside and saw the children sleeping soundly in her bedroom. Gu Moshing, did you carry them over there? Jiang Yu didn't believe that both of the kids had gone back to their room on their own. Gu Moshing looked clueless, staring at Gu Yanjun and Jiang Mianmian. How would I know? I'm not that bored. He was truly wronged. He didn't carry Gu Yanjun and Jiang Mianmian to that room. Jiang Yu was still wearing her pajamas from last night, and Gu Moshing was also half asleep in the early morning. It looked like it was all just a misunderstanding. Junjun wouldn't fall asleep after listening to so many stories last night. Who would have known that she would fall asleep while putting him to sleep? Jiang Yu went out of the room and bumped into Hua Hanxiao. Whoa! What was happening? Hua Hanxiao opened his mouth in shock and looked at Gu Moshing in the room, then at Jiang Yu. How did they both come out of the same room? Did they sleep together last night? Hua Hanxiao was furious. Gu Moshing, you. Although it was a misunderstanding, Gu Moshing had been constantly ridiculed by Hua Hanxiao, and he was tired of him. He deliberately stood behind Jiang Yu and raised an eyebrow teasingly at Hua Hanxiao. Hua Hanxiao became even angrier, his nostrils flaring. Jiang Yu simply walked out of the room, leaving Gu Moshing alone inside. After sleeping for a whole night, Gu Moshing was in a good mood. He was energetic when he went out of the room. He hadn't been sleeping well for the past few days. Maybe it was fate that Jiang Yu's stories had helped him have a good night's sleep. When Gu Moshing went to work, Jiang Yu didn't even give him a glance. But it didn't matter. Gu Moshing didn't care, he was in a great mood today. Gu Yanjun came out to play after seeing his dad go to work. Jiang Yu also had things to do, so she wasn't at home either. Hua Hanxiao was going to send Jiang Yu out, so he left Jiang Mianmian and Gu Yanjun at home. Mom, don't worry, we can handle it. After Jiang Yu left, the adults were gone, and the children were in charge. Jiang Mianmian and Gu Yanjun were playing in the yard when suddenly a kite drifted down from outside. Brother, look! There's a kite! Jiang Mianmian loved flying kites, but she hadn't seen one in a long time. She excitedly jumped up. Gu Yanjun looked at the kite that had fallen into the yard and glanced outside. How did a kite end up here? Who does it belong to? Gu Yanjun went to pick up the kite. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Is anyone home? Can you open the door, please? My kite seems to have fallen into your yard. Mom wasn't home. Gu Yanjun peeked through the crack in the door and saw a young man standing outside. He was holding a broken kite string. Little friend, are your parents home? My kite seems to have fallen into your yard. Can you open the door and give it back to me? He didn't look like a bad guy. Jiang Mianmian was about to open the door, but Gu Yanjun was hesitant. We can throw it to you. He didn't want Mianmian to go outside, but the kite was too big and difficult to throw, and they couldn't squeeze it through the crack in the door. The man chuckled softly. Are you afraid that I'm a bad guy, little friend? I just want my kite back, I'm not a bad guy. Gu Yanjun said coldly, bad guys don't write bad guy on their faces. Seeing that Gu Yanjun was still not convinced, the man spread his hands. Okay, then I'll just remember this place. You can just give it back when your parents return, okay? This was a good idea. Gu Yanjun nodded in agreement. Who knew that Mianmian had already opened the door and walked outside? Chapter 83, A Gift. Jiang Mianmian, holding the kite in her hand, had already walked to the man's side and said to him, "Uncle, your kite." The man looked at Jiang Mianmian with a kind expression and patted her head. "Thank you, little girl. This is indeed my kite." Jiang Mianmian really liked the kite, but no matter how much she liked it, it was someone else's, so she couldn't take it. "Uncle's kite is very pretty. Here, take it." The man's hand brushed over Jiang Mianmian's hair and took a few strands when the two children weren't paying attention. "Thank you. Uncle is leaving now." After the man left, Gu Yanjun immediately began lecturing Jiang Mianmian. "Did you forget what Mom told us when we were little? When adults aren't home, we're little rabbits, and other people are big bad wolves. We can't open the door to big bad wolves so easily." Jiang Mianmian wrinkled her nose. "But, brother, he didn't look like a bad guy. And nothing happened to us." Gu Yanjun was defeated by his sister's innocent nature. It was true, nothing had happened to them. "That's still not allowed. You can't open the door like that again, okay?" Jiang Mianmian pouted her little lips and nodded. "Okay, Mianmian won't open the door to anyone again." The two children closed the door and went back inside to play. After the man left, he looked at the two strands of hair in his hand, adjusted his baseball cap, and took out his phone. "I've got what you wanted." "Very good." Rebos's voice came through the phone. She immediately transferred money to the man and asked him to bring the item over. Looking at the two strands of hair in her hand, Rebos's bright eyes darkened. "Jiang Yu, I must know if this child is also Gumashing's." Ever since she changed from Ming Yu to Rebos, she had returned with a burning desire for revenge. This time, she would not do anything that would put herself in a difficult situation. Instead, she would let Jiang Yu suffer pain and torment. She wanted to know who Jiang Yu had this daughter with. Rebos had also collected a few strands of Gumashing's hair a few days ago. This time, with Jiang Mianmian's hair, she handed both of them to a DNA testing center. The results would take a week. Rebos had been busy preparing for the party these past few days. Whenever she had the time, she would go and find Gumashing. She called Gumashing, but he said that he was busy and hung up. Over here, Jiang Yu didn't get home until very late. The surveillance footage showed the two children watching Peppa Pig. When she returned home, both of them were asleep on the sofa. Mommy, when did you get back?" Because they had slept for a long time, when Jiang Yu was about to carry the kids to bed, she accidentally woke them up. So they asked her why she had gotten back so late. "Mommy had some things to do." "Has Daddy not returned yet?" Gu Yanjun shook his head. "I called him, and Daddy said he was on his way back." Jiang Yu patted the children's heads, telling them to go back to sleep. But Gu Yanjun couldn't fall back asleep. "Mommy, I have something to tell you. Today, a kite flew into our yard, and Mianmian opened the door for someone." Hearing her brother rat her out, Mianmian lowered her head and pouted, looking at Gu Yanjun with a guilty look, as if she didn't want her brother to tell on her. "Mianmian, did that person do anything to you? Why were you so careless?" Jiang Mianmian shook her head. "Mommy, Mianmian just returned the kite to the uncle and then closed the door. That uncle just patted my head. He didn't do anything to us." Even though she said that nothing had happened, Jiang Yu was still worried. She examined Jiang Mianmian's head. There didn't seem to be anything wrong. Then, she looked at the home surveillance camera. The man's face was blocked by his baseball cap, making it impossible to see clearly, but his body looked like that of a young man. Jiang Yu didn't recognize him, but she still educated Jiang Mianmian. "You can never open the door to strangers so easily again, do you understand? Even if they have something you like, you can't trust anyone so easily. Okay?" I understand." Jiang Mianmian clutched the corner of her clothes and hugged Jiang Yu's leg, acting spoiled. Fortunately, her daughter was okay, otherwise, Jiang Yu would have regretted it for the rest of her life. Hua Hanxiao bought some delicious food. To ease the atmosphere, he brought fried chicken for Jiang Mianmian and Gu Yanjun. There was a knock at the door. "Daddy's back." Gu Yanjun immediately opened the door for Gumashing and jumped into his arms. "Has Junjun been a good boy today?" Gumashing asked. Gu Yanjun nodded. "I was. You can ask Mommy if you don't believe me." Gu Mashing hadn't seen Jiang Yu all day. As his son was speaking, Jiang Yu had already changed into her comfortable pajamas. Gu Mashing found those pajamas very familiar. It was the set they had bought when they had gotten married. After so many years, he didn't expect that Jiang Yu was still wearing them. Seeing that Gu Mashing was constantly looking at her, Jiang Yu glared at him and continued doing her own thing. Gu Mashing reached out and touched a necklace he was holding in his hand. Today, when he had returned to his own home, he had found the necklace that he had wanted to give to Jiang Yu years ago. Later, because Ning Yu had misunderstood that it was a gift for her and had posted a picture of it online to show it off, Jiang Yu had insisted on divorcing him and had left without looking back. Jiang Yu went to the kitchen. Gu Mashing dawdled into the kitchen, trying to find an opportunity to give the necklace to Jiang Yu. "What are you doing? You're just getting in the way by not helping." Jiang Yu scolded Gu Mashing. Gu Mashing didn't know what to do in the kitchen, so he could only go out and wait for another opportunity to give the necklace to Jiang Yu. After dinner, Jiang Yu was washing the dishes. Gu Mashing was about to go help, since he could wash dishes. But Hua Hanxiao had already gone ahead and stood next to Jiang Yu, helping her wash the dishes. Gu Mashing clutched the necklace in his hand, bit his teeth, and held back again. Finally, the pots were washed, and when there was nothing else left to do, Jiang Yu was going to bed. Gu Mashing hadn't found a suitable opportunity to give Jiang Yu the necklace. When it was time for bed, Gu Yanjun's grandfather suddenly called. "Junjun, Grandpa misses you." Old Master Gu was feeling lonely at home alone after his wife had passed away, so he couldn't help but call his grandson. Gu Yanjun missed his grandpa as well, but he also didn't want to leave his mom. He held the phone and comforted Old Master Gu. "Grandpa, Junjun misses you too. I'm with Mommy. I'll come back and accompany you tomorrow." Gu Mashing had been out with Gu Yanjun for several days, and he felt guilty about leaving his father at home alone. After taking the phone from Gu Yanjun, Gu Mashing said to Old Master Gu, "Dad, we'll be back tomorrow." Old Master Gu snorted. "You still know how to come back? If I hadn't called today, were you planning on taking Junjun to live in that woman's house?" The voice on the phone was so loud that Jiang Yu could hear everything clearly. Gu Mashing simply went outside to take the call. Once outside, Gu Mashing's voice lowered. Chapter 84, The Ex-Wife is Beautiful. Gu Mashing, his slender fingers gripping his phone, spoke sternly to Old Master Gu. "Dad, I'll take Junjun back tomorrow. And I ask you not to say those things again in the future." "Old Master Gu, you brat. Do you think I can't control you anymore? If you don't come back tomorrow, don't call yourself a Gu." Gu Mashing's call was abruptly disconnected. Old Master Gu's final angry roar still echoed in his ears. He returned to his room. Gu Yanjun was already asleep. Jiang Yu wasn't in the room either. Last night, at least because of Junjun, they had slept in the same bed. Gu Mashing still had the necklace in his pocket. He didn't know when he would have the chance to give it to Jiang Yu. The day of the party arrived quickly. Gu Mashing went to meet Mr. Smith with Rebos. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, went with Hua Hanxiao to meet their old acquaintance, Smith. "Baby, you look so beautiful today." Early in the morning, Jiang Yu appeared in the living room wearing a dress. The length was neither too long nor too short. Although it was a dress, it also resembled a beautiful everyday dress that one could wear. Gu Mashing also happened to be taking Gu Yanjun back to the old mansion. Seeing Jiang Yu's stylish and elegant look, he almost didn't recognize her. While changing Gu Yanjun's clothes, Gu Mashing kept secretly glancing at Jiang Yu, his mind filled with questions. Where was she going, dressed so beautifully? He had never seen her dress so sexy and revealing before. A little while later, Hua Hanxiao also came out of the house. Although Hua Hanxiao was usually very fashionable, it was obvious that he had put an extra effort to dress up today. Was she going on a date with Hua Hanxiao? All of Gu Mashing's good mood from the morning vanished. The necklace he had planned to give was still in his pocket, and it probably wasn't necessary to give it anymore. He didn't understand. Was she that impatient? He had just sent his son away, and she was already going on a date. Gu Yanjun, seeing how beautiful his mom looked today, broke free from Gu Mashing's grasp and ran to hug Jiang Yu's leg. "Where are you going today, Mommy? Mommy is so beautiful. Junjun wants Mommy to take me back to Grandpa's house." It wasn't that Jiang Yu didn't want to, but old Master Gu didn't like her and didn't want to see her. Also, she had to attend the party today and probably wouldn't have time to take her son. Junjun, be good. Mommy has things to do today. Let Daddy take you for now. Gu Moshing said coldly, I also have things to do. Jiang Yu had just heard Gu Moshing's voice message to Rebos. She frowned at Gu Moshing. As expected, a leopard cannot change its spots. A woman would always be more important than his son. Was he planning to send Junjun with a driver? Just as Jiang Yu was about to speak, Gu Yanjun suddenly took off his clothes and threw away his backpack, looking unhappy. If neither mommy nor daddy is going to take me, then I'm not going back either. I don't want to see grandpa. Seeing Gu Yanjun's tantrum, Jiang Yu looked at her son helplessly. Gu Moshing didn't know how to coax him either. Gu Moshing compromised. Fine, get up. I'll take you back. Jiang Yu was originally going to offer to take Junjun herself, but seeing that Gu Moshing had already spoken, she could only keep her mouth shut and let Gu Moshing take their son. Unexpectedly, Gu Yanjun still refused and became even more agitated. No, no, no. Junjun doesn't want daddy to take me alone. Junjun wants mommy and daddy to take me together. Gu Moshing and Jiang Yu looked at each other, at a loss on how to deal with their son. Get up, we'll take you together. This time, Jiang Yu took the initiative to speak. Gu Yanjun finally stopped crying. Mommy and daddy, are you really going to take me back to the old mansion together? You're not lying to me? Jiang Yu nodded. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Gu Yanjun happily wiped his tears and cheerfully put on his clothes. Then he grabbed Jiang Yu's hand with one hand and Gu Moshing's with the other and walked towards the car. Jiang Mianmian also wanted to go, so Jiang Yu let her get in the car as well. The four of them got into the car, leaving Hua Hanxiao behind. Jiang Yu asked Hua Hanxiao to wait for her. She would come back and go to the event with Hua Hanxiao. Meanwhile, Gu Moshing's phone rang a few times. They were all from Rebos, but Gu Moshing had set his phone to silent, so he didn't see them. What is Gu Moshing up to? Rebos held her phone and tried to call Gu Moshing several times, but it was no use. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She thought that Gu Moshing had stood her up. When she finally called again, Gu Moshing finally sent her a simple text. Wait for me at home, I'll call you when I'm done. What was when I'm done? What exactly was Gu Moshing doing? When Rebos asked again, the other party completely stopped replying to her messages and stopped answering her calls. What's going on? Rebos angrily threw her phone onto the bed. Because her expression was too exaggerated, the wound on her jaw started to hurt. Because of the facial reconstruction, she had more than 90 stitches on her jaw. When the weather was gloomy and rainy, or when she lost control of her expression, she would feel intense pain. Therefore, she had to take painkillers from time to time. Jiang Yu, everything I am now is because of you. Sooner or later, I'll make you taste the suffering and torment that I've endured. Rebos's dark eyes flickered with a vengeful light as she sat in her house, looking at her old photos. Gu Moshing was driving Jiang Yu and the children towards the old Gu mansion. In the car, Gu Moshing put on cartoons for Gu Yanjun and Jiang Mianmian. He occasionally spoke a few words to Jiang Yu. You heard everything last night, right? I'll apologize for old master. Jiang Yu no longer cared about the Gu family's apologies. She turned to Gu Moshing and said, do you know that no matter how much you apologize, it won't be enough? There are too many things the Gu family should apologize for. So many, they're countless. Gu Moshing drove in silence. He agreed with her. Over the years, his mother and father had given Jiang Yu a lot of grief. She had endured too much. Gu Moshing subconsciously wanted to apologize to Jiang Yu, but as he was about to speak, he closed his mouth. Just like Jiang Yu had said, what was the point of apologizing now? Seeing that the old Gu mansion was near, Jiang Yu said to Gu Moshing ahead of time. Your father doesn't like to see me. I won't go inside. You can just drop me and Mianmian off at the intersection ahead. Gu Moshing's house was just at the next intersection. He had originally planned to drive directly into the yard, but it was true that his father didn't want to see Jiang Yu. If he took her home, there would only be another argument. No need. Junjun and I will walk inside. You and Mianmian can wait for me in the car. Gu Mashing thought about it and could only come up with this idea. It was better for him and his son to walk back than to leave Jiang Yu and Mian Mian by the side of the road. Jiang Yu seemed surprised that Gu Mashing was so gentlemanly towards her today. She said a thank you. Hearing Jiang Yu say thank you to him, Gu Mashing's mood improved a little. In a few days, I might need to trouble you again. Gu Mashing thought that Junjun might be clamoring to see Jiang Yu again in a few days, and he probably wouldn't be able to stay at the old mansion for very long. Mommy, you wait for me, okay? Chapter 85, An Unfortunate Encounter. Jiang Yu and Jiang Mianmian sat in the car, watching Gu Mashing take his son inside the house. Mommy, I don't like the old grandpa here. Jiang Mianmian said suddenly. Why? Jiang Yu asked. Because the grandpa here is bad. He doesn't like Mommy. Jiang Yu's expression turned cold. Even a child knew that old Master Gu didn't like her. Mian Mian, what does it matter if he doesn't like Mommy? Mommy won't think less of herself because of other people's dislike. The current Jiang Yu no longer felt sad all day because of other people's opinions. Jiang Mianmian seemed to understand. After a while, Gu Mashing finally brought Gu Yanjun upstairs. The house was deathly quiet because old Mrs. Gu had just passed away. Old Master Gu was in a bad mood, and his grandson wasn't by his side either. So the moment Gu Mashing entered the house, old Master Gu grabbed him and scolded him. You can go if you want to go, but my grandson must stay with me. If I don't have my grandson, I won't live anymore. Gu Mashing was silent. Old Master Gu was in poor health, and even if he wanted to say something, he could only hold it back. Junjun, keep Grandpa company. Dad will bring you something delicious after work. Gu Yanjun nodded. Okay. Old Master Gu kissed his grandson and hugged him in his arms. Gu Mashing saw his father like this and ultimately hesitated. He had been feeling that his father was becoming increasingly harsh lately. He didn't understand what Jiang Yu had done to offend them so much. Dad, I'm leaving first. Gu Mashing had to go to work. When he left the room, he still had to find Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu and Mian Mian were still sitting in the car. Seeing Gu Mashing come out, Jiang Yu glanced at the time. Contact me the next time Junjun wants to see me. Gu Mashing was in a bad mood. He just nodded and said, okay. Where are you going? I'll take you. Jiang Yu, home. Hua Hanxiao was still waiting for her to meet Mr. Smith, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. This time, because Gu Mashing also had things to do, he quickly drove Jiang Yu back home. Gu Mashing and Rebos had also agreed to attend the party. When Gu Mashing's car arrived at the party venue, Rebos had already arrived. Mr. Gu, you're late. Gu Mashing said apologetically, there was an unexpected matter at home. I'm sorry. Rebos smiled. Then let's go in. Gu Mashing remembered that his main task today was to convince Smith to collaborate with them. Is the proposal ready? He asked Rebos. Rebos's proposal had long been prepared. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for Mr. Smith to arrive. Gu Mashing nodded. Very good. In fact, he still acknowledged Rebos's abilities. It was just that they were unlucky. If Hua Hanxiao hadn't suddenly returned to the country and partnered with Jiang Yu, he and Rebos would probably have already collaborated to research and develop the patented drug. Rebos was holding the documents tightly in her hands. This material was what she had paid a large sum of money for, hiring hackers to obtain from Jiang Yu's files. Anyway, Jiang Yu wouldn't be attending today. Her goal was to have Smith be satisfied with this file and be willing to work with them. That way, she would make a good impression on Gu Mashing. Her face now was reconstructed using the most refined features chosen from a pool of 20 million people, paired with her excellent mind. If she could win over Gu Mashing, she could marry him. Recently, the old master still didn't like Jiang Yu. If she could secure this deal and gain the old master's favor, she would be a winner in life. As for Gu Mashing and Jiang Yu's son, once she married into the family and had her own child, Gu Mashing naturally wouldn't keep Gu Yanjun. Rebos stood next to Gu Mashing, holding the documents. She didn't really know Mr. Smith, but she was very confident in the file she was holding today. Jiang Yu's materials were even better than those of professionals. As long as she showed it to Smith, she would definitely secure a deal. Rebos smiled and held her wine glass, chatting with people at the party. Gu Masheng, on the other hand, was very bored. His mind was filled with thoughts of where Jiang Yu and Hua Hanxiao would be going on their date today. He planned to ask Jiang Mianmian where her mother had gone after this event was over. Most people were here to compete. Whoever could work with Smith would be on a fast track to success. Most people at the banquet didn't know each other, but in business, more interactions could lead to more information. So everyone was enthusiastically communicating. I heard that a lot of people are competing this time. Mr. Smith is really amazing. Who wouldn't want to work with him? He's basically a money god. I hope my proposal is approved. After all, Smith is not an ordinary person. The women around her were chatting animatedly. Rebos joined in the conversation. Suddenly, someone noticed the file in her hand and asked, "You've also prepared a file? You look so confident. You must have a high chance of securing today's deal." Rebos was very confident, but she still tried to remain humble. "No, it's just a very ordinary file. I hope Mr. Smith will be willing to take a look at it. That would be enough." Rebos's politeness made others like her. As they talked, everyone's eyes turned towards the entrance. The moment Gu Masheng saw Jiang Yu, he thought he was hallucinating. Why was she here with Hua Hanxiao again? This was the first time Gu Masheng had seen Jiang Yu attend a party, and he was very unaccustomed to it. In the past, Jiang Yu would only focus on the stove and her children. Now, she could dress up beautifully and attend these high-end parties. Were they here to talk about a partnership tonight as well? Gu Masheng's footsteps moved towards Jiang Yu involuntarily. Jiang Yu also saw Gu Masheng and Rebos. She had thought that Gu Masheng and Rebos had gone on a date and wouldn't be coming here, but they had encountered each other again. After these past few days of interaction, Gu Masheng knew that Jiang Yu must also be here to compete for business. He stared at Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu quickly avoided his gaze. She was laughing and chatting with Hua Hanxiao and others. Rebos was also very surprised to see Jiang Yu. She didn't know why Jiang Yu had come here. Who is that? She looks really arrogant. Don't you know? She's a famous businesswoman who just arrived in B City. She's probably here to compete for the deals as well. Who is that man next to her? He's so handsome. Several women looked at Hua Hanxiao, their eyes sparkling. Rebos said with a smile, "That man is probably that woman's sugar daddy. I heard that without that man, she'd still be at home taking care of her kids." Kids? She has kids? She can still snag such a young and handsome sugar daddy with kids? She must be something else. Is she really good in bed? With Rebos secretly influencing them, the women became more and more outrageous in their comments, looking at Jiang Yu with mocking smiles. Chapter 86, Fierce Competition. Amid the women's mockery, Rebos tightly gripped the file bag in her hand. She had to get this file to Smith before Jiang Yu, or Jiang Yu would have the upper hand. Also, she would never allow Jiang Yu to secure this partnership. Otherwise, Gu Masheng would definitely not believe her so easily next time. Mr. Smith's schedule was confidential, so no one knew when he would arrive. Hua Hanxiao and Jiang Yu walked around a bit and felt bored. Seeing that Smith had not yet arrived, they became lazy and impatient. He took out his phone and waved it at Jiang Yu. Or should I just call him to hurry him up? Otherwise, when will he get here? His relationship with Smith was very close. With just one call, the man would return. Jiang Yu glanced at the time. She didn't want to go home too late. Jiang Mianmian was still at home. Okay. Hua Hanxiao called Smith, and the other party took a long time to remember who he was. What did you say? Miss Jiang is here in person? Hua Hanxiao said impatiently, or what? Do you want to make your beloved Miss Jiang wait until when? When Smith heard that Jiang Yu was personally at his business banquet, his originally calm mood was immediately stirred. Tell Miss Jiang to wait a little longer. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Hua Hanxiao raised his eyebrows smugly. You have the magic touch. He said he'll be here right away. The connection between Jiang Yu and Smith was due to a misunderstanding. Smith had been very rich a long time ago. Jiang Yu had met Smith and Hua Hanxiao abroad while she was traveling. At that time, Jiang Yu had divorced not too long ago and urgently wanted to make a name for herself, so she really wanted to get to know Smith. Smith had thought that such a beautiful woman wanted to be his mistress. As a result, when the misunderstanding occurred and Smith was going to try something, Jiang Yu had almost beaten him to a pulp. As they say, no pain, no gain. Because no one had ever dared to beat Smith, Smith was very impressed with Jiang Yu and greatly admired her superficial martial arts. He thought that it was the mysterious kung fu of China. Since then, Smith had been very accommodating to Jiang Yu and was a firm believer in her mysterious Eastern power since he knew that she also had top-notch hypnotic abilities. So this time, Jiang Yu was not here to compete with others for a partnership, but to wait for Smith to beg her to work with him. Soon, Smith's car arrived at the entrance. Hearing that Smith had arrived, everyone at the party immediately crowded at the entrance, wanting to see what Smith looked like. Wow, that's Smith? Impossible. Isn't Smith supposed to be an old geezer? How could he be so handsome? If I could secure this partnership, would I be able to see Smith often? He's so handsome. Everyone was surprised that Smith wasn't an old man with a greasy belly, but a charming young man of mixed descent. Jiang Yu, seeing Smith, who was of mixed heritage, thought that he had really changed. A few years ago, he was still so young. Now he was much more mature. Smith, I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph? Mr. Smith, our company really wants to work with you. Can you take a look at our proposal? Smith ignored all of the fans and proposals. Because someone had once pretended to be a fan with a contract to get him to sign it, and he had accidentally incurred a loss. Sorry. Smith put his hands together and apologized to everyone. He was wearing sunglasses and looked incredibly cool. Jiang Yu was pushed to the outside of the crowd and was watching Smith with Hua Hanxiao as he walked up to the stage to speak to everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Smith. Thank you all for coming today. I will be signing contracts for the partnerships today on a tiered basis. The lowest contract will be for 100 million, the second project's contract will be 10 billion. And the most expensive contract will be for 100 billion. 100 billion. Holy crap, kill me and offer me as a sacrifice to the bosses. I'm not asking to sign a 100 billion contract. If I can sign a contract for even 10 million, I'd be happy. Oh my god, it's like choosing the winning lottery numbers. I hope I can win a 100 billion contract. Everyone was interested in the highest level contract, waiting to see who would get the incredibly expensive contract tonight. Smith's assistant explained the details of the collaboration and projects on the big screen, and then asked the companies interested in working together to come on stage to share their ideas and choose the best proposal. Jiang Yu hadn't prepared any documents today, because everything was in her head. She sat on the leather sofa, watching from below as people on stage tried their best to show their company's strengths to Smith. The competition really looked fierce. Jiang Yu's gaze landed on Rebos, not too far away from the stage, sitting with Gu Masheng. The woman looked very focused, but the position she was competing for was for a small-scale collaboration project. Obviously, she wasn't very interested. Because Jiang Yu noticed that Rebos didn't seem to care much, she had left the contract to the side, without even looking at it. Gu Masheng, on the other hand, was looking around from time to time, as if he was looking for something. Baby, we have to go up on stage later as well. Will you go, or will I go? Although it was just a formality and they knew that Smith would definitely give them the biggest contract, they still had to go through the motions. I'll go. Jiang Yu wasn't afraid of the stage. She had never attended this kind of party before. Hua Hanxiao leaned back with his hands behind his head, looking relaxed. Okay, then you go. There were already a dozen companies competing on stage, and it seemed like there were still a few more who had not yet gone up. Jiang Yu waited patiently. She saw that Gu Masheng hadn't made a move at all. Jiang Yu determined that Gu Masheng was after the big contract. And with his wealth and power in China, it wouldn't be surprising if he could secure the biggest contract. After the competition, the first contract was quickly signed. The second competition was even fiercer. Jiang Yu saw that almost everyone at the venue was preparing to go on stage. After all, no one dared to hope that they could secure the highest level contract. They could only put their hopes on the second contract. At least the project was worth 10 billion. The people who came tonight were all business elites who were well prepared, just waiting to see who would get the prize. Jiang Yu remained still. Hua Hanxiao became interested. He looked around the venue and then asked Jiang Yu with a smile. Do you think that Gumashing brought that woman here tonight because he wants to sign the 100 billion contract? Jiang Yu's gaze returned to Gumashing, looking thoughtful. Looking at his calm demeanor, does he think he'll definitely win tonight? She was now certain that Gumashing was trying to secure the largest contract, so he had been biding his time. Hua Hanxiao couldn't help but laugh. I wonder what expression he'll have later when he sees us sign the contract. Chapter 87, Mockery. Hua Hanxiao couldn't help but laugh, thinking about the look on Gumashing's face when he saw them sign the contract later. It was sure to be as black as a pot bottom. Jiang Yu, however, was quietly waiting for the people on stage to finish their presentations. Rebos was confident that she would secure the highest signing right. She looked at Gumashing's brooding eyes, which seemed to share her thoughts. Rebos held the document tightly, glancing at it from time to time, to avoid stammering when she went up to present her plan. Finally, it was the last stage, the highest signing contract. Many people were eager to try, but some voluntarily gave up, feeling they definitely weren't up to the task. As Rebos went up with her documents, Jiang Yu, Hua Hanxiao, and Gumashing kept their eyes on her. For Gumashing, this was a crucial moment. If Rebos performed well today, then she would win the contract for tonight's event, and he could prove to Jiang Yu that he was no worse than Hua Hanxiao. Halfway through Rebos's presentation, both Jiang Yu and Hua Hanxiao sensed something was wrong. Damn, where did this woman get our proposal? Are they even being so blatant with plagiarism now? She's shameless. After Hua Hanxiao spoke, Jiang Yu also looked coldly at the woman on the stage. She had just confirmed that Rebos had plagiarized her idea. But when she looked at Rebos on the stage, her mind overlapped with another person. Jiang Yu suddenly felt cold all over. Impossible. Ning Yu was dead. How could she possibly be here? But when Jiang Yu looked at the way Rebos was standing on the stage and talking, it was almost identical to Ning Yu's previous actions. When she spoke, she habitually made various gestures, habitually smiled at the audience, had to be in a T stance, and even her intonation was almost identical. Hua Hanxiao. Jiang Yu suddenly called out to the man beside her seriously. Hua Hanxiao immediately stood up. Baby, I get it. I'll go and give this woman a lesson. Hua Hanxiao thought that Jiang Yu wanted him to expose the woman's plagiarism in front of everyone, but Jiang Yu pulled him back. I'm not asking you to go and deal with her. I'll take care of this. But I need you to do something for me right now. After instructing Hua Hanxiao on what to do, Jiang Yu stood up and walked towards the stage. Rebos's design impressed everyone. After she finished speaking, the audience applauded enthusiastically. Everyone praised her design proposal for being the closest to the collaboration project, probably making her the biggest winner tonight. Even Smith, who had been sitting in the chief seat, was impressed. He had originally planned to give this contract to Jiang Yu, but since everyone was actively trying to get it, he gave them a chance to show their proposals. After all, he wasn't satisfied with most of the designs. Smith also knew Jiang Yu's ability. No one present could compare to Jiang Yu. But tonight, Rebos was like a rising star, making Smith's eyes light up. Businessmen were businessmen. They would never let any sentimentality stop them from working with someone familiar. He thought that he would talk to Jiang Yu after this. If Jiang Yu's plan wasn't better than Rebos's, then he could only sign with Rebos. Receiving enthusiastic applause, Rebos was also very excited and happy. She glanced at Gumashing, who was applauding for her. She also glanced at Mr. Smith, whose eyes were full of admiration. She had it in the bag. She really had it in the bag this time. Rebos confidently walked off the stage and sat with Gumashing. Not bad. We'll definitely win the contract this time. Gumashing said to Rebos with certainty. Rebos nodded slightly. I hope so too. There were still several companies that had planned to compete, but after Rebos's presentation, they didn't have any more confidence to go on stage. Just as the stage was empty and the host had called 3 times without anyone else responding, a clear, refined voice suddenly rang out from the audience. Wait. Everyone's gaze followed the voice, wanting to know who was so courageous that they dared to challenge Rebos. They saw a tall, slender beauty. Jiang Yu's exceptional features and curvaceous figure made it impossible for anyone to look away. but despite her beauty, it was obvious that she was just a pretty face. TCH, does she think she can win over Rebos just because she's pretty? She's dreaming. Look at her, she's not holding anything in her hand. She's not going to just make up some random nonsense up there, is she? She's overestimating herself. Is she trying to take a shortcut? If she can't get the contract, she's just going to try and win over Smith? Shameless. The people in the audience whispered to each other, saying all sorts of harsh words about Jiang Yu. Especially when Jiang Yu said that her plan was exactly the same as Rebos's, the audience was in an uproar. Some people even pointed at Jiang Yu and shouted loudly. Get off the stage. You're not welcome here, you plagiarist. Do you think you can just get away with saying it's the same? Do you mean to say that she plagiarized your plan? Jiang Yu finally heard a correct statement. She said to the audience, you're right. Someone did plagiarize my plan. For a moment, the people in the audience looked at Jiang Yu and then at Rebos, not knowing what was going on. Rebos's face was pale. She hadn't expected Jiang Yu to come, and she had never expected her to compete for the contract and accuse her of plagiarism. It was okay, it was okay. It was normal for this kind of thing to happen. She could just deny it. Gu Moshing was surprised that something like this would happen. Jiang Yu had actually come to expose it. He also looked at Rebos and asked, what's going on? Seeing that there was no way to avoid explaining, Rebos gritted her teeth and went on stage, saying to Jiang Yu, Mr. Gu, please wait. Jiang Yu looked at Rebos, who still dared to come on stage, and couldn't help but laugh. Ms. Rebos, tell me. How did you get your hands on this plan? Rebos held her proposal and said to Jiang Yu. Ms. Jiang, you have to take responsibility for what you say. You said that my plan is the same as yours. This is what I came up with myself. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Yu sneered. You're really not going to change your ways. She took out her phone and projected the draft of her proposal onto the big screen. Ms. Rebos, it's not good to be so thick-skinned. There's still time to apologize. On the big screen was Jiang Yu's computer, which contained the contents of her proposal. Seeing Jiang Yu's confidence, Rebos was immediately shocked. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Our proposals are almost identical. After all, Rebos had slightly modified the plagiarized content, so the two wouldn't be exactly the same. She had prepared a backup plan. If Jiang Yu dared to say that she had plagiarized, she would simply deny it and insist that it was a coincidence. Ms. Jiang, my proposal is not exactly the same as yours. I believe that this is just a coincidence. Jiang Yu looked at her own proposal. Hers was clearly earlier. Rebos refused to admit it, so Jiang Yu lowered her eyes and chuckled lightly. Chapter 88, A Scene of Chaos. Ms. Rebos, if you claim that your proposal is just similar to mine, then please explain in detail why you had those ideas. As soon as Jiang Yu asked the question, Rebos began to speak without missing a beat, sharing many ideas. However, Smith, who had been in the business world for many years, had already seen through her. Rebos was just struggling. When she spoke about her proposal, it sounded very fluent and innovative. But when she went into detail, it was full of holes and flaws, making Mr. Smith shake his head repeatedly. The more Rebos spoke, the less confident she became. After she finally finished, Jiang Yu spoke again. Since it's your proposal, can you recite it backward? Recite it backward? How was that possible? She couldn't even recite it forwards fluently. She had only managed to read it smoothly after familiarizing herself with it several times. Moreover, there were many uncommon words in Jiang Yu's proposal, and she had spent 2 hours looking them up in the dictionary to understand them all. Seeing that Rebos was doing worse and worse, Jiang Yu chuckled lightly and began reciting the proposal backward. After Jiang Yu finished reciting, the businessmen in the audience were immediately in awe. If someone could do this and still be lying, then they were idiots. She definitely didn't plagiarize it. It must be Rebos who plagiarized. Plagiarism is shameful. Rebos should step down. I also believe that Ms. Jiang is the real planner. Ms. Rebos, why did you do this? The audience started to take a side again, leaning towards Jiang Yu, and loudly condemning Rebos. Jiang Yu then told everyone that this plan had taken her a week to develop and was currently still in the confidential stage. She would strictly investigate whether someone had hacked her computer and plagiarized her plan. Everyone also strongly supported Jiang Yu's actions and wanted to call the police and arrest Rebos. Just then, Huahanxiao returned. He projected all the information he had found about Rebos onto the big screen and explained to everyone. This Rebos used a hacker organization to attack Jiang Yu's computer, then sent it to her own computer and made some changes. Rebos has already committed a crime. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. Even Gu Moshing was surprised. He had never expected Rebos to be such a woman. He had once again chosen the wrong woman. That wasn't enough. After Huahanxiao had revealed that Rebos had plagiarized and hired hackers to attack Jiang Yu's computer, he displayed another photo. Gu Moshing stood up immediately when he saw it. Jiang Yu, you're talking about Rebos, just talk about Rebos. Why are you showing Ning Yuyu's photo? Gu Moshing had always felt in his heart that Ning Yuyu might not be the person Jiang Yu had said she was. Perhaps she had her own reasons. But today, Jiang Yu was showing a dead person's photo. This was going too far. It was very disrespectful to Ning Yuyu. Seeing Gu Moshing so angry, Jiang Yu was speechless. Gu Moshing, don't get too worked up. There's more that'll surprise you later. Next, Huahanxiao showed some shocking photos that made everyone gasp and almost forget to breathe. Huahanxiao said in a calm tone, unbelievable, isn't it? This woman you see who appears so glamorous, is actually a fugitive. This is her after she had plastic surgery, changed her identity, and made a perfect transformation from Ning Yuyu to Rebos. Crash. Rebos's proposal fell all over the floor. She never expected that Huahanxiao would find the photos of her in the hospital for plastic surgery, as well as the photos of her during the recovery period. And the evidence of her false identity. Rebos felt like she had been stripped bare in front of everyone. At that moment, her mind was blank. All her fantasies had shattered. No, this isn't true. Although Rebos still wanted to struggle, the evidence was in front of her, and she had no way to deny it. She saw Gu Moshing looking at her with a complicated expression. You're really Ning Yuyu? He wanted to hear her admit it herself, but Rebos ran out like a madwoman. Gu Moshing didn't chase after her, but the answer was clear. Huahanxiao immediately ordered his bodyguards. Go and arrest that woman. Don't let her escape. The mastermind behind Junjun's kidnapping was Ning Yuyu. If a DNA test confirmed that Rebos was Ning Yuyu, then Jiang Yu would never let her escape from under her nose again. This incident made Smith even more impressed with Jiang Yu. He immediately signed the contract with her for the highest amount. Everyone at the venue congratulated Jiang Yu sincerely. Gu Moshing walked to Jiang Yu's side. First, he said to her, congratulations. Seeing that Gu Moshing's face didn't look good, Jiang Yu knew that he was still uneasy about what had happened with Ning Yuyu earlier. Gu Moshing, with that kind of look in your eyes, how can I feel comfortable leaving Junjun with you? This time, Gu Moshing didn't argue with Jiang Yu. He had indeed been blind. Ning Yuyu had been by his side, and he hadn't known. When he thought about the last time he had let Rebos take Junjun, letting his son be around such a dangerous person, he felt extremely regretful. Jiang Yu, I'm sorry for Junjun. I was blind. It's good you know. Jiang Yu didn't want to waste any more words on Gu Moshing. Instead, she took Smith's arm and prepared to catch up. Seeing Jiang Yu take Smith's arm, Gu Moshing finally reacted. You two know each other? Smith nodded. You're that ex-husband of Miss Zhang's, right? I've seen you on her phone before. Ex-husband scum. This title made Gu Moshing feel dizzy. So that was how Jiang Yu introduced him outside. Gu Moshing said, I'm not a scum. Please be more respectful, Mr. Smith. In B City, he could have absolute power. He would never allow anyone to slander him. But the next second, he saw Smith kiss Jiang Yu's left cheek and then her right cheek, and his fists clenched unconsciously. Seeing it, Jiang Yu explained to Gu Moshing, that's a foreign greeting. You're not going to make a big deal out of it and call me a gold digger, right? Gu Moshing frowned. When have I ever called you a gold digger? Jiang Yu, do I look like I don't understand foreign customs? After saying that, Gu Moshing also grabbed Smith's head and kissed each of his cheeks, then said to Smith. This is my greeting to you. Mr. Smith. It was obvious that Smith didn't like this kind of greeting with men. But Gu Mashing wanted to annoy him. Why was he kissing Jiang Yu in front of him? As a Chinese, even though he had divorced Jiang Yu, he still couldn't stand seeing this kind of scene. Hua Hanxiao also came back and kissed Smith's head as well. Smith took out a tissue and wiped his face again. 3 men were surrounding Jiang Yu. They each knew their feelings for each other. These 3 men all liked Jiang Yu. They all wanted to win the beauty. Gu Mashing hadn't managed to do any business with Smith today, but since Jiang Yu was with Smith, he just lingered. "Mr. Gu, are you just going to follow us around?" Hua Hanxiao said. Gu Mashing said coldly, "Hua Hanxiao, aren't you going to arrest people? What are you doing here?" Chapter 89, Gu Mashing drinks to drown his sorrows. Hua Hanxiao and Jiang Yu were already together, so it wasn't surprising that he was with Jiang Yu. But Gu Mashing was shamelessly sticking to them, which Jiang Yu found strange. "Your Rebos has been arrested. Aren't you going to see her?" Jiang Yu's words sounded like she was being caring, but they were actually mocking him. Gu Mashing obviously saw through her. "I'll go see her, but now, I want to talk to Smith alone." Gu Mashing wanted to talk to Smith. Jiang Yu looked at Smith for his opinion, whether he wanted to talk to Gu Mashing. "You, wait for me, okay?" Smith really wanted to talk to Gu Mashing. Jiang Yu let go of Smith's hand, watching the 2 men go to the side. "It's been a long time, Gu." Smith smiled at Gu Mashing, extending his hand to pat Gu Mashing's shoulder. "I'm sorry for the embarrassment." Gu Mashing apologized to Smith for what had happened with Rebos today. He had never expected that Rebos's identity was false, and that she had also plagiarized the plan. For Gu Mashing, this was a serious work issue. But Smith didn't take this small matter to heart. "Old classmate, you don't have to be so polite. You don't have to apologize, but I'm afraid I can't give you this contract today." Actually, Gu Mashing and Smith had known each other for a long time, but Gu Mashing had only found out today that the rumored business tycoon, Smith, was actually his classmate from when he had been studying abroad. Gu Mashing couldn't help but chuckle. What a small world. How could it be you? Smith also found it amusing. What I didn't expect even more was that Jiang Yu is actually your ex-wife. I clearly remember you liking her a lot back when we were in school, Gu. Why did you divorce her later? Smith occasionally looked at Gu Mashing's friend circle, but he rarely saw Gu Mashing posting photos of Jiang Yu, so he had only just found out that Jiang Yu was Gu Mashing's ex-wife. It's a long story. Who are you going to sign the contract with today? Jiang Yu and that man? Smith nodded. That's right. Otherwise, are you suggesting to sign the contract with you and Jiang Yu? Hua Hanxiao, as a partner in Jiang Yu's company, had the right to sign the contract today as well. Gu Mashing pinched a cigarette and handed it to Smith. Can you add me? Smith said, Gu, this is a contract between me and Jiang Yu. If she doesn't want to add you, there's nothing I can do. He pushed away Gu Mashing's hand. The Chinese way didn't work for him. This was the most difficult thing for Gu Mashing. Others could solve it by having a meal together. But Smith's identity was special. Not only was he a foreigner who didn't understand Chinese business culture, but he also seemed to have a close friendship with Jiang Yu. Was he just going to watch Jiang Yu and Hua Hanxiao get another big deal together? Gu Mashing felt like there was a thorn stuck in his throat that he couldn't swallow. This was the first time Smith had seen Gu Mashing so humbled. When they had been in school, he had been so proud and outstanding. He was handsome, had a partner who loved him, had status, and was wealthy. It was as if he had been born a favorite of God, destined not to suffer any hardships. But now, he was so humbly pleading with him to add his name to the contract. Gu Mashing, what kind of mess have you gotten yourself into now? Smith was very puzzled. Gu Mashing was also depressed. Yeah. How did I become such a mess? His gaze couldn't help but look at Jiang Yu not far away. Coincidentally, Jiang Yu was also looking at him. But soon after, Jiang Yu saw that Gu Mashing was looking at her and quickly looked away. Gu Mashing and Smith talked for a while, but he couldn't get Smith to agree to add his name to the contract. They went back to Jiang Yu's side. Let's go. Let's continue talking. Smith reached out for Jiang Yu to take his arm so that they could go to the hotel rooms to discuss the partnership. Although Jiang Yu didn't know what Smith and Gu Moshing had talked about, Gu Moshing was clearly unhappy when he came back. After Gu Moshing left, Jiang Yu signed the contract with Smith along with Hua Hanxiao. When she got home, Jiang Mianmian was very bored. When she saw her mother return, she immediately hugged Jiang Yu and said, "Mommy, next time there's something, can you send me to brother? I almost died of boredom alone." When she was alone at home, she didn't feel happy watching TV, playing with her toys, or reading a book. In short, being alone was too boring. Jiang Yu sometimes felt that she was really sorry for Mianmian, since she always left her at home alone when she got busy. Seeing her mommy thinking about something, Jiang Mianmian suddenly had an idea. "Mommy, how about you give me another little brother or little sister? That way, I can take care of the little baby, and I won't be bored." Mianmian's amazing idea left Jiang Yu speechless. "Baby, Mommy can't have a baby alone. In the future, I'll just send you to your brother so that he can keep you company." Having 2 children in this lifetime, a son and a daughter, completing the good word, Jiang Yu was already very satisfied. She wouldn't want a 3rd child. Hearing that her mommy wouldn't have a baby, Jiang Mianmian said in disappointment. "It's such a waste for mommy not to have a baby with such good genes. Look at how smart and beautiful I am, and how outstanding and handsome my brother is. Mommy's genes are super good." Jiang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and she pinched Jiang Mianmian's cheek with a smile. "Where did you learn these things? Are you praising yourself or praising mommy?" Her plan foiled by her mommy, Jiang Mianmian giggled nonstop, waving her arms and legs. "Ha ha ha ha," Mianmian praised mommy, but she also wanted to praise herself. Jiang Yu gently pulled her daughter into her arms. Every time she came home from work, her daughter's cuteness would heal her. Hua Hanxiao, watching the happy mother and daughter, didn't disturb them any further and went back to his room. Jiang Mianmian took out her phone and made a video call to her brother. She missed her brother after just one day. Jiang Yu didn't stop her. The video call was quickly picked up, as if he was waiting for it. "Brother, what are you doing?" Jiang Mianmian asked him when she saw that Gu Yanjun had a gloomy look on his face. Gu Yanjun's voice was dim. "Mianmian, I miss you and mommy. I don't want to be here anymore." When Jiang Yu heard that Gu Yanjun's mood seemed off, she immediately leaned over and asked, "Junjun, what's wrong? Isn't Daddy home?" Gu Yanjun turned the camera around, and the man inside was drunkenly sprawled on the table. Jiang Yu was shocked. "Daddy is drinking?" Gu Yanjun nodded. "Daddy was scolded by Grandpa when he came back. He's in a bad mood, so he keeps drinking. Mommy, what should I do? Is Daddy going to drink himself to death?" Jiang Yu. She immediately comforted her son, "Daddy won't drink himself to death. Give the phone to Daddy. I'll talk to him." Gu Yanjun gave the phone to Gu Moshing. After looking at the phone, he was clearly drunk. "Jiang Yu, Gu Moshing, what are you doing? How can you drink like this in front of a child?" Chapter 90, Drunken Daddy. Jiang Yu's question was like a sharp stab to Gu Moshing's ears. His mood was already terrible. Now, he was even more unhappy. First, it was Ning Yu, now it was Rebos. He had been tricked by women so badly, and he had trusted them so much. Now, even Jiang Yu was abandoning him. What had he done wrong, to have to endure these inexplicable hardships? Gu Moshing thought of how he would be scolded by his father when he went home, who would say he was blind and useless. He was cursed for not being able to even handle a woman, for driving his mother to her death, for his son getting kidnapped and having a head injury, and now, he was being swayed by Jiang Yu to the point where he did not even want to acknowledge his family roots. These thoughts created an overwhelming surge of negative emotions. It felt like the last straw was pressing down, making it difficult for Gu Moshing to breathe. He had no one to talk to, no way to vent, so he could only drink alone at home. Yet, even that led to his son tattling on him, and now Jiang Yu was chastising him over the phone. So, Gu Moshing couldn't help but explode. "Jiang Yu, is it any of your business what I do? What am I to you now? Husband? Friend? Colleague? Or enemy? You're nothing. What's so wrong with me drinking? You've got so many men, Hua Hanxiao and Smith. And you still want to control me." Gu Moshing's words were like a bucket of cold water thrown on Jiang Yu's head. Her good mood had completely vanished. So, in Gu Moshing's heart, she was nothing. She knew Gu Moshing's personality. He would not be drowning his sorrows alone if he wasn't incredibly hurt. But on second thought, what did he have to be sad about? Was it because she had captured Rebos today? Did he still want to defend Ning Yu, thinking that she was innocent? So, he was drinking to drown his sorrows for Ning Yu. He was hurting simply because she had finally put Ning Yu away. If that was the case, then this man Gu Moshing was truly hopeless. Even while drunk, he didn't forget to mock her for having so many men around her. Moreover, Jiang Yu felt that the men around her were merely male friends, and were not like the relationship Gu Moshing was imagining. Gu Moshing was truly great at overthinking things. Reasoning with a drunk person was akin to wasting words and talking to a brick wall. Jiang Yu suppressed the emotions that were nearly boiling over, and she tried her best to calm down. She said to Gu Moshing through the phone, "Stop drinking, Junjun is waiting for you to go to sleep, quickly go to bed." "I won't." Gu Moshing was being stubborn like a child. He tipped his head back and took another drink before speaking with a slur. "Jiang Yu, are you secretly laughing at me in your heart? Bet I have terrible taste, aren't you, laughing at me for divorcing you and finding a ruthless woman like Ning Yu, aren't you?" Yes. Of course, she was. That was exactly what Jiang Yu was thinking in her heart, however, she didn't say it. Instead, she continued to say to Gu Moshing, "You were the one that said that, I didn't. Give the phone to Junjun." With a thud. The scene on the phone suddenly spun, it seemed as if Gu Moshing had dropped it on the ground. "Mommy, mommy." Then, Gu Yanjun picked up the phone and said to Jiang Yu, "Mommy, Daddy has fallen asleep, the phone screen is cracked." Jiang Yu said, "Go find Butler Zhou, ask him to take care of your daddy tonight." Gu Yanjun nodded, "Okay, okay." The little boy listened to his mommy's instructions and went to find Butler Zhou. Soon, Butler Zhou answered the phone. "Madam." Jiang Yu said, "I am no longer Gu Moshing's wife, from now on, please call me Ms. Jiang." Butler Zhou politely nodded, "Yes, madam." Jiang Yu. "I'm sorry madam, it's just a habit, it just slipped out, please tell me what you require." Jiang Yu said, "Gu Moshing has gotten drunk, please help him onto the bed, and take care of Junjun, thank you." Her main concern was her son. Butler Zhou said yes, and then hung up the phone. Jiang Yu felt much more relieved after she had handed things over to Butler Zhou. "Mian Mian, let's go to sleep as well." During the video call, she was worried about how Gu Yanjun would be able to rest peacefully while Gu Moshing was drunk. She felt much more at ease now that she had handed things over to the butler. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Jiang Yu looked at the door in confusion. Who could it be this late? She walked towards the video doorbell, and was almost frightened. Gu Moshing? A man's large face was right in front of the camera, looking drunk. Wasn't he drunk? How did he get here? "Mommy, open the door, it's me, Junjun." Jiang Yu heard her son's voice, and immediately opened the door. "Junjun, Butler Zhou? Why are you here?" Gu Moshing was as drunk as a puddle of mud and was being carried on Butler Zhou's shoulders. "Madam, it was the young master who was yelling that he wanted to see you, so that is why I brought them here." Gu Yanjun muttered in a quiet voice, "What nonsense, you were clearly the one that wanted to bring me and Daddy to Mommy." As his voice was very quiet, Jiang Yu wasn't able to clearly hear what her son had said. She asked in surprise, "But you are too fast. You arrived as soon as I said that, a helicopter wouldn't be this quick either." Butler Zhou tossed his non-existent fringe back, and said to Jiang Yu in his sexy old smoker's voice. "Madam, have you forgotten? I was a race car driver." This distance was just a piece of cake to him. Jiang Yu wryly smiled and nodded, okay, bring him in." Gu Moshing was still wearing the white suit he had worn during the day, and he was draped over Butler Zhou's body. Then, he suddenly slumped onto Jiang Yu. Ouch. He almost caused Jiang Yu to fall. "Madam, I'm going to leave now." Butler Zhou quickly handed Gu Moshing over to Jiang Yu, closed the door and then dashed away. Jiang Yu could only hold Gu Moshing with great difficulty, before placing him on the sofa. Gu Yanjun was very tired, he pulled Jiang Mianmian back to their room, to rest. Jiang Yu boiled some water and put it on the coffee table, for Gu Moshing to drink when he woke up. She didn't want him dying of thirst in her home. He could sleep on the sofa, she couldn't pull Gumashing anywhere, she could only find a blanket so that he could spend the night on the sofa. Just as Jiang Yu finished covering Gumashing with the blanket, her hand was suddenly grabbed by Gumashing, who then pulled her into his arms. Jiang Yu lost her balance and fell into Gumashing's arms. Maybe it was because he was cold, and suddenly there was a warm object in his arms. Gumashing couldn't help but hug Jiang Yu tightly. The man's body reeked of alcohol, however, Gumashing showered daily and also wore cologne, so he didn't smell bad. It was just that when Jiang Yu tried to break free, he only hugged her more tightly. "Baby, don't go, okay?" Gumashing suddenly muttered those few words, which immediately angered Jiang Yu. He was clearly fantasizing about holding some beauty. Even when he was drunk, he didn't forget to call other women baby. Gumashing, drunk and disoriented, was simply holding on to the woman in his arms and not letting go. Jiang Yu, who was lying on top of him, wasn't able to break free, so she would wait until he loosened his grip before she got up. Who knew that Gumashing would start to rub his head on Jiang Yu's neck, his warm breath fanning her skin? The man buried his head into Jiang Yu's neck, falling asleep like a baby. Jiang Yu suddenly felt something hard jabbing into her body. Chapter 91, Show Off. She thought it was that. Gumashing sometimes had reactions in his sleep. But when she reached down and touched her stomach, the location didn't seem right. What was poking her was the position of Gumashing's pocket. What was in his pocket? It was so hard. Jiang Yu thought it was a watch or something. She wanted to take it out, but just as her hand reached into Gumashing's pocket, the man grabbed her wrist. "Don't touch that." Gumashing was clearly drunk, but even in this state, he still knew to protect the thing in his pocket. That made her want to see what it was even more. When Jiang Yu pulled it out, she was stunned. It was a necklace. And it was a very familiar necklace. Wasn't this the one Ning Yu wore before their divorce? Jiang Yu's face darkened. She hadn't expected Gumashing to be so deeply sentimental towards Ning Yu. So many years had passed, and he still kept something he'd given to Ning Yu safe. Did he hate her for exposing Ning Yu as the fake Rui Bo-si? Holding the necklace in her hand, Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. But she quickly collected her thoughts. Gumashing's affairs had nothing to do with her. She tossed the blanket over Gumashing and put the necklace back in his pocket before going back to sleep. In the middle of the night, Gumashing drank a large glass of water and fell asleep on the sofa again. He who usually suffered from insomnia inexplicably slept soundly on the sofa. But when he woke up the next day, Gumashing kept touching his neck. He had a stiff neck. He was even more surprised when he saw that he was at Jiang Yu's house. How did he end up here? Who brought him? Gumashing had completely blacked out from the night before and couldn't remember anything. He looked at the blanket on his body and guessed that Jiang Yu had put it over him. Touching his clothes, Gumashing realized the necklace was gone. He was searching for the necklace along the sofa when Jiang Yu got up. "What are you looking for?" Gumashing said anxiously. "Have you seen my necklace?" "The necklace from last night? Is it the one you gave to Ning Yu?" Gumashing shook his head. "No, it isn't." Then he realized something wasn't right and immediately corrected himself. "Oh, yes, it is that necklace." What Gumashing meant was that it was the necklace Jiang Yu thought he had given Ning Yu, but in fact, he hadn't given it to her at all. He just wanted Jiang Yu to know that it was that specific necklace and see if she had seen it, so he admitted it first. He would explain later after he found it. However, Jiang Yu obviously didn't know the twists and turns in his mind. She just smiled faintly. That necklace was indeed for Ning Yu. "I didn't see it. I saw you put it in your pocket last night." The necklace wasn't in Gumashing's pocket anymore. Since Jiang Yu said she had seen it, at least it wasn't lost outside. He searched along the sofa again and finally found it in a crack. "Jiang Yu, actually I didn't give this necklace to Ning Yu. Good morning." Gumashing was holding the necklace, but before he could finish speaking, Huahanshao came out wearing shorts. Seeing how casual the man was, Gumashing's expression became unpleasant. He had always been bothered by Jiang Yu and Huahanshao living together. Although he felt that with the children around, Jiang Yu wouldn't do anything excessive with Huahanshao, it still wasn't appropriate for a single man and a single woman to live under the same roof. "Huahanshao, could you not be so showy?" and put on some clothes? Gu Mashing was nagging like an old man, blabbering early in the morning. Hua Hanxiao had already been annoyed seeing Gu Mashing there first thing in the morning, and now that he was criticizing his dressing, Hua Hanxiao immediately fought back. What's it to you? Do you think your image is good? You reek of not having showered all night. Don't you have a home to go to? Why are you hanging around at your ex-wife's house? His outburst felt satisfying. Hua Hanxiao's machine gun-like eloquence made Jiang Yu unable to help but laugh. Stinky, stinky, bad uncle stinks. Even Jiang Mianmian, who had just woken up, pinched her nose and circled around Gu Mashing, saying he stank. Gu Mashing raised his arm and smelled it, and it indeed stank. It seemed he needed to take a shower. He was no stranger to Jiang Yu's bathroom. He went in, took out Jiang Yu's most commonly used body wash and shampoo, and effortlessly started washing. After showering, Gu Mashing smelled the same scent as Jiang Yu on his body. Gu Mashing, who had been angered by Hua Hanxiao, finally felt a bit better. But he seemed to have forgotten to bring a change of clothes, so he came out wrapped in a towel. Gu Mashing had been working out lately, his 8-pack abs and defined V-line were dazzling. Hua Hanxiao gritted his teeth at his showy appearance. Wasn't this just deliberately showing off? Unfortunately, he had been a bit lazy lately, his abs weren't as toned, and his V-line was gone. Gu Mashing, you're the one who's showing off, how about you put some clothes on? The man sneered, not wanting to acknowledge Hua Hanxiao. I want to wear what I want, and I don't want to dress for you. Besides, I didn't bring any clothes. Gu Mashing was even more righteous this time than Hua Hanxiao was, and this time, it was Hua Hanxiao who was livid with rage. These two were simply hostile to each other, trying to anger each other. To keep Gu Mashing from flaunting his 8-pack abs, he grabbed one of his own shirts for Gu Mashing to wear. Who knew that Gu Mashing would haughtily throw it away? I'm not wearing your stinky clothes. You. Hua Hanxiao really wanted to kick this annoying man into oblivion. Bad uncle, here, these are mommy's fragrant clothes. Jiang Mianmian didn't know when she had gone to Jiang Yu's closet to find a pair of pants for Gu Mashing to wear. Gu Mashing hadn't planned on wearing Jiang Yu's clothes, he had already prepared to call manager Zhou and have him bring a change of clothes. But looking at the pants in front of him, he still reached out and took the pants from Mianmian, and went into the bathroom to put them on. Jiang Yu's pants were gray dress pants, a more neutral style, which didn't look out of place on him. When Gu Mashing came out shirtless after putting on the pants, Hua Hanxiao became even more unhappy. Wasn't he still showing off his abs and V-line? Damn Gu Mashing, he wanted to bite this annoying man to death. Sitting down to eat some of the breakfast Jiang Yu had made, Gu Mashing's mood was exceptionally good. Today, he had used Jiang Yu's body wash, put on Jiang Yu's clothes, and was now eating Jiang Yu's food. The most blissful moment in the world was nothing more than this. Gu Mashing had a happy meal, but Hua Hanxiao was fuming. After eating, Gu Mashing had things to do. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Jiang Yu talking with Hua Hanxiao. He touched his pocket and called to Jiang Yu. Then, he walked up to Jiang Yu and said seriously to the woman. Jiang Yu, I have something I want to give you. As soon as Gu Mashing said this, Jiang Yu and Hua Hanxiao immediately looked at him. Jiang Yu, what do you want to give me? Chapter 92, The Baby Project. Gu Mashing walked to Jiang Yu's side and took out a necklace from his pocket. It was the necklace from last night. When Jiang Yu saw Gu Mashing take it out, her first reaction was that this was one of the man's schemes. Wasn't this something he'd given to Ning Yu? Was he now going to play the pure love card, saying he was giving it to her? She was no longer the love-struck little girl who would fall head over heels for him just because he gave her something. Jiang Yu, you've worked hard taking care of Jun all this time. This is a gift for you. Gu Mashing tried to put the necklace around Jiang Yu's slender neck. Jiang Yu's neck was also beautiful, fair, and smooth. Gu Mashing had fantasized many times about what she would look like wearing this necklace. It would definitely be stunning. Who knew Jiang Yu would take a step back, refusing Gu Mashing's kind gesture. Gu Mashing, you're not a beggar. You're going to give me something that someone else has already worn? Who are you insulting? Gu Mashing's sincere hand froze in the air. Jiang Yu, this was originally for you. I was going to give this to you before we divorced. How could you say that? Jiang Yu snorted. She had seen Ning Yu wearing it before they divorced. Gu Moshing was still lying in front of her, not having improved at all. Gu Moshing hadn't expected that Jiang Yu would reject him. He bought this necklace because it was Jiang Yu's favorite and because she had once said that she wanted to wear one like it. Now he was personally giving it to her, wanting to put it on her, but she wouldn't let him. Gu Moshing held the necklace tightly in his hand, unsure of what to do. Jiang Yu, I think you have misunderstood. This necklace was originally intended for you. It was just that Ning Yu discovered it and thought it was for her. That's why there was a misunderstanding. And, Ning Yu and I are only friends, it's not like what you're thinking. Gu Moshing felt like he had been honest enough this time, explaining everything clearly. But in Jiang Yu's opinion, these were just the usual excuses of a cheating man. How could she still blindly believe him? Gu Moshing, even if what you're saying is true, time has passed and feelings have faded. I thank you for your kindness. But we can't go back. Clatter. The necklace in Gu Moshing's hand fell to the ground. Just like their marriage and love in the past, it shattered into pieces on the ground. Gu Moshing's disappointment was obvious, and Jiang Yu's shoulders slowly drooped. There seemed to be nothing between the two of them, yet Gu Moshing felt as if there was an insurmountable mountain blocking them. Did Jiang Yu really care that much about Ning Yu? Now that she was in prison, she still didn't believe him? Gu Moshing slowly put the necklace back into his pocket. Jiang Yu watched him turn around and leave. Hua Hanxiao saw everything. In fact, he had been wondering if Jiang Yu would accept Gu Moshing's gift. But Jiang Yu hadn't accepted it. Mommy, are you getting married? Jiang Mianmian saw the bad uncle giving Mommy a necklace. Jiang Yu shook her head. Mianmian, Mommy won't marry anyone. In the beginning, so many people had pursued her. She was afraid that Mianmian would be hurt. There were not only cruel stepmothers in this world but also cruel stepfathers. That's why Jiang Yu had insisted on being single until now. Although Jiang Mianmian was Gu Moshing's biological daughter, and Gu Moshing also wanted to get back together, she would never marry a man who had cheated. Don't look back on the past, that was the principle. Jiang Yu had rejected Gu Moshing. Although she briefly remembered the past and felt a little sad, she quickly returned to her normal routine. Although Gu Moshing had left, Gu Yanjun was still at home. He really hoped his mom and dad could get back together. He had seen through the door crack that his dad had finally mustered the courage to give his mom the necklace, but mom hadn't accepted his dad's love. This made the little guy feel somewhat disappointed and hopeless for his dad. My dad is so useless, sigh. Gu Yanjun hated how useless his dad was. He was extremely disappointed. But it's okay, there's still a chance. As long as he helped his dad create opportunities to be with his mom, he believed that he could definitely make his mom and dad get back together. Gu Yanjun watched Jiang Mianmian being clingy with Jiang Yu. He went over and took Jiang Mianmian's small hand. Mianmian, Mommy is busy, you come play with your brother. Jiang Yu was tidying things up, so she let Jiang Mianmian stop bothering her and go play with Gu Yanjun. When they got to the room, Gu Yanjun coaxed and lured Jiang Mianmian. Mianmian, do you like your brother? Jiang Mianmian blinked her grape-like eyes. Of course. Mianmian likes her brother the most. Gu Yanjun nodded in satisfaction, then, do you want to be with your brother every day? Jiang Mianmian squinted her suspicious eyes. Brother, that's not possible. Don't you have to go back to your grandfather every day? Gu Yanjun massaged his forehead. Don't worry about that now, just tell me if you want to be with your brother every day. Jiang Mianmian nodded again. Of course. Mianmian wants to be with her brother every day. Gu Yanjun pinched Jiang Mianmian's cute face. Brother has a plan to make us be together every day. Do you want to know? Jiang Mianmian nodded again. Brother, tell me. What is it? Come here. Gu Yanjun waved his small hand, telling Jiang Mianmian to put her ear closer. Let me tell you. After listening, Jiang Mianmian's eyes widened. Brother, that can't happen. You want to make your dad marry my mom? Gu Yanjun nodded seriously. Yes. Only then can we be together forever, and you'll have another dad, and I'll have a mom, isn't it great? Jiang Mianmian shook her head. It sounds great, but didn't you see that? Mommy refused your dad. That's a big problem. Mommy doesn't like your dad anymore. There's nothing I can do to make them get married. Gu Yanjun continued to collude with Jiang Mianmian. As long as you listen to your brother, mom and dad will definitely be together. Jiang Mianmian cocked her ear. Brother, say it. Mianmian will listen. Gu Yanjun crossed his arms. Listen to your brother, from now on, you're not allowed to let your dad leave you, and I also have to see my mom every day. As long as the two of us insist on it, our parents will definitely be together. Jiang Mianmian understood the gist of what her brother meant. Are you saying that we have to see each other every day, or else we cry? Gu Yanjun nodded. Yes, in short, we have to create every opportunity to let our family of four be together, got it? Jiang Mianmian understood, vaguely. Gu Yanjun also saw Hua Hanxiao walking back and forth outside and said very seriously to Jiang Mianmian. Now, the biggest problem is the Uncle Hua outside. He's also a pursuer of mom. We must sabotage their relationship. Otherwise, it will not be good for dad to pursue mommy. Chapter 93, Schemes. Although Gu Yanjun was young, he was a sly one. He didn't like Hua Hanxiao outside. In the beginning, when they first met, he thought that the uncle was pretty handsome and nice. He would buy him and his sister toys and good food. But later, when he learned that he was also grandfather's son, and was also fighting for his mom with his dad, that made him feel very annoying. When Gu Yanjun was telling Jiang Mianmian how to help his dad, he also told Jiang Mianmian to be vigilant about Uncle Hua. They had to make sure he didn't get a chance to take mommy away. Jiang Mianmian was forced to stand in front of Gu Yanjun, listening to him talk. Today, the little girl had been brainwashed by her brother and felt a bit hesitant. Her usually quick-witted brain was a little confused. As for who her future dad should be, she thought the bad uncle was nice. But then she thought that Uncle Hua seemed to be nice to mommy too. And he was also nice to her. She had originally hoped that mommy could choose her own husband. It didn't matter who her stepdad was, as long as they were good to her and her mom. But now that her brother was asking her to help the bad uncle, and to help make her mom get together with her brother's dad. After listening to what Gu Yanjun had said, Jiang Mianmian thought about it carefully. Actually, it felt nice to be a family with her brother. But she wouldn't do anything rash, just for her own selfish desires. She would still support her mom. If her mom didn't really like the bad uncle and didn't want to marry him, then she could only listen to her mom and give up the chance to be a family with her brother. In short, everything was for her mommy's happiness. After Gu Yanjun and Jiang Mianmian colluded in the room, they came out. Jiang Yu looked at the two little devils suspiciously. What were you two doing? Why were you in the room for so long? Gu Yanjun and Jiang Mianmian shook their heads. Nothing. Mommy, what are you making for lunch? Jiang Yu hadn't decided yet. What do you want to eat? Just as Jiang Yu finished asking, Gu Yanjun immediately said. Steamed sea bass. Jiang Yu thought about it. She hadn't made that dish in a while. She used to make it often before she divorced. Seeing his mother's hesitant expression, Gu Yanjun hugged Jiang Yu's arm and acted cute. Mommy, I haven't eaten that dish in a long time. You have to make it for me. Gu Yanjun looked up at Jiang Yu with an innocent look in his eyes. Okay, I'll have Uncle Hua and Auntie go buy some fish. Gu Yanjun was satisfied and said yes, to himself. It was a success. Mommy finally agreed to make the fish that Dad loved to eat the most. He also remembered that his mom would often make this dish when he was still married, and it was delicious. Although he often saw his mom now, Gu Yanjun had never eaten it. And, most importantly, steamed sea bass was Dad's favorite dish. Today, Gu Yanjun would make sure that Dad ate the steamed sea bass. Seeing that Mommy had agreed to make sea bass for them, Gu Yanjun ran into the room with satisfaction. He closed the door and called Gu Mosheng. Hello, Dad, are you coming home for lunch? Gu Mosheng was organizing Rui Boxi's files at the company, planning to hand them over to the police. He didn't expect to receive a call from his son. Jun, what's wrong? What do you want to say? Gu Yanjun had finally made it possible for Jiang Yu to cook lunch, and he wanted Gu Mosheng to come back and eat with them. Dad, are you coming home for lunch? Gu Mosheng didn't plan on going home for lunch, so he shook his head. Dad still has a lot of things to do. I'm afraid I won't be able to go back. You eat with your mom. Gu Yanjun was a little disappointed, but he still didn't give up. Oh, that's a pity. Mommy's making steamed sea bass for lunch. I was hoping you'd come back and eat together. Gu Yanjun was silent for 2 seconds. Steamed sea bass was a dish he and Jiang Yu had made together after they got married. At that time, neither of them knew how to cook fish. They would usually only fry eggs with tomatoes or make shredded potatoes with vinegar. Later, they made the steamed sea bass together, and it was very delicious. Gu Mosheng liked it, and Jiang Yu loved to make it. But after the divorce, they never ate it again. Okay, Dad will go back. Gu Yanjun finally smiled. Okay, I'll wait for Dad to come back and eat together. Yeah. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yanjun immediately ran to the kitchen and said to Jiang Yu, Mommy, Dad said he'll be off work soon. He's coming back to eat too. Can you steam some more rice? Jiang Yu had thought that Gu Mosheng wouldn't come back, but she hadn't expected that he would come back again. She said to Gu Yanjun, It's okay. There's enough for your dad. The little guy had been trying to increase Gu Mosheng's presence in front of Jiang Yu, which Hua Hanxiao had been clearly watching. Little one, your dad is a grown man, is he going to starve? Gu Yanjun didn't like this Uncle Hua at all. He continued to play with his things while waiting for his dad and waiting for his mom to cook. On Gu Mosheng's end, just as he had finished collecting his things to prove Ning Yuyu's crimes and was about to hand them to the police, he realized how wrong he had been in the past. Although he didn't love Ning Yuyu, he had never believed that a girl could be so heartless. It wasn't until he saw the evidence he had personally collected that Gu Mosheng realized he had wronged Jiang Yu too much in the past. Every time Jiang Yu suspected Ning Yuyu, he always immediately came out to oppose it, believing that Ning Yuyu would never do such things. The man leaned back on his chair, his eyes empty. Thinking back on all the past events, Jiang Yu had been right all along. Gu Mosheng wanted to slap himself, feeling like he had been blind. He reached out and touched the necklace that Jiang Yu had refused in his pocket, regretting that he hadn't given it to her sooner. If he had given it to Jiang Yu as soon as he had bought it, Ning Yuyu wouldn't have been able to take pictures and show off, and Jiang Yu wouldn't have divorced him. Everything from the past made him incredibly regretful, but time couldn't be turned back. Jiang Yu was hard to pursue. Thinking about his son's phone call just now, asking him to come back for dinner, Gu Mosheng collected his complicated thoughts and went to change into a suit. The newly bought suit looked exceptionally handsome on him. Gu Mosheng put the necklace back into his pocket. After thinking about it, he threw the necklace in the trash can. Perhaps Jiang Yu felt disgusted because Ning Yuyu had worn the necklace. Gu Mosheng would buy Jiang Yu a new one another day. Manager Gu, this is your encrypted email. Gu Mosheng rarely received encrypted emails like this. He only did when he was doing international business. But recently, he had few contracts, and the contract with Smith hadn't been finalized. Where did this encrypted email come from? Gu Mosheng opened the email and was completely dumbfounded. He quickly asked the secretary who delivered the email. Who delivered this letter? Did they leave? The secretary looked at Gu Mosheng, confused. They left. It was just an ordinary delivery person. What's wrong, boss? Gu Mosheng looked at the email in disbelief again. His head went buzz. Chapter 94, Good Looking. On the way back, Gu Mosheng had originally planned to drive himself, but because he wanted to look at the contents of the confidential document, he specifically asked the driver to take him back. He had looked at it dozens of times over and over, and the paternity test in his hand showed that Jiang Mianmian was his daughter. How was this possible? Gu Mosheng didn't believe it. Clearly the last time he had personally done a test, it had shown that Jiang Mianmian was not his daughter at all. But who had done this test this time, and why were they telling him? Everything was like a huge mystery, leaving Gu Mosheng utterly confused. But he also hoped that the paternity test in his hand was true. He returned home. He hit the paternity test and walked into the house as usual. Although Gu Yanjun was running toward him, Gu Mosheng's eyes were searching for Jiang Mianmian's figure in the house. Where's Mianmian? Gu Mosheng asked. Gu Yanjun was jealous and unhappy that his dad hadn't hugged him and instead had looked for his younger sister as soon as he had entered. He had been racking his brain for his dad's lifelong happiness, tricking mommy into making his favorite steamed sea bass. Who knew that this stinky old man only had Jiang Mianmian in his heart? Gu Yanjun hung his head in despair and pointed into the house. She's playing in there. It was rare for Gu Moshing to look for Jiang Mianmian as soon as he returned. Even Jiang Yu couldn't help but take a glance at Gu Moshing, not understanding why Gu Moshing liked Mianmian so much today. Looking at Mianmian's focused little face as she was drawing, Gu Moshing felt like his eyes were glued to Jiang Mianmian. Her little nose, little eyes, and little mouth resembled Jiang Yu, but also had a bit of himself. Gu Moshing walked over and carefully knelt beside Mianmian, looking at the little girl lovingly. "Uncle, you're back?" Jiang Mianmian was having fun. When she saw Gu Moshing come in, she greeted him warmly, still holding her paintbrush, drawing Mommy's eyes. "What are you drawing?" Gu Moshing's voice was unprecedentedly gentle. If someone were to hear it, they would definitely get goosebumps. Jiang Mianmian raised her innocent little head and said to Gu Moshing, "Mommy's eyes." When Gu Moshing saw that there was only Jiang Yu in the drawing, he asked, "What about Daddy?" Jiang Mianmian didn't have a dad since she was little, so most of the time she only drew Mommy. Gu Moshing seemed to have touched a sore spot. Jiang Mianmian said disappointedly, "If only I had a dad, I wouldn't have to be so conflicted about who it would be." Jiang Mianmian mumbled. Gu Moshing listened with interest, but didn't know what the little one meant. The more Gu Moshing looked at Jiang Mianmian, the more he felt like she was his daughter. He suddenly reached out and hugged Jiang Mianmian, who was drawing. The little ball of fluff rested against his shoulder, small yet warm. But Gu Moshing's heart was in a state of ice and fire. Thinking that if Mianmian was really his heart would feel warm. He finally had a daughter. But then thinking that his daughter had suffered so much hardship all these years, his heart felt cold and he couldn't forgive himself. "Time to eat, what are you doing?" Jiang Yu had noticed that something was off with Gu Moshing for a while now, not knowing what he was doing hugging Jiang Mianmian as soon as he got back. When she saw that Mommy had finished cooking, Jiang Mianmian, who was already very hungry, immediately broke free from Gu Moshing's embrace and ran toward Jiang Yu. "Mommy, Mianmian wants to eat." Gu Moshing looked at Jiang Yu, his eyes dark. How many secrets had Jiang Yu kept from him all these years? He didn't know how to bring up the words that were on his chest. Gu Moshing could only pretend he didn't know anything and followed them to the table to eat. Gu Yanjun always sat between his mom and dad, but this time he seized the opportunity and gave Jiang Mianmian a wink. The two little ones cooperated and only left 2 seats next to each other. Jiang Yu and Gu Moshing didn't know what was going on, they just sat together without any other thoughts. Gu Moshing had always eaten Jiang Yu's food. Although he had the money to hire a nanny, he always felt that the food the nanny made didn't taste as good as Jiang Yu's. In the past, when they were in love, Jiang Yu had been happy to cook for him. After the divorce, he hadn't eaten Jiang Yu's food for a long time. Gu Moshing's stomach problems also stemmed from this. These days it felt like they were back before the divorce. Gu Moshing was eating Jiang Yu's food, and his stomach also felt much better. But today while eating, he was also very preoccupied, constantly looking at Jiang Yu and Jiang Mianmian. Even Jiang Mianmian noticed that Gu Moshing was always stealing glances at her. She bit her chopsticks and said to Gu Moshing, "Uncle, is there something on my face?" She had carefully listened to Mommy and washed her hands thoroughly before eating. But why did Uncle always look at her? Jiang Yu kicked Gu Moshing and then said to Jiang Mianmian, "Mianmian, eat your food. There's nothing on your face, you're clean." Then she said to Gu Moshing, "Eat your food properly. If you're not hungry, you can go wash the dishes." She was willing to take care of the children, but she didn't want to take care of Gu Moshing. Actually, Gu Moshing wasn't hungry today. The reason why he came back so early was just to see his daughter. He really put down his chopsticks and sat on the sofa next to them. At this moment, he had no appetite. He had just had his assistant check carefully, and the paternity test report was authentic and absolutely accurate. That is to say, it could be confirmed for sure that Jiang Mianmian was his daughter, Gu Moshing's daughter. Jiang Yu had hidden it so well. His daughter was by his side, yet she hadn't said a single word to him. Gu Moshing planned to talk with Jiang Yu about this later, but for now, he just wanted to quietly admire his precious daughter. No wonder he used to think that Jiang Mianmian looked like Huahanxiao. He had even once thought that Jiang Mianmian was Huahanxiao's child. Now that he thought about it, it was ridiculous. The Gu family members were just naturally handsome in a similar way. Although the girls didn't have the same look, they were definitely not ugly. Just like Jiang Mianmian now, she was so adorable. Gu Moshing looked at Jiang Mianmian with a goofy smile, which made Jiang Yu and Hua Hanxiao feel confused. Gu Moshing, what are you grinning about all by yourself? Jiang Yu asked Gu Moshing, but no one answered her. Gu Moshing was admiring his daughter and had no time to argue with Jiang Yu. Hua Hanxiao noticed that Gu Moshing seemed very interested in Jiang Mianmian today. Coupled with his past doubts about Mianmian's background, Hua Hanxiao suddenly had an idea, which flashed in his mind. What exactly did Gu Moshing know that he kept staring at Jiang Mianmian? He had previously suspected Jiang Mianmian's background. Now Gu Moshing's gaze seemed to have given him the answer. Could it be that Jiang Mianmian was really Gu Moshing's daughter? Hua Hanxiao suddenly felt that Gu Moshing and Jiang Mianmian did look a bit alike. The Gu family had a very strong gene, giving them similar features. The more he looked at Jiang Mianmian, the more she looked like the Gu family. Chapter 95, Princess Island. Gu Moshing naturally didn't pay much attention to other people's gazes, because his eyes were always on Mianmian. After they finished eating, Gu Moshing, unusually, took the initiative to help with clearing the dishes. Because Jiang Yu also habitually cleaned up, the two of them inevitably met in the kitchen. Last time, Gu Moshing gave the necklace, and Jiang Yu didn't accept it, which was pretty awkward. So Jiang Yu avoided being alone with Gu Moshing whenever possible. This time, when Jiang Yu saw Gu Moshing taking the initiative to clean up the kitchen, she was about to retreat, but her hand was grabbed by Gu Moshing. Gu Moshing was washing the dishes and didn't even have time to dry his hands. He was afraid that Jiang Yu would leave, so he inevitably got Jiang Yu's sleeve wet. Jiang Yu looked at her cuff in disgust and said coldly, "Do you think this prank is very funny?" "I'm sorry. That wasn't Gu Moshing's intention." He quickly grabbed some paper towels and tried to wipe it clean for Jiang Yu. But Jiang Yu didn't want him to keep touching her and pulled her hand back. "I'll do it myself." Gu Moshing watched her carefully wipe her sleeves, but couldn't help but ask. "Mianmian is my daughter, right?" Jiang Yu's hand suddenly stopped. Her eyes focused on her hand and didn't move. "No." Seeing Jiang Yu deny it, Gu Moshing, of course, didn't believe it this time. "Then swear in Junjun's name that Jiang Mianmian is indeed not my child, otherwise Junjun will often fall ill." Gu Yanjun, who was eavesdropping outside the kitchen, felt the deep malice of this world. Jiang Yu was indeed silent. Gu Moshing caught this subtle expression and said excitedly, "So, Jiang Mianmian is my daughter, right? Jiang Yu, you found out that you were pregnant after the divorce, and then you gave birth to our daughter, Mianmian, right?" Hearing our child, Jiang Yu frowned. "Mianmian is my daughter, the one I gave birth to, the one I raised by myself. What does it have to do with you? Is having Junjun not enough for you? You want my Mianmian too?" Seeing that Jiang Yu had misunderstood him, Gu Moshing immediately took out the latest diamond necklace that he had bought on his way home from work today. "Jiang Yu, don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to take Mianmian away from you. She's our child. There's no need to take her. But will you marry me again?" This time, Gu Moshing not only bought a diamond necklace, but also a pigeon blood ring. He held Jiang Yu's hand, wanting to put the ring on her ring finger. "Jiang Yu, I know about the Ning Yu issue. I'm sorry for you. Please forgive me. I know that the reason you didn't want the necklace last time was because you were disgusted that Ning Yu had worn it before. So this time I specifically bought a new set for you. The necklace and ring are the best. Will you marry me? Let our family of four reunite, please?" Jiang Yu looked at the ring already on her hand, not expecting Gu Moshing to propose to her so suddenly. This caused her memory to flash back to the first time Gu Moshing proposed to her, which was simple. It wasn't as expensive as this time's ring, but it was very beautiful and romantic. "Gu Moshing, I can't say yes to you." Jiang Yu still refused Gu Moshing's proposal. The rejected Gu Moshing seemed to have anticipated Jiang Yu's answer. "It's okay. I'm not forcing you. As long as you're willing to see me change, I can wait patiently." Gu Moshing was determined to wait for Jiang Yu. He handed the necklace to Jiang Yu. "This ring and necklace are specially for you. As for the future, I will compensate you even more." Jiang Yu, as long as you say the word, I can give you the entire Gu group. The entire Gu group. This was probably an irresistible temptation for any woman. If it had been in the past, Jiang Yu would have loved Gu Moshing to death. But now, she just listened and didn't take it seriously. Some money wasn't so easy to take. Like Gu Moshing's bad habit. Who knew if he was just saying it? A man who couldn't control his lower body was just a rotten cucumber. Gu Moshing, you should find someone else. We are not suitable anymore. Gu Moshing was used to Jiang Yu's words of rejection and didn't care. Anyway, I already know that Mian Mian is my daughter. I won't ignore her like I did in the past. I will love Mian Mian more than you. As Gu Moshing was saying this, the butler came in to interrupt. Mr. Gu, the items you ordered have arrived and are downstairs. Jiang Yu looked at Gu Moshing in surprise. What else did you buy? Gu Moshing smiled mysteriously, don't worry. Since I bought you a necklace, of course I can't forget about my precious daughter. He went to call Jiang Mianmian and took the child out of the room. When Jiang Mianmian saw the pink princess castle in front of her, she thought she was dreaming. Wow, so beautiful. The little girl's eyes turned into stars, she covered her mouth, in disbelief. How is it, Mianmian? Do you like the gift that uncle gave you? Jiang Mianmian nodded hard. Uncle, why did you give me something? It's not even my birthday today. Gu Moshing kissed Jiang Mianmian's cheek. Because uncle likes Mianmian the most, so even if it's not your birthday, uncle will still give you a gift. Quick, go in and see if it's fun. The huge castle had already been installed. When Jiang Mianmian went inside, she found princess dolls, a mini store, and a small kitchen, and other things to play with. This thing was great. Jiang Mianmian asked her brother to play with her. Gu Yanjun was very satisfied looking at Gu Moshing today, he secretly nodded. This blockhead of a dad had finally caught on a little. Was he trying to achieve his goal by taking a roundabout way? If he wanted to win over mommy, he had to win over her good daughter first. Jiang Mianmian would surely adore her dad for receiving such a beautiful castle. Gu Yanjun felt that his dad's IQ had finally gone up. He and Jiang Mianmian were having a great time in the castle. Gu Moshing stood outside, smiling benevolently beside Jiang Yu. He had thought that he would never have a daughter in this lifetime. But heaven had finally opened its eyes and given him such an adorable daughter as Mianmian. Gu Moshing wanted to hold Jiang Yu's hand, but Jiang Yu withdrew her hand and moved further away from Gu Moshing. This time, Gu Moshing respected Jiang Yu. He believed that as long as he didn't give up, Jiang Yu would eventually be moved by him. I have decided to give Mianmian an island, where I'll build a real palace for Mianmian, making her the happiest little princess in the world. After Gu Moshing finished speaking, Jiang Yu said to him. Isn't this enough? Gu Moshing, if you have too much money, I can accept your gift, a princess island isn't necessary. Gu Moshing was firm in his ideas, no, it's necessary. I want to give Mianmian the best of everything in this world. She's my daughter, Gu Moshing's daughter. She deserves to have the most wonderful childhood. Chapter 96, Spoiling My Daughter. In Jiang Yu's view, Gu Moshing's idea of a princess island was actually very Chuyuni. But she knew that Gu Moshing would not listen to reason, so she could only helplessly cover her forehead. Fine. Do whatever you want. Gu Moshing was immersed in the excitement of having a daughter. He wished he could give Jiang Mianmian everything he owned. Jiang Mianmian, who was playing in the castle, whispered to brother Junjun. Why do you think your dad is suddenly so nice to me? It's so nice that I'm a little scared. Why does it feel like he's looking at his daughter? Of course, Gu Yanjun didn't know why his dad had suddenly changed today. He had bought such a beautiful castle for his younger sister. He had never received such an amazing gift in his entire life. Maybe, Dad likes you super much, so you should listen to me. Look, if we can get Mom and Dad together and they get married, you'll be the biggest winner in life. Dad is so good to you, not even as good to me. Gu Yanjun patted Mianmian on the shoulder. Having such a handsome, rich, and powerful dad and brother is something other people can't even dream of. This is such an awesome thing that is not easy to come by. So, you should work with me and try to get your mom and dad married. Mianmian, who had received the gift today, indeed had a feeling of unprecedented happiness. Her impression of Uncle Gu had finally improved a lot. Gu Moshing would watch her for as long as his daughter played. It wasn't until Jiang Mianmian was tired of playing and went to rest that Gu Moshing walked back to the room with everyone. Ouch! Gu Moshing suddenly covered his head and frowned. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Mianmian immediately asked Gu Moshing. Uncle, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Mommy will give you 2 injections and you'll be fine. Gu Moshing waved his hand uncomfortably. Uncle is fine. I just have a bit of a headache. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Can Mianmian help Uncle with a favor? Jiang Mianmian blinked her big eyes. Today, Uncle had bought her such a big castle. Of course, she had no problem helping him with a small favor. Uncle, what do you want me to help with? Gu Moshing said to Jiang Mianmian, Uncle's insomnia has worsened again. How about you sing for Uncle? Whenever he heard his daughter sing, he would fall asleep quickly. Jiang Mianmian patted her chest. Uncle, don't worry. I'll take care of it. If you can't fall asleep, I'll keep singing until you fall asleep. Jiang Yu saw that Gu Moshing was asking Jiang Mianmian to sing him a lullaby, and didn't stop them. Although she didn't know how Gu Moshing suddenly found out that Mianmian was his child. But seeing that Jiang Mianmian and Gu Moshing were getting along harmoniously, she didn't have the heart to interrupt this warm moment between father and daughter. Jiang Mianmian had never done anything wrong to anyone in her life, but she felt like she owed her 2 children too much. In the past, she blamed herself for not being able to take her son away from Gu Moshing, giving Ning Yu the chance to harm Gu Yanjun. Later, she blamed herself again for choosing to give Mianmian life, but not having the ability to give her a complete family, causing Mianmian to lack a father's love since she was little. Although the few male friends she knew were good people and were interested in her, always teasing her daughter to call them dad, only Jiang Yu knew that none of them were Mianmian's real father. Perhaps Mianmian had never lacked love since she was a child, but of course she also wanted Mianmian to have that true paternal love. Jiang Yu gently closed the door, leaving the time to the father and daughter in the room. Jiang Mianmian hugged Gu Moshing's big head and softly hummed a song. As Gu Moshing was listening, he surprisingly shed tears. Jiang Mianmian felt the cold tears, so she wiped Gu Moshing's tears away. Uncle, why are you crying? Did Mianmian sing so well that you were touched to tears? Gu Moshing had originally been crying tears of joy. Hearing what his daughter said, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Mianmian's singing is very good. Keep singing. Jiang Mianmian herself was a little sleepy. She fell asleep while she was singing. When Gu Moshing heard Jiang Mianmian's snores, he looked up and sure enough, Jiang Mianmian had already fallen asleep. He gently picked up Mianmian and kissed the little girl's forehead. He put the little Mianmian in his arms, to sleep. The feeling of having a daughter. It was wonderful. Those were the last words Gu Moshing said before going to sleep. When Jiang Mianmian woke up in the morning, Gu Moshing was still fast asleep. It was not easy at all. Getting the uncle to sleep was even harder than getting her mom married. Jiang Mianmian waddled her little legs and got out of bed to find Jiang Yu. Mommy, why didn't I sleep with you last night? Jiang Yu kissed her daughter's cheek. You fell asleep in uncle's room, so mommy didn't disturb you. Jiang Mianmian had originally planned to put the uncle to sleep, and then go to mommy to sleep. Who knew that she would accidentally fall asleep first? Jiang Mianmian's expression was very aggrieved. Next time when I put uncle to sleep, I will definitely not fall asleep first. Good morning, Mianmian, baby. Just as Jiang Mianmian finished speaking, Gu Moshing's voice came from behind. He had come to find Jiang Mianmian as soon as he woke up and didn't see his daughter. Can I have a morning hug? Gu Moshing opened his arms and asked. Jiang Mianmian was not used to the uncle being so clingy. But she still ran up to Gu Moshing and gave him a big hug. Gu Moshing couldn't accept being away from his daughter, even for a step. He wished he could tie Mianmian to his belt and stay with her all the time. Mianmian, if uncle was your dad, would you be happy? This question was not difficult for Jiang Mianmian. After all, Gu Yanjun had been telling her about this for the past few days. Jiang Mianmian rolled her eyes and said to Gu Moshing. If mommy is happy, then I'm happy. Whether I call you dad or not, all depends on whether you can marry my mommy. Gu Moshing asked in surprise, are you saying that only if I marry your mother, you will call me dad? Jiang Mianmian nodded. Uncle, you're actually a little smart. Gu Moshing's gaze looked at Jiang Yu. Now, whether Jiang Mianmian would successfully call him dad depended on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was still unwilling to accept his proposal. Gu Moshing was anxious, but he had no choice. He prepared to leave everything aside and think about how to make Jiang Yu change her mind. The road to chasing his wife was long. Gu Moshing deeply felt that he seemed to have a long way to go. He didn't say anything as long as Mianmian was by his side and Jiang Yu was not avoiding him anymore. He was willing to spend the rest of his life chasing after his wife. After eating, Gu Moshing was energetic, as if he had found the goal of his life for the rest of his life. When he walked in front of Hua Hanshao, he looked very confident. What Hua Hanshao, what Lise, what Smith, what this or that. It was all fake. They were not Jiang Mianmian's real father. He was Jiang Mianmian's dad. Gu Moshing raised his chin and tugged on his suit in front of Hua Hanshao. His smug look almost made Hua Hanshao want to kick him. After eating, Gu Moshing brushed off his suit and went to work full of energy. He had to earn more money for Mianmian's milk powder. His motivation to go to work instantly increased faster than a rocket. Chapter 97, Breaking Off Father-Son Ties. After Gu Moshing left, Jiang Yu told Jiang Mianmian not to believe what other people said so easily in the future. And, she would absolutely not allow her father to take her out alone to play. She was afraid that Gu Moshing would take Mianmian away as well. That would be more painful than killing her. Did you tell him? Jiang Yu, tell him what? Hua Hanshao gritted his teeth. I mean, how did Gu Moshing know that Jiang Mianmian is his daughter? If only Jiang Yu knew, she also didn't know who it was. Maybe Gu Moshing found out himself. Jiang Yu thought that Gu Moshing had found out on his own, otherwise who else could it be? While at work, Gu Moshing received a call from Old Master Gu again. The old man would call Gu Moshing frantically as long as there was no one around him. Dad. You brat, why aren't you back yet? Where's Junjun? I want him back here now. Old Master Gu's voice was sharp and shrill. Gu Moshing's good mood was ruined by his father. Gu Moshing had finally confirmed that Mianmian was his daughter. This was the time to build a good relationship with them. But if he let Junjun go back, how would he be able to see Mianmian, and how would he have a chance to be with Jiang Yu? Moreover, if Gu Moshing wanted to be with Jiang Yu, he had to get Old Master Gu's consent. Dad, can I let Junjun go back and stay with you for 3 days a week? Junjun needs his mother right now. He can't leave Jiang Yu. Upon hearing this, Old Master Gu was so angry that he almost cursed. No, do you think you're happy now that you have both a son and a daughter, and that you don't need this interfering old man anymore? Let me tell you, you little brat, I don't want it. Gu Moshing found it strange. Dad, how do you know that I have both a son and a daughter now? Logically, the old man should say he only had one son. How did he suddenly mention both a son and a daughter? Could it be? Just as Gu Moshing was about to ask again, Old Master Gu said loudly again. Nonsense. Or do you think who did that paternity test for you? If it wasn't for me, you would still be kept in the dark by that vixen, Jiang Yu. I'm telling you, I want you to bring both children back to me. Gu Yanjun is my grandson, and Jiang Mianmian is my granddaughter. I will absolutely not let my Gu family's descendants wander outside. You bring the 2 kids back right away, not a single one less. Gu Moshing's mind went blank. No matter how hard he tried to imagine, he never would have thought that it was his father who had done the paternity test. Dad, how did you find out that Mianmian is my daughter? When did you do the paternity test? Old Master Gu said, Nonsense, you're blind, but I'm not blind. Such a big child, can't you see that she looks just like you? And I also had a dream. In my dream, the little girl was holding my hand and calling me grandpa. That's why I had to find out if she was my granddaughter. Gu Moshing also didn't expect that Mianmian's background would stem from a dream Old Master Gu had. Dad, I know that you miss your grandson and granddaughter, but I can't ignore Jiang Yu's feelings. I want to remarry her now. Can you agree to our remarriage? You dare. What kind of women are you looking at outside that you have to go back to that vixen? Dad, I don't like any of the women outside. I only like Jiang Yu. Besides, she is the biological mother of both children. I will absolutely not let my 2 darlings have a stepmother. Old Master Gu snorted. So what if you want to remarry? It's just your wishful thinking. That vixen has so many men outside, why would she want you? She will never remarry. You fool, stop being so stubborn. You missed out on Ning Yu. Do you think that's not a pity? How many women better than that vixen do you want to miss out on? Mentioning Ning Yu made Gu Moshing angry. Dad, do you know that Junjun's head injury was something Ning Yu told someone to do? She transformed into another person and tried to harm Junjun again. How can I marry such a vicious woman? It's her just desserts that she is behind bars now. Of course, old Master Gu didn't know about these things. Although he was shocked that the seemingly harmless Ning Yu was so vicious inside, he wouldn't accept Jiang Yu. But even if it wasn't Ning Yu, it could be Li Yu or Jiang Yu. In short, he just couldn't accept Jiang Yu. Enough nonsense. I only want my grandson and granddaughter. As for the woman, I don't mind who you marry, but it can never be Jiang Yu. His father's stubbornness left Gu Moshing speechless. He really couldn't continue the call. Dad, let me tell you this, in this lifetime, I will not marry another woman other than Jiang Yu. Even if I have to cut ties with you, and be alone forever, I will absolutely not marry any other woman except Jiang Yu. With a click, Gu Moshing hung up the phone. The secretary who had been waiting outside the office for a long time, holding the document, had heard everything inside clearly. He was so shocked that he didn't dare to go in. The boss wanted to marry the boss's wife? Ning Yu was a bad woman. Ah. This was too much information. He was still reeling from the scandal between the boss and Ning Yu when, unexpectedly, the boss was planning to remarry the boss's wife. And there was a granddaughter who had been living out there. Oh my god, oh my god. The secretary's steps were as heavy as lead. He needed to calm down before he could knock on the boss's door. Who's outside? Even though no one knocked, Gu Moshing could sense that someone was outside. The secretary walked in with the document. Boss, there's a document that needs your signature. Gu Moshing took the document from the secretary and signed it immediately after reading it. Just as Gu Moshing was about to finish signing it, and the secretary was about to take the document from the man and quickly escape, Gu Moshing suddenly asked. Did you hear everything just now? Yes, no. Was it yes or no? The secretary's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and cold sweat broke out all over his back. Company policy prohibited them from gossiping about any employee's private life. As long as they did their job well and didn't do anything against the company's interest, each person had the freedom to be judged by the law. And even more so, they weren't allowed to discuss the boss's private life. In fact, the secretary knew that the more they weren't allowed to discuss it, the more the employees would discuss it. Everyone knew about Gu Moshing's previous affair with Ning Yu, even the cleaning lady. But now, the boss was asking him to answer it, so the secretary could only shake his head. Boss, what are you talking about? I didn't hear anything. Seeing the secretary like this, Gu Moshing handed the document to him. It's a good thing you didn't get into the entertainment industry, otherwise it would be a disaster for the audience. The secretary's toes curled in embarrassment, and he lowered his head in shame. Gu Moshing said again, Go, erase the things about me and Ning Yu from the past, and let the employees know that I have a daughter, and that my current girlfriend is also my ex-wife. Ah. The secretary looked at Gu Moshing in a daze. What kind of strange move was this? Chapter 98, Change. Do this well, and I'll give you a promotion and a raise, Gu Moshing said to the secretary. When the secretary heard that Gu Moshing was going to give him a promotion and a raise, his eyes shot out a bright light. Yes, boss. I'll take care of this. Sure enough, less than 3 minutes after the secretary left, Gu Moshing had to go out on an errand. When he walked to the pantry, he heard the sound of whispers inside. The boss remarried his ex-wife. I heard that before the divorce, his ex-wife was pregnant with the boss's daughter, so he had to acknowledge his ancestry. What? I heard that the boss and his ex-wife were back together, and she was pregnant with triplets, with a girl. No, I heard that the boss is obsessed with his ex-wife. Because of the scheming woman Ning Yu, they had a lot of misunderstandings. Now that Ning Yu is missing, the boss and his ex-wife have cleared up the misunderstandings, and are back together. 3 women, each holding a hot cup of coffee, were gossiping enthusiastically, completely unaware that the protagonist of their gossip, Gu Moshing, was listening outside the door. It was only because he was in a good mood that he didn't record them secretly like he would have before. But this time, since they made him happy, and he was in a good mood, he wouldn't dock their pay. Just when a fourth person came to the pantry to get water, they suddenly saw Gu Moshing standing at the door of the pantry, and immediately nodded and greeted the boss. Gu Moshing nodded faintly, but the three people inside instantly panicked. They hurriedly put down the coffee in their hands, went out to greet Gu Moshing, and then fled. They had disappeared without a trace in just 30 seconds. The corners of Gu Moshing's mouth turned up slightly. He immediately took out his mobile phone and called the finance department. Give all the company's employees a bonus of 100,000 yuan this month. For Gu Moshing, this amount of money wasn't anything, but for the finance staff who heard the news, it was an astronomical number. He confirmed again, "Boss, you're not joking, it's 100,000 yuan per person?" Gu Moshing nodded, "Yes, including the janitors, 100,000 per person." The finance department was dazed. Yes, I'll do it right away." After explaining this, Gu Moshing called manager Zhou. "Boss, what's the matter? Just tell me." Gu Moshing wanted to buy Jiang Yu a gift, but didn't know what to buy, so he wanted to ask manager Zhou for help. "Have you noticed what Madam liked before? I want to give Jiang Yu a gift." Manager Zhou held the phone in disbelief and said, "Boss, you finally got your act together. But what does Madam like, don't you know?" Gu Moshing felt that Jiang Yu didn't seem to like dressing up or spending money recklessly in the past, so it was difficult for him to think of what Jiang Yu actually liked. "Nonsense, if I knew, would I ask you?" Manager Zhou sighed, "Boss, Madam doesn't need anything. She only needs your love. So it doesn't matter what gift you give her. The key is, if she can't feel your love, then it's all pointless." Before Jiang Yu had divorced him, he hadn't cherished her, and worked overtime non-stop. But now, he didn't work overtime, but Jiang Yu had long since parted ways with him. Gu Moshing hung up the phone, not knowing what to give. The thing he wanted to give the most was, of course, a marriage certificate. But Jiang Yu was now very difficult to win over. Not knowing what to give, Gu Moshing contacted some old friends in the luxury goods business and had them wrap up a gift set for Jiang Yu, including bags, shoes, top designer clothing, etc. Women shouldn't be able to resist these things, especially girls. Gu Moshing bought a lot of things for Jiang Yu and asked the butler to be responsible for sending them to Jiang Yu. When Jiang Yu saw the pile of luxury goods, she didn't feel any excitement, but instead questioned Gu Moshing. "Gu Moshing, what are you doing? Why are you sending so many things? I don't want them, take them away." "Jiang Yu, you're right. All these things are for you. It was my fault that I was blind and couldn't tell right from wrong in the past. These are all to apologize to you. It doesn't have any other meaning." Gu Moshing spoke sincerely. It was the first time Jiang Yu had heard Gu Moshing talk about her like this. He was indeed extremely blind and had never trusted her. "Gu Moshing, even if you can now see the facts clearly, don't you think it's too late? I don't need you to apologize. Just don't make trouble for me in the future." Gu Moshing was always clueless in front of women. Jiang Yu felt that there was a deep wall between her and Gu Moshing. Let alone giving her designer bags and limited edition clothes, even if he gave her the whole world, Jiang Yu didn't think she would be moved anymore. "Jiang Yu, I know, it's all my fault. I know you're very angry right now, but I will not give up." Gu Moshing still had a resolute attitude, not retreating at all, because of Jiang Yu's indifference. On the contrary, he had a sign of becoming more and more courageous. Jiang Yu's heart was like cement, she would never consider remarrying in this life. She had thought that when Mian Mian grew up, she would understand her. Now Gu Moshing also knew that Mian Mian was her daughter. That was enough. What else did she need? Marriage was impossible. Gu Moshing knew Jiang Yu's temperament. Since she couldn't accept him yet, he would just wait a bit longer. After the two finished talking, Gu Moshing saw that his phone rang again. It was his father calling. Without thinking, Gu Moshing knew that his father was definitely urging him to bring his son and daughter back. In the past, when he received the call, he would avoid it for fear that Jiang Yu would hear his father's harsh words. This time, Gu Moshing answered the phone in front of Jiang Yu. "Hello, Dad." Hearing that it was old Master Gu's call, Jiang Yu paused and subconsciously wanted to leave, But the overwhelming curses from the inside had already entered her ears. You brat, did you bring the people I asked you to bring? Where are my grandson and granddaughter? Bring them back to me right away. Old Master Gu was a soldier when he was young, and he was a man of his word. It seemed that Old Master Gu also knew that Mian Mian was his granddaughter, otherwise he wouldn't be clamoring to see Mian Mian. Jiang Yu waited to see how Gu Moshing would answer. In any case, she would not allow her daughter to approach this old man. Gu Moshing had always spoken to his father gently, never becoming impatient. But this time, he acted differently and said to Old Master Gu. Dad, sorry, I can't this time. I will not bring them back. I will only bring them back when Jiang Yu and the children agree. After Gu Moshing finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Old Master Gu's curses were also cut off. Jiang Yu was really impressed with Gu Moshing this time. You're amazing. You even dare to talk back to your dad. In her impression, Gu Moshing was a filial son who would listen to his parents. At first, she thought he was a certified mama's boy. Chapter 99, Father and Son Turn Against Each Other. But Jiang Yu felt that Gu Moshing's defiance of Old Master Gu's wishes would probably make him regret it soon. Sure enough, as soon as she said that, the phone at the old Gu family's residence rang again. Is this Mr. Gu? The old master suddenly suffered a heart attack and is being treated by the family doctor. Please come back quickly. Seeing Gu Moshing panic, Jiang Yu didn't care what to say. I'll go get Junjun for you. The old man's illness was just because he wanted to see his grandson. Even though Jiang Yu didn't like Old Master Gu, she didn't have the right to deprive him of the right to meet. Seeing that Jiang Yu was taking the initiative to help him look for people and things this time, and let him go and serve Old Master Gu. This feeling was actually pretty good. Jiang Yu, you are so good. Gu Moshing couldn't help but praise her. When Jiang Yu heard Gu Moshing say that she was good, not only did she not seem particularly happy, but instead taught him a lesson. You just realized that now? Gu Moshing's heart leaped with joy. He enjoyed his current interactions with Jiang Yu. Although it wasn't as passionate and sweet as before. But being able to see Jiang Yu talking to him, staying by his side, and also helping him with things, wasn't that already happiness? Only then did Gu Moshing realize that happiness was so simple. As long as Jiang Yu didn't disappear without a trace like she had in the past, he felt that everything was still possible. Gu Moshing, what are you grinning about? Come and help me. Jiang Yu was helping her son take his favorite toys. There were too many, and she couldn't carry them all by herself. Gu Moshing stepped forward and stood in front of Jiang Yu, with his arms outstretched. It was clearly a gesture to take the things, but from some angles, it looked like he was reaching out to hug her. Wow, Mommy and Daddy are finally hugging. Junjun and Mian Mian, who were about to come out of the room to find their mommy, immediately turned around and hid at the door of the room. They covered their mouths, giggling and watching Gu Moshing and Jiang Yu. Gu Moshing's hand accidentally touched Jiang Yu's hands. He was originally going to take the things, but he didn't want to touch Jiang Yu. The man immediately said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The moment she was touched, Jiang Yu reflexively withdrew her hand and placed all the things in Gu Moshing's arms. Gu Moshing carried the things, visibly happy. But Jiang Yu was thinking about one thing. She didn't plan on letting Mian Mian go back with Gu Moshing to see Old Master Gu. But Gu Moshing seemed to have seen through Jiang Yu's thoughts and spoke to the woman first. Jiang Yu, don't worry. I won't bring Mian Mian to see the old master without your consent. This was one of the most human things Gu Moshing had ever done. This time, Jiang Yu felt that Gu Moshing had finally become normal again. Okay. She would not let Mian Mian go back to the Gu family. Jiang Yu knew Old Master Gu's character best. He was still considered normal when he was young. But as he got older, he became more and more confused about what was important, and started tormenting his children and grandchildren. After packing up, Gu Moshing took Gu Yanjun back to the Gu family alone. This time, even if Old Master Gu said that he was sick, he wouldn't always do things according to his wishes. Why did only the two of you come back? Where's Mian Mian? Why didn't my granddaughter come back? Old Master Gu was slumped on the sofa, his face looking normal. Gu Moshing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, Jiang Yu and I are already divorced. Mian Mian was raised by her alone. I can't have it both ways. Jiang Yu has been treated poorly in this family. How could she let me bring Mian Mian back? Old Master Gu slammed the sofa in anger. You have to bring her back even if you can't. This is my granddaughter's home. I am Mian Mian's grandfather. Our Gu family's child can't be left wandering with that vixen. Cough 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 cough. Old Master Gu spoke too heavily, causing him to cough. Seeing the family doctor standing next to Old Master Gu, Gu Moshing asked. How's my father? Is there anything serious? The doctor said to Gu Moshing, it's nothing. The old master is just overwhelmed by anger. He is a little weak, and just needs to rest. But he can't get the old master angry again. He's getting old and can't stand the highs and lows of emotions. After learning that old Master Gu had just lost his wife not too long ago, the family doctor reminded Gu Moshing to take care of old Master Gu's emotions. Okay, prescribe some soothing pills for my dad. He has an explosive temper. In the past, when he heard that there was a health problem, Gu Moshing would always give in to the old man first, but this would only cause old Master Gu to become even more unreasonable and make trouble. This time, Gu Moshing didn't let old Master Gu's nonsense continue. He just ordered the family doctor to pay attention to the old man's health at all times. If there was really a problem, they should take medicine, or get an injection. Of course, old Master Gu could see that his son didn't want to listen to him anymore, so he coughed heavily twice again. But Gu Moshing could clearly hear that this was intentional on the old man's part. His genuine cough was not this kind of sound at all. Grandpa, what happened? Junjun came to see you. Grandpa should take good care of himself. Junjun still wants to play soccer with you. Old Master Gu's heart was about to melt when he saw his adorable grandson. With a good grandson like Junjun, of course he knew to take care of his health. All this sickness and coughing were just his usual tricks to threaten Gu Moshing. What's more, he now had another granddaughter. His wife didn't have the good fortune, not knowing about her granddaughter before she passed away. But ever since he learned that the little girl next to Jiang Yu, Jiang Mianmian, was his granddaughter, whenever he thought of Jiang Mianmian's chubby, pink, and tender smiling face, the flesh on her face jiggling as she walked. She was like an unbelievably cute little rabbit. How could his heart not be excited and joyful? Now that his good granddaughter hadn't returned to the family, he couldn't die. He had to hold on until he had taken his good granddaughter away from Jiang Yu. No matter how deeply old Master Gu concealed his thoughts, Gu Moshing could still see them. He knew his father best. He could see that his father only wanted Jiang Mianmian to acknowledge her ancestry, and didn't want Jiang Yu to enter the door. But that was not Gu Moshing's plan. He had to have both the fish and the bear's paw. Not only would he bring Jiang Mianmian back to the Gu family, but he would also marry Jiang Yu. Junjun, you play with Grandpa, Dad has something to do. I'll pick you up when I'm off work. Gu Moshing felt suffocated after being with his father for a second, so he let his son play with his father at home. He went to work again. After Gu Moshing left, old Master Gu ordered the bodyguard, go, bring back the little girl by the vixen named Jiang for me. Yes. After the bodyguard left, old Master Gu narrowed his dark eyes and said, word by word. Since that woman Jiang Yu doesn't want to give me back my granddaughter, don't blame this old man for being impolite. As long as I live for 1 day, 1 hour, 1 second, I will not let my Gu family's descendants wander outside. Chapter 100, I Have Two Dads. Unknown to him, after old Master Gu gave the orders to his men, Gu Yanjin's little head peeked out from behind the door. The little guy knew that his grandfather didn't like his mommy, and now he even wanted to kidnap his younger sister. If his younger sister wasn't by her side, how heartbroken would his mommy be? Gu Yanjin immediately ran into his room, took out his mobile phone, and called Jiang Yu. After Gu Moshing left, he didn't actually go to work, but went back to find Jiang Yu. For him now, work was no longer the priority. Pursuing Jiang Yu was the most important thing in his life. Didn't you leave? Why are you back again? Seeing the suddenly appearing Gu Moshing, Jiang Yu asked in a daze. Why are you back again? She was just planning on taking Mian Mian to the amusement park to play. Her daughter hadn't gone to the mall to play in many days. Gu Moshing, where are you going? I'll take you there. I'm free today. Looking at the man's sincere look, this should have been the most basic thing for a father to do. But Gu Moshing had unexpectedly taken the initiative to do this, how rare. No need, Jiang Yu has me, I'll take you. Hua Hanxiao had been ignoring Gu Moshing these past few days, and he had become even more presumptuous. Just because Mian Mian was his biological daughter, he now shamelessly went up to Jiang Yu. Hua Hanxiao and Gu Moshing had a confrontational stance. Jiang Yu could only give the choice to her daughter. Mian Mian, who do you want to take us? Jiang Mian Mian naturally wouldn't directly say who should take them. Instead, she clapped her hands and said cheerfully, I'm so happy that both uncles are going to take Mian Mian. I want both. Jiang Yu didn't expect her daughter to be so greedy, wanting both. Jiang Yu looked at Gu Moshing, and then looked at Hua Hanxiao. These two were still brothers. Other than their appearance, the way they refused to yield to each other didn't make it seem like they were brothers at all. They looked more like enemies. Let's go. Jiang Yu decided to let them go together. When they got to the amusement park, Jiang Yu had some free time. She let Gu Moshing and Hua Hanxiao, the two brothers, take the children. She sat down to rest on the side and watched them. Jiang Mianmian went to her favorite ball pit and played inside. From time to time, children would see how beautiful and cute she was, and they all went to play with her. Some of the children saw the two men beside Jiang Mianmian. They would ask, why do you have two dads? Jiang Mianmian was extremely proud at that moment. Two uncles had always been by her side, making her feel completely secure. Yeah, Mianmian has two dads. Aren't you jealous? The most important thing was that the two men beside Jiang Mianmian were both handsome and tall. They looked like rich second-generation heirs at a glance. This made some of the children's mothers couldn't help but keep staring at them. Especially since some of the children's fathers were fat and looked like potatoes, with Gu Moshing and Hua Hanxiao as the contrast, it was even more unbearable to look at. Jiang Mianmian was showing off her two big brothers. Jiang Yu, who was listening outside, couldn't help but shake her head. This kid, she shows off everything. Just as she was about to get up to go find her daughter, her phone suddenly rang. When Jiang Yu saw that it was a call from her son Gu Yanjun, she answered it immediately. Junjun, what's wrong? But what came through the phone was an urgent and careful voice. Mommy, quickly take care of sister. Grandpa wants to take sister away. When Jiang Yu heard her son say this, she immediately turned her head, but she suddenly discovered that Mianmian was gone. Gu Moshing and Hua Hanxiao were also gone. The three of them had disappeared in front of her. Jiang Yu's mind went blank. It seemed that old Master Gu wanted to take her daughter. Then where were Mianmian and the two of them now? Jiang Yu immediately went to ask around. A woman on the side pointed towards the exit. Are you talking about those two handsome men and a cute baby? It looked like the baby was taken away by someone, and they went after them. Jiang Yu's face turned pale, and she immediately ran towards the exit. If anything were to happen to her daughter, she would not care whether old Master Gu was her elder. When she reached the exit, Gu Moshing's car was parked right in front of Jiang Yu. Get in the car quickly. Gu Moshing was driving, Hua Hanxiao was sitting in the passenger seat, and Jiang Yu naturally sat in the back seat. Gu Moshing looked straight ahead, not forgetting to remind Jiang Yu. Fasten your seatbelt. Jiang Mianmian was in the car in front of him. Jiang Yu couldn't believe what she was seeing. Are you two big men unable to look after even one child? Gu Moshing was focused on driving, while Hua Hanxiao was silent and didn't say anything. Both of them were looking ahead in shame and nervousness. Gu Moshing was driving, so Jiang Yu could only grab Hua Hanxiao and continue to ask. Aren't you going to talk? What exactly happened? How could Mianmian be taken away from under your noses? Hua Hanxiao opened his mouth. Jiang Yu, it was Gu Moshing. I just went to the bathroom, and he lost the child. Gu Moshing, who was driving, took the time to glance at Hua Hanxiao. Clearly, after you were done, it was when I was about to go that someone took the opportunity. You still have the nerve to blame it all on me. Gu Moshing did a sharp turn, almost throwing Hua Hanxiao out. Gu Moshing, are you trying to die? Hua Hanxiao gripped the car handle tightly. He watched as Gu Moshing's car was about to catch up to the silver van in front of him. Hua Hanxiao shouted loudly, Gu Moshing, can you do it? Hurry, overtake them, and push them to the side of the road. At this time, there were cars coming and going on the road. Gu Moshing had already used his best driving skills. If it had been Manager Zhou, he would have already caught up. But it was bad luck. Manager Zhou wasn't here, and there was no time to call him. Along the way, Gu Moshing had run who knows how many red lights, all to chase after Mian Mian. Jiang Yu said to Gu Moshing, "Do you know who kidnapped Mian Mian this time?" Of course, Gu Moshing shook his head. "Jiang Yu, are you suspecting that I have provoked a vicious woman again? I swear to heaven that if Gu Moshing has another woman, I'll be struck by lightning." Of course, Jiang Yu knew that it wasn't one of Gu Moshing's women. She said to the man, "It's not a woman, it's your dad. Junjun called just now, saying that your father had people bring Mian Mian home." Seeing that he was almost going to hit the car in front of them, Gu Moshing stepped hard on the brakes. "Jiang Yu, what are you saying? It's my dad? How is that possible?" Gu Moshing thought about it carefully. It wasn't impossible. Old Master Gu had been unhappy today because he hadn't brought Mian Mian back. It wasn't like his dad couldn't do something like kidnapping his own granddaughter. And looking at the direction, he had been focusing on driving and was nervous about his daughter, not noticing before. Wasn't this the way home? He immediately comforted Jiang Yu, "Don't worry, if it's really my dad, we can first be sure that Mian Mian will be safe. Besides, even if I have to break off from my father, I will never let him forcibly take Mian Mian away from you." Gu Moshing's words were exceptionally sincere, and Jiang Yu was touched by them. This time, Gu Moshing was really standing on her side, willing to go against old Master Gu for the sake of his daughter. "Jiang Yu, Gu Moshing, I hope you keep your word." Chapter 101, A Complete Break. Ahead, Jiang Mianmian's car was still speeding along, but Gu Moshing had already taken a shortcut. Just one intersection later, Gu Moshing's car cut off the van. "Get out of the car." Gu Moshing approached the van and rapped on the window. The man inside still tried to drive away, but Gu Moshing had already punctured the tires, making escape impossible. The man immediately let go of Jiang Mianmian and tried to flee, but Hua Hanqiao, who was standing behind Gu Moshing, kicked him in a vital area. The man immediately clutched his groin, unable to move an inch. Hua Hanqiao directly tied him up and threw him on the ground. "Mianmian." Jiang Yu went into the van to find her daughter. Jiang Mianmian was tied up in the back seat. After untying Mianmian, Jiang Yu hugged her daughter tightly. "Were you scared?" "It's all mommy's fault, I almost didn't see you again." Jiang Mianmian shook her head. The little one was brave, seeming more excited than frightened. "Mommy, don't worry. It was so thrilling. Don't worry, Mianmian is your lucky star, nothing bad will happen to me." Jiang Mianmian actually ended up comforting Jiang Yu. As long as her daughter was safe, everything was fine. Jiang Yu hugged Mianmian, looked at the man on the ground, and then kicked him again where he was clutching. Gu Moshing, with his jaw hanging, stared at Jiang Yu in disbelief. That kick probably finished the man for good. "Jiang Yu, leave him to me. I'll go find father." Gu Moshing stopped Jiang Yu, put the man in the trunk, and prepared to take him to see old Master Gu. He had to find out what was really going on. "I'm going with you." Jiang Yu also wanted to know why old Master Gu was going against her like this, and why he was trying to steal her child. Hua Hanqiao chimed in, "If you're all going, then I'm going too." Jiang Yu and Gu Moshing both glanced at Hua Hanqiao. Hua Hanqiao felt a little creeped out by their look. Their married couple's business, what did it have to do with Hua Hanqiao? In the end, the three of them appeared at the entrance of the Gu family mansion. Gu Moshing, with a menacing air, led the way inside. The servants, seeing the unusual situation, retreated to the side. "Dad, what exactly is going on? Don't you want to explain?" Gu Moshing threw the man who had kidnapped Mianmian onto the ground. The man was bruised and battered, a sorry sight. Old Master Gu, with a stern face, said, "What are you doing? I don't know him." Seeing that he wouldn't admit it, Gu Moshing gave a cold smile. "Dad, don't pretend. He's already admitted that he kidnapped Mianmian under your orders." Hearing Gu Moshing's words, old Master Gu angrily rebuked his son. "Nonsense. Where did this dog come from, spewing slander? Gu Moshing, what exactly are you trying to say?" For the first time, Gu Moshing spoke to old Master Gu with an almost warning tone. "Dad, if you want to see Mianmian, please ask Jiang Yu directly if you can see her. Instead of resorting to such underhanded tactics to bring your granddaughter to you." Hearing this, old Master Gu yelled, "You brat! How dare you talk to your old man like that? You're tired of living. My grandchildren, why should they be with an outsider? If I want them back, they have to come back. Gu Moshing was finally completely disappointed in his father. Dad, don't even think about it. As long as I'm here, Mian Mian has to stay by Jiang Yu's side. She won't be trapped here by you. The father and son were close to becoming enemies. Jiang Yu hugged Mian Mian tightly in her arms. Old Master Gu, Mian Mian is my child. Even if you are her grandfather, you have no right to force her to stay by your side. She had never forgotten that the elders of the Gu family didn't like her. Now they even wanted to take her child from her. That was just a dream. Hua Hanxiao, looking at the tense atmosphere, couldn't figure out what was going on. Wait, Old Master Gu, you're being too biased, right? You're willing to kidnap Jiang Yu's child to keep her by your side, but when I was born, I didn't see you make such a big fuss to snatch me back and recognize me as family. Hua Hanxiao shook his head. It's not fair, it's just not fair. Gu Moshing glared at Hua Hanxiao. What was he doing? At his age, still competing with 2 children for affection. Hua Hanxiao, shut up. Old Master Gu finally spoke. Your mother used unscrupulous means to be with me and give birth to you. I will never let a child like that into this family, and I certainly won't let your mother get what she wants. Hua Hanxiao scoffed. Old Master, I thought it was you who used unscrupulous means to have me. To not affect your marriage and career, you secretly sent people to keep us overseas. Your talent for spewing nonsense is getting better. Old Master Gu was even more enraged by Hua Hanxiao. What does it have to do with you? You have no right to speak here. Old Master Gu was so angry, but Hua Hanxiao just laughed, looking at him speechlessly. Jiang Yu had no right to take Jinjin, but Mian Mian had been born and raised by her alone from the beginning, and had absolutely no relation to Old Master Gu. Gu Moshing also had nothing more to say to his father. He pulled Gu Yanjun to leave. You brat. What are you doing? Let go of my grandson. You can never come back to the family, but Jinjin must stay by my side. Oh my god, it was too suffocating. Gu Yanjun was so frightened he started to cry. Jinjin doesn't want to stay with Grandpa. Grandpa is a bad person. He wants to tie up my little sister. Jinjin wants to be with Mommy and Daddy. Gu Yanjun's cries shocked Old Master Gu. He hadn't expected that he would be such a terrifying and evil grandfather figure in his grandson's eyes. Seeing his son crying, Gu Moshing picked him up without saying a word and left. Just like that, Jiang Yu also hugged Jiang Mianmian and followed Gu Moshing out of the Gu family home. Hua Hanxiao, walking last, didn't forget to mock Old Master Gu one last time. Didn't see that coming, did you? Your retribution came so quickly, you deserve it. Hua Hanxiao strode out as well. Watching his grandchildren leaving him, the empty room filled Old Master Gu with extreme anger. Fine, fine, you're all leaving this old man. If you have the guts, never come back. Although Gu Moshing was a big boss, Old Master Gu had an ace up his sleeve. Go, freeze Gu Moshing's bank cards. I want to see how long he can stay so tough. The Gu group had been founded by Old Master Gu in his youth. Now he had simply handed over the power to Gu Moshing. But in the past, because he was worried that Gu Moshing was young and impetuous, and prone to acting rashly, he had reserved the ultimate power for himself, which was to control Gu Moshing's finances. Gu Moshing learned that his bank card had been frozen when he went to pay for gas for his car. Seeing that Gu Moshing couldn't pay, Jiang Yu asked. What's wrong? Gu Moshing, my bank card doesn't work. My father must have done it. Chapter 102, You're concerned about me. Gu Moshing slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten this important thing? Old Master Gu had the authority to freeze all his assets. He immediately switched to another bank card, but it still didn't work. Gu Moshing finally gave up. Crap, I'm probably going to become a pauper. Gu Moshing looked helplessly at Jiang Yu. He used to be richer than Jiang Yu, but now he was penniless. Because they were in a rush to leave, Jiang Yu paid for the gas directly. Daddy, have you become a beggar? Does that mean I have to go around begging with you? Gu Moshing. Who said Daddy became a beggar? Daddy just doesn't have money, he's not a beggar. Gu Yanjun pouted, isn't that the same thing? No money means you're a beggar. Don't worry, even if Daddy becomes a beggar, he won't let you go hungry. You still have a very rich mother, you know. Jiang Yu certainly had money, but she could only support her children, she certainly wouldn't be supporting Gu Masheng. Mommy, Daddy doesn't have money, are you going to support us both? Gu Masheng looked over, expectantly, at Jiang Yu. He waited to hear the woman's answer. This was probably his most difficult time, wouldn't she help him? Jiang Yu touched her son's head. Son, you're so young, of course mommy will support you, but your daddy is already a grown man, he has hands and feet, mommy will certainly not support the idol. Gu Masheng's heart chilled a little. Even Hua Hanxiao, who was watching the scene, snickered. What are you laughing at? Gu Masheng glared at Hua Hanxiao, warning him. Hua Hanxiao, however, raised his arrogant chin. Right, that's right, I'm laughing at you. You're a joke. Ha 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 ha. Gu Masheng ground his back teeth, shooting Hua Hanxiao a fierce look. The car drove down the road, back to Jiang Yu's house. Gu Yanjun lifted his little head and asked, Mommy, can we be together forever from now on? Daddy has cut ties with Grandpa, so I don't have to go back to see Grandpa anymore? This question made Jiang Yu think about how to answer. Junjun, why don't you ask your dad? After all, she didn't know what the future held for Gu Masheng and Old Master Gu. Gu Masheng was currently in the car, focusing on driving, and didn't answer any questions. Once they arrived at Jiang Yu's house, Gu Masheng brought his son to Jiang Yu's side, feeling somewhat restrained. He was wondering what to do. He seemed to want to stay here with the children, but he was afraid that Jiang Yu would ask him to leave. Aren't you leaving yet? Unexpectedly, before Jiang Yu could ask Gu Masheng to leave, Hua Hanxiao was acting like a housemaster. He seemed to see through Gu Masheng's awkwardness, and called him out on it. Jiang Yu was also drawn over. Gu Masheng had his cards frozen, did that mean he would be living here all the time? Gu Masheng, the powerful man of B City, was experiencing such awkwardness for the first time. Being a guest in someone else's house was something he had never imagined would happen to him before today. Daddy, are you going to leave? Gu Yanjun quietly tugged at Jiang Mianmian's sleeve, asking Gu Masheng. Jiang Mianmian immediately understood, Uncle, aren't you staying tonight? Mianmian wants to sing you a lullaby. The two children were actually trying to keep Gu Masheng there, but Jiang Yu stopped them. Be good, Uncle has his own home, he can't live with us all the time. He'll come again when he's free. Jiang Yu's meaning was that the children could stay, but Gu Masheng couldn't continue to live in her home. Gu Masheng naturally understood the meaning of Jiang Yu's words, she didn't want him to continue living here. In fact, although his cards had been frozen, Gu Masheng still had his own house, and many hotels under his name. He certainly didn't lack a place to live. But he wanted to live with Jiang Yu and the children. And, why was Hua Hanxiao staying here all the time? He wouldn't accept it. Since Jiang Yu had already asked Gu Masheng to leave, Hua Hanxiao was even more triumphant. Gu Masheng, aren't you leaving yet? We're going to rest. Gu Masheng was very unhappy with Hua Hanxiao's gloating attitude. However, Gu Masheng still left Jiang Yu's house and went back to his own home. Although Gu Yanjun didn't want his father to leave, his mommy wouldn't allow him to stay, so he could only feel sorry for his father. Seeing that the children were a bit unhappy, Jiang Yu wondered if she had done something wrong. Perhaps she didn't want to see Gu Masheng, but the children liked him. Mianmian, Junjun, go to sleep, can I let Daddy come to play with you again tomorrow? With Jiang Yu's coaxing, the children finally cheered up. Okay Mommy, tomorrow we can finally see Uncle. After returning home, Gu Masheng chose a hotel that was closest to Jiang Yu's house. Because it was his hotel, he didn't have to spend a single cent. Sitting on the sofa in the hotel, Gu Masheng called Old Master Gu. The other party's voice was cold and full of confidence. Did you give up so quickly? How can you be so spineless? You're a disgrace to the Gu family. Gu Masheng said, I'm not here to admit defeat at all. I'm just here to tell you that I will marry Jiang Yu in this lifetime. If you want to freeze my cards, then go ahead. If you want to cut off our father-son relationship, I'm happy to accompany you. I will absolutely not compromise this time. Old Master Gu was so angry at Gu Masheng's words that he nearly fainted. He said sternly. You've grown wings, haven't you, Gu Masheng? If you have the guts, then don't ever come back. The Gu family doesn't have a person like you. Gu Masheng hung up the phone directly. He hadn't expected that he would still have a falling out with his family at his age. His mother had left, and all that was left was his father. Why didn't he want to have a loving father and son relationship? But his father was stubborn and wouldn't budge, and the Gu family couldn't accept Jiang Yu. Then he wouldn't accept the Gu family either. Even though his cards were frozen, Gu Moshing still continued his work as usual, and this time, he used his work to transfer money into his personal card. This way, old Master Gu would no longer be able to control him. Although he didn't have much money, only a few tens of millions, it was enough for Gu Moshing to live frugally. It was just a bit of a shame, he couldn't buy expensive items for Jiang Yu anymore. After all, he was still pursuing Jiang Yu. After eating breakfast, Jiang Yu looked at her phone, but there was no call from Gu Moshing. She didn't even know where he had slept last night. Just as Jiang Yu was about to call Gu Moshing, the doorbell rang. "It's me, Jiang Yu." It was actually Gu Moshing. Jiang Yu opened the door. When the children saw Gu Moshing, they ran up and hugged his legs. "Where did you sleep last night?" Jiang Yu asked. Gu Moshing's heart fluttered a bit. Jiang Yu had actually asked about his situation. "Jiang Yu, can I take this as you being concerned about me?" Such a greasy Gu Moshing made Jiang Yu instantly want to ignore him. "No, I just wanted to know if you really did sleep on the street." Gu Moshing smiled and put the breakfast he had bought for them on the table. "Don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, I will absolutely not be reduced to sleeping on the streets." Chapter 103, A Belated Apology. Gu Moshing's confident attitude nearly made Jiang Yu forget. The man in front of her was the man that the media had voted as the one with the greatest business acumen. Even if he became a beggar, he could quickly turn things around. Gu Moshing was a capable man. Jiang Yu was not worried about what he would do in the future. Not to mention that old Master Gu had let him manage the Gu family for so many years, Gu Moshing wouldn't be so foolish that he wouldn't have a single private account. Sometimes, a father was a father, and a son was a son. Even brothers had to keep things separate. Gu Moshing, not to mention having been married for so many years, even after the divorce, it was impossible that he wouldn't have a single thought of splitting things. Whether he did or not, Gu Moshing would not take the initiative to say it. But early in the morning, Jiang Yu was really shocked by what Gu Moshing said next. "Jiang Yu, can I stay here tonight?" "Jiang Yu, why?" "Yesterday, while scrolling through short videos, I kept seeing zombies, and they kept jumping around even when I closed my eyes." Gu Moshing really couldn't bring himself to say the word scared, but Jiang Yu knew that although he seemed tall and big, he was actually afraid of the dark and ghosts. When they were married, he had to hug her to sleep, and only when she was there could he sleep with the lights off. Later, Jiang Yu found out that Gu Moshing was always alone because his parents were busy with work, which was why he developed this fear. Jiang Yu was thinking about whether or not to let Gu Moshing stay. Jiang Mianmian heard what uncle had said, and the little one walked over, covering her mouth and laughing. "Wow, so embarrassing. Uncle is so big, but he's afraid of ghosts. Shame, shame, shame." Jiang Mianmian wasn't very big, but she was brave. Hearing Gu Moshing say he was scared of ghosts, a small protective desire instantly erupted. "Don't be scared, uncle. Sleep with Mianmian at night. Mianmian will protect you. Aren't they just zombie uncles? Little Mianmian will take them down one by one." Gu Moshing's eyes lit up. Like a kid who believed in the light had seen Ultraman. The man squatted down and hugged Jiang Mianmian tightly. "My little Mianmian is the best. Uncle just wants Mianmian to protect him." "You." Hua Hanxiao, seeing Gu Moshing being so disgusting, couldn't help but gag. "Gu Moshing, do you have no shame? Needing a 3-year-old to protect you." Gu Moshing proudly glared at Hua Hanxiao. "What's it got to do with you? I just want Mianmian to protect me." "Childish," Jiang Yu said and went to do her own things. Gu Moshing felt that although Jiang Yu had not said it explicitly, she had already shown that she was open to him staying. He glanced at Hua Hanxiao's dissatisfied expression, his eyes filled with provocation and confidence. Jiang Yu had been his wife once, so she would definitely become his wife again. His woman, Gu Moshing's woman, would absolutely not allow anyone else to lay a finger on her. Gu Moshing had recently asked butler Zhou to collect methods to pursue a wife, the more the better. He didn't believe that, if he tried them one by one, he couldn't win Jiang Yu back. Compared to Huahanshao and other men, he had 2 children with Jiang Yu. He would absolutely not lose this battle of love to another man. Just like that, Gu Masheng, based on his timidity, successfully acquired a pass to stay at Jiang Yu's house. And he would occasionally say pitifully next to Jiang Yu, "I have already broken with old man Gu, apart from you and the 2 children, I have nowhere to go." Although Jiang Yu didn't want to see Gu Masheng, fortunately, Jiang Mianmian protected Gu Masheng. "Mommy, I think uncle is quite pitiful. Let him carry your bag, use him as a servant. It's not bad." Gu Masheng corrected, "Baby, not a servant, a guard, a loyal guard." Mianmian was not very clear about the difference between a guard or a servant, but either way, he could just be mommy's subordinate. In the bedroom, Gu Yanjun and Jiang Mianmian bumped fists. "Mianmian did a good job, let's continue to help daddy stay. Only this way will he have the chance to pursue mommy." Jiang Mianmian felt sorry for Huashusu. "Brother, wouldn't that be unfair to Uncle Hua? Should we help Uncle Hua a little as well?" Gu Yanjun's big eyes rolled quickly. "No, there's no need to help Uncle Hua. On the other hand, Daddy, he'll have no chance if mommy kicks him out, right? We're helping Daddy so he can stay and have a fair chance to compete." Jiang Mianmian scratched her head. "Uncle Hua at least won't get kicked out, but Uncle Gu will easily get kicked out. We have to keep Uncle Gu here so they can compete." Gu Yanjun was very satisfied with Jiang Mianmian's analysis. "As long as you listen to your brother, we will definitely have a daddy." Jiang Mianmian still hoped that she could have a dad, but because mommy seemed to be heartbroken, she wouldn't accept anyone. So, little Mianmian not only hoped that she could have a dad, but also that her mommy could find her happiness soon. When it was time to sleep at night, Jiang Mianmian naturally took on the responsibility of protecting Gu Masheng, and she also had to coax him to sleep. As a human being, Gu Masheng felt that he had nothing to be dissatisfied with. His adorable daughter was in his arms. Except for not having conquered Jiang Yu yet, his life was pretty perfect. "Uncle, close your eyes. Mianmian is going to sing." Gu Masheng was not sleepy at all, but he hugged his daughter. "Mianmian, who do you like more? If I become your father, would you be happy?" Jiang Mianmian pinched Gu Masheng's face. "This is not an issue we should discuss. You have to ask my mom. Go to sleep." Mianmian's little mouth was so tight, Gu Masheng had a smile on his face. The little one was so soft in his arms. He finally closed his eyes in peace. On the other side, Jiang Yu was sleeping with her son. When Gu Masheng was around, Jiang Mianmian always preferred to sleep with her dad. This couldn't help but make Jiang Yu overthink. Mianmian really did lack paternal love. When she has a dad, she forgets her mom. Gu Yanjun here was not asleep. He really wanted to ask his mom, did she have a chance with daddy again? But he swallowed the words before they reached his lips. He hugged Jiang Yu tightly, as if he was afraid of losing her again. "I'm sorry, mommy, I'm sorry." With his eyes closed, Gu Yanjun spoke to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked down at her son and asked, "What are you saying, Junjun?" Gu Yanjun opened his mouth again. "Mommy, it was Junjun's fault before. Junjun made mommy sad, that's why you and daddy divorced." Actually, recently, Gu Yanjun's mind had gradually become better, and he slowly remembered things from the past. In the past, he treated a third party as his mother, hurting the mommy who loved him the most. Now he regretted it so much. If he hadn't done wrong in the past, now mommy and daddy probably wouldn't be divorced, and Mianmian wouldn't be named Jiang. They would be a happy family of 4. Jiang Yu's eyes teared up when she heard her son's apology. "Junjun, be good. Mommy did blame you before, but later mommy understood. You were still young, and you didn't receive the right guidance. That's why it happened that way. Mommy doesn't blame you. As long as you are with mommy, safe and sound, that's enough." Chapter 104, The Servile Husband. Gu Yanjun nodded as if he understood, but overall, he would never do such a stupid thing again, hurting his mommy because of another woman. Jiang Yu hugged her son, carefully listening for any sounds next door. She didn't know if Gu Masheng and Mianmian had fallen asleep yet. Once her son was asleep, she quietly got out of bed and glanced at the next room. Through the crack in the door, she could see Gu Masheng and Jiang Mianmian sleeping soundly, and her eyes softened. It seemed like Mian Mian really liked Gu Masheng, her biological father, and the two of them were getting along really well. She quietly closed the door for the two of them, and then Jiang Yu returned to her bed, looking thoughtfully at the ceiling. She had never thought about remarrying Gu Masheng, but Mian Mian was slowly becoming dependent on him. Did they have to live together like this, without any status, because of their child? Jiang Yu couldn't think of a compromise for the time being, so she simply closed her eyes and tried not to think about it. She would face the situation as it came and cross that bridge when she got there. She would take things one step at a time. In any case, remarrying him was impossible. The next day, when Jiang Yu woke up, Gu Masheng was wearing a bright red peony apron, making breakfast. Jiang Yu thought she was dreaming and restarted her system several times before her brain finally caught up. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yu asked. "Making breakfast. Go back to sleep." Gu Masheng was too busy to explain to Jiang Yu. He had thought about it last night, that he would never be lazy like he used to be. The days of being an emperor were gone forever. From now on, he would be a servant in this family. Jiang Yu was still not used to Gu Masheng this way, and she didn't trust the food that Gu Masheng was making. She walked up and had a look. "I don't trust it, and I don't want to eat strange flavors first thing in the morning." Of course, she didn't trust Gu Masheng, who had never cooked before. If the children didn't like it, Jiang Yu might have to remake a meal. Standing beside Gu Masheng, Jiang Yu tasted the food that he was making. She was greatly surprised. It was not as bad as she had imagined. She had really underestimated Gu Masheng's cooking skills. Seeing Jiang Yu's somewhat satisfied expression, Gu Masheng finally relaxed. Actually, he had been practicing his cooking skills all this time. He had even opened a new kitchen in his office, and he would secretly have his assistant send food and oil to his office when he was free. But he didn't dare let others know, for fear that the company would start rumors that he was changing his job to become a chef. Jiang Yu still put down her chopsticks and said to Gu Masheng, "I'll say that this barely qualifies, leave the rest to the children." After Jiang Yu said that, she finally felt relieved enough to leave the kitchen to Gu Masheng. But after leaving the kitchen, Jiang Yu suddenly felt that Gu Masheng really had changed. Was it because of Mian Mian? When they were married, she knew that Gu Masheng liked girls and had always wanted her to have a daughter. During that time, Jiang Yu had also been actively trying to get pregnant. If it hadn't been for Ning Yu, and they hadn't divorced, they might have been living a happy family life as a family of 4. Hearing Jiang Yu's praise, Gu Masheng worked even harder. He had recently asked butler Zhou to find some guidelines on how to win back his wife. The first one was to learn to cook. Only by capturing a woman's stomach would he have a chance to capture her heart. What's more, Gu Masheng also wanted to keep Mian Mian. As long as the little one liked him, they wouldn't be separated, and he would have more time to spend with Jiang Yu. Love grows over time, that was probably how the saying went. "Kids, it's time to eat." When Gu Masheng came out with the bowls, the children had already woken up. They were surrounding Gu Masheng, saying that they were hungry and wanted food. Jiang Yu made the children wash their hands and sit at a round table, and then she started handing out the food. Gu Masheng also took off his apron and sat down to eat with them. The happy morning for the family of 4 was interrupted by the appearance of Huahanshao, which made Gu Masheng feel a little uncomfortable. When would this illegitimate brother move out? It would be so perfect without him. Huahanshao came out because he had smelled the delicious food. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he sat next to Jiang Yu. The kids were eating with great relish. Huahanshao took a bite and his eyes suddenly widened. "Jiang Yu, why is your food different today?" Jiang Yu saw that Huahanshao was confused, so she asked, "How is it? Do you think it's tasty?" Huahanshao gave Jiang Yu a thumbs up. "Delicious, a new flavor. I like it." Jiang Yu smiled. "Actually, Gu Masheng made it, I wasn't involved." Huahanshao was chewing on his food. When he heard Jiang Yu say that it was Gu Masheng's, he suddenly stopped moving. "What? This is Gu Masheng's cooking?" Jiang Yu nodded, "Yeah." Huahanshao suddenly put down his chopsticks and made a vomiting gesture. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Gu Masheng frowned, looking at how annoying Huahanshao was. He regretted that he hadn't put poison in his bowl just now. "Huahanshao, if you don't like it, I didn't ask you to eat it. If you want to eat, make it yourself. Don't waste food here." The more Gu Mashing didn't let Hua Hanxiao eat, the more Hua Hanxiao ate. This time, he deliberately ate a lot, trying to piss off Gu Mashing. Of course, Gu Mashing didn't want him to eat the food he made, so Hua Hanxiao would eat more. In any case, he would do whatever it took to annoy Gu Mashing. Seeing that a plate was almost eaten by Hua Hanxiao, Gu Mashing directly took the plate and put it in front of Mian Mian. Mian Mian, eat more. You have to grow. Jiang Mian Mian didn't hold back and ate heartily. Hua Hanxiao wouldn't stoop to taking food from a child, so he gave up and put down his chopsticks. I'm full. He had to go back to his room and think about how to mess with Gu Mashing. Once Hua Hanxiao went back to his room, Gu Mashing finally felt more comfortable. He slowly took care of Mian Mian and Junjun and helped them eat. Daddy, can I sleep with you tonight too? He wanted to follow the same path as last time, and by the way, have mommy sleep in the same bed with daddy. Unfortunately, Gu Mashing, that big idiot, misunderstood. He thought he was competing with Mian Mian for affection. Under the table, Gu Mashing frantically nudged Gu Yanjun's mouth, signaling him to drop this idea as soon as possible. Gu Yanjun naturally understood that this was a no. He looked speechlessly at Gu Mashing. It turned out that his father hadn't understood his meaning. He thought he really wanted to sleep with him. If it wasn't to get mommy to sleep with daddy, he would have been sleeping by himself. Gu Yanjun looked at Gu Mashing, disappointed with his own father. He shook his head. Little Gu, you're hopeless, just hopeless. You deserve not having won back your wife yet. The road to the crematorium was still long and far away. After eating, Jiang Yu was about to clear the table, but Gu Mashing, being so diligent, told her to play with the children and went to clear the table himself. After this whole morning, Jiang Yu found that Gu Mashing was performing perfectly. She just didn't know how long Gu Mashing, who only had a 3-minute attention span, could keep this up. Gu Mashing, however, had his own plans. He was going to transform into a super dad. He would take care of Jiang Yu and the children in every way possible, so that they could not leave him. Dad, keep going. Gu Yanjun secretly cheered Gu Mashing on while mommy wasn't around. Gu Mashing touched his son's head. Junjun, don't worry. Dad will definitely win back mommy for you. Chapter 105, Keeping Distance. With his son's support, Gu Mashing felt full of motivation again. He had also been feeling recently that Mian Mian liked him a lot, and the fantasy of remarrying Jiang Yu resurfaced. If Jiang Yu agreed to marry him this time, he would definitely give her the most romantic and beautiful wedding in the world. Looking at the dish soap bubbles in the sink, Gu Mashing was pulled back to reality. But right now, all of this was just a fantasy. Pursuing Jiang Yu was much more difficult than winning over the children. From their interactions these past few days, he knew how popular Jiang Yu was. Many men were vying for her. Especially a woman as outstanding as Jiang Yu. Gu Mashing felt that he was no worse than those men, but the initiative was in Jiang Yu's hands. He still had to be careful. After washing the dishes, Gu Mashing couldn't just stay at Jiang Yu's house, doing nothing and waiting for the next meal. He had to go to work and make money for his wife and children. When Gu Mashing left, he made a point to tell Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu then told the children to say goodbye to their dad. Gu Mashing was extremely happy. He sat in the car and headed to the company. Today, the company's new secretary would be reporting for duty. Gu Mashing felt that she was pretty good when he interviewed her last time. When he arrived at the company, the secretary had also arrived. During the interview, he saw that the secretary was wearing loose clothes, with an average figure and wasn't pretty. He was afraid that Jiang Yu would misunderstand again, so he would give priority to hiring those who were ugly. But today, this secretary must have thought that it was her first day of work, and that she should dress up well, so she was wearing something that showed off her figure. And her legs were very long. No wonder when Gu Mashing just passed by the tea room, he heard someone say that he really knew how to enjoy things. It turned out that it was all because of the secretary. You, come here. Gu Mashing remembered that the secretary was called Fan Cece. Boss, what's the matter? Fan Cece had a pure look and delicate features. She was certainly a pleasant sight. Miss Fan, has no one told you that you can't wear a mini skirt in the company? Gu Mashing kept his gaze gentlemanly. If it were another boss, he would probably have been looking everywhere. Fan Cece looked down at her clothes. She thought she was okay, and no one in the company had said that she couldn't wear a mini skirt. Moreover, she saw that people in other departments were wearing short skirts too. "Boss, is this not appropriate?" I asked other people, and they said it was okay, that's why I wore it. Fan Cece blinked her clear eyes and looked innocently at her boss. Gu Moshing's meaning was obvious. Others could wear it, but she couldn't. It was her first day of work, and Fan Cece didn't know what she had done wrong, and why her clothes had made her boss so angry. "I'll change it immediately." Gu Moshing was satisfied to see that Fan Cece was about to change it. "In the future, wear something comfortable at the company. Don't dress too sexy or revealing, understand?" "Understood, boss." "Comfortable, then can I wear pajamas to work?" Gu Moshing. Fan Cece hurried away from Gu Moshing and went to change her clothes, not daring to talk nonsense anymore. When Fan Cece came back, she had changed into normal clothes. Gu Moshing was satisfied. The morning went by. Although he was already a big boss, Gu Moshing would still sneakily slack off when he was at work. He would take out his phone from time to time, looking at the pictures he had taken of Jiang Yu and his daughter, and the pictures of the family of 4. Even though he hadn't remarried Jiang Yu yet, Gu Moshing still felt happy looking at these happy and perfect pictures. When Fan Cece entered, she saw that Gu Moshing was smiling. From the interview to the first day of work, she thought that her boss didn't know how to smile. "Is there anything?" Although he was smiling, it didn't stop Gu Moshing from noticing that Fan Cece had come in. "Boss, there's a file." "Put it by the door," said Gu Moshing. "Huh?" Fan Cece was confused. "Boss, if I put it by the door, how will you sign it?" "I'll bring it to you." Fan Cece just took one step, about to go in front of Gu Moshing, but Gu Moshing stopped her with his hand, as if she were a plague. "Stop, don't move." From now on, to avoid Jiang Yu misunderstanding him, he had to keep an even greater distance from women. So, regardless of the company or other women, they shouldn't even think about getting close to him. "Just put it down there. I'll go get it myself." Fan Cece was startled. She put down the file and went out. After the person left, Gu Moshing got up to get his documents. He signed them, put them back by the door, and waited for the secretary to come and pick them up. When Butler Zhou came in the evening, Gu Moshing was getting dressed. Butler Zhou stood outside the door, hesitating to approach Gu Moshing. Gu Moshing asked, confused, "What's wrong with you? Why are you avoiding me?" Butler Zhou finally voiced his doubts. "Young master, are you sick?" Gu Moshing frowned. "I'm perfectly fine, why would I be sick?" Butler Zhou said again, "The company is saying that you have an infectious disease and won't let anyone come near you. I was even thinking of finding a doctor for you." Gu Moshing was speechless. "I just don't want people to get close to me to keep my wife from misunderstanding. What infectious disease? These people's imaginations are just too wild. Cut their pay, cut their pay. I can see that they're just too free." Gu Moshing got into the car angrily. He hadn't seen his wife and children all day and wished he could fly home in a helicopter. "Butler Zhou, drive faster." Butler Zhou looked at the car's monitor. The speed had reached 180 kilometers per hour, but Gu Moshing still wanted him to go faster. It was terrifying. "Boss, this is the city center. I can't go any faster, unless I make the car fly." They weren't driving a rocket, what was he talking about, flying? The car finally arrived home half an hour later. That was already the fastest that Butler Zhou could drive. "Daddy." Gu Yanjun hadn't seen his dad all day, and he ran over to hug Gu Moshing's legs. Gu Moshing dodged Gu Yanjun directly, and then hugged Jiang Mianmian. "Little Mianmian, did you miss Uncle?" Jiang Mianmian nodded. She had missed Gu Moshing 8 times in the day that he wasn't home. Gu Yanjun, who had missed, looked at how intimate his dad was with Mianmian, and pouted. If it wasn't because he was his dad, he wouldn't have helped him pursue mommy. And now he was valuing girls over boys. Gu Yanjun harshly added it to the tab in his heart. Jiang Yu, while not completely satisfied with Gu Moshing's recent performance, was also around 80 to 90% satisfied. Apart from occasionally bothering her, he was exceptionally good to Mianmian. After all, she was his biological daughter, so he would spoil her. "Baby, can daddy treat you to dinner?" Gu Mashing wanted to take them out to eat at a high-end restaurant. He wanted to take Mian Mian and Jiang Yu to eat the most expensive food and wear the best clothes. Yay, Mian Mian wants to eat Western food. Can you take me, uncle? Gu Mashing nodded. Of course, but we still have to ask your mother's opinion. She's our boss. Without her permission, we can't go. Jiang Yu saw that Gu Mashing had pushed the choice to her. Her daughter really wanted to go. If she didn't let them go, wouldn't she become a complete bad guy? Chapter 106, Controlling Desire. Go, 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 it's your uncle's treat. Mian Mian, just say what you want to eat. Jiang Yu didn't want to be a bad guy. Since Gu Mashing was offering, why refuse? Gu Mashing slightly curved his lips, making sure that Jiang Yu wouldn't see his happiness. It had been a long time since the family had eaten out alone. He also wanted to make up for every missed meal in the past. Gu Yanjun had wanted to eat a big meal for a long time, but he didn't expect that Daddy would be paying today. In the past, whenever he had wanted to eat it, Daddy would say he didn't have time. But seeing that he was treating them to a big meal today, he temporarily forgave his dad. As the family of four got ready, Gu Mashing suddenly remembered Hua Hanxiao. Of course, he didn't want anyone to ruin such a warm and cozy moment. Just as Hua Hanxiao came out, and heard that they were going out for dinner, he, shamelessly, also wanted to go. I won't invite you. You can take care of dinner yourself. Hua Hanxiao was living here every day. Gu Mashing was getting annoyed. If it wasn't for Hua Hanxiao's interference, he might have already won back Jiang Yu. There was no way he was letting him eat with them. Just as Hua Hanxiao's problem couldn't be solved, Butler Zhou received a phone call. He then walked up to Hua Hanxiao respectfully. Old Master Gu would like to invite you to the old mansion. What was the old geezer looking for him for? Hua Hanxiao couldn't figure it out. Seeing him like this, Butler Zhou repeated Old Master Gu's instructions. The old master said he wanted to have a good talk with you. Huh? Hua Hanxiao just gave a cold smile. He didn't know what to say. After all these years, what exactly did Old Master Gu want? Gu Mashing and Jiang Yu looked at Hua Hanxiao, waiting for his reply. Hua Hanxiao pondered for a moment, and then he agreed to Butler Zhou. Alright, I'll go back with you. After all these years, I want to see what kind of nonsense he has to say. Gu Mashing took Jiang Yu and the children to dinner. Butler Zhou took Hua Hanxiao back to the Gu family mansion. Old Master Gu had been waiting for a long time. Hua Hanxiao was still looking carefree, but he was very noble. Every time he went back, the young servants of the Gu family would shyly stand to the side. And Hua Hanxiao especially liked to raise his eyebrows and tease them. When he came back this time, there would still be girls shyly looking at him, but Hua Hanxiao didn't look around. He looked determinedly at Old Master Gu's figure. Sit. Old Master Gu was wearing a black tunic suit, looking very imposing. The aura that Hua Hanxiao gave off, when he sat with him, did not feel like a father and son relationship. Instead, a man like Gu Mashing's aura matched Old Master Gu's better. Looking for me? Hua Hanxiao curved his lips, wanting to hear what his cheap dad had to say. Hua Hanxiao, do you want to come back? This question stunned Hua Hanxiao. Come back? Come back to where? He asked, deliberately. Old Master Gu's voice was cold. Of course, back to the Gu family. Haven't you always wanted to come back? This time, I'll give you the opportunity. As long as you agree to come back, I will give you all the shares of the Gu group. Oh ho! This piqued Hua Hanxiao's interest greatly. Why did Old Master Gu suddenly want to give him all the family's money? Was he not planning on wanting Gu Mashing anymore? Hua Hanxiao, why? Old Master Gu sighed. You know, I have owed your mother and you too much these years. Now it's time to give everything to you. Gu Mashing doesn't want his father because of a woman. I was blind in the beginning. It would have been better to have given everything to you. Old Master Gu, contrary to his usual behavior, was saying that Gu Mashing was worse than him, which greatly surprised Hua Hanxiao. Old Master, are you sure you want to give everything to me? Old Master Gu looked at Hua Hanxiao, the son he had driven out of the country for many years, and nodded firmly. As long as you agree to listen to me about getting married in the future, and listen to me about your career. In short, while I'm alive, all the decisions you make must be according to me. Then, all the assets after my death will be yours. Hearing this, Hua Hanxiao felt a chill down his spine. He suddenly understood why Gu Moshing wanted to escape the Gu family, escape from his only relative. Old Master Gu was actually a person with such a strong desire to control. It was terrifying, simply too terrifying. However, Hua Hanxiao still nodded, looking well behaved. Okay, I promise you, but can I choose not to get married? Not getting married. He waited to hear how the old master would reply. Businessmen, most of them valued business marriages. He guessed that old Master Gu was also like that. Not getting married is not an option. Gu Moshing is exactly like that, he doesn't listen to me. Now he doesn't know what's good for him and even ran away from home. I hope that my son will be assertive and have brains, and not be confused by love. He should be clear about the road ahead. Only a marriage alliance is the right path. He had introduced so many good girls to Gu Moshing, but Ning Yuyu was so good, but Gu Moshing caused her so much suffering. Not only did they not become friends with the Ning family, but they had now become the family they hated the most. Old Master Gu couldn't show his face. He couldn't not get married. He also had to do as he said. Hua Hanxiao's way of thinking, which he had picked up from being in a foreign country, was difficult to understand. He thought he was living in China before it was liberated. Old Master, I don't agree. Let me ask you. Do you like eating shit? Old Master Gu. What is this ridiculous question? Facing Old Master Gu's anger, Hua Hanxiao instead smiled faintly. Old Master Gu, you also know that you can't eat shit. You want me to marry someone I have no feelings for, what's the difference between forcing me to eat shit? Old Master Gu had never expected that his son was also a stubborn and sinful creature. Feelings? Can feelings feed you? Besides, you can cultivate feelings even if you don't have them now. When we were young, didn't our parents decide? Later, didn't we slowly develop feelings? What Old Master Gu said made sense, but Hua Hanxiao still found it laughable. Old Master, I agree to it. When will you transfer the shares to me? As long as you give me the money, I'll marry whoever you want. He thought, at worst, he would just get divorced in the future. Old Master Gu said, only if you agree to marry the girl I choose, and have children successfully, will I give you all the shares. This was too unfair. Hua Hanxiao suddenly got up. Old Master, why do you have to do this? What era are we living in? You're forcing your son to get into a business marriage. I don't want your money. It's too suffocating to spend it. Gu Moshing won't want it either. You can just bring your money into the coffin. You. Old Master Gu almost coughed up blood with anger. Hua Hanxiao's words were even more venomous than Gu Moshing's. Why? Why were all his sons love-obsessed? Was a marriage alliance so bad? Did they really want to go through a divorce to realize that? You can learn from Gu Moshing. When you two get dumped by women, you'll realize how good I've been to you. Although Old Master Gu was saying that, Hua Hanxiao didn't listen at all. He got up and said, goodbye. Your requirements are impossible even for a god. I am a mere mortal, I don't have the good fortune to enjoy your great wealth. Chapter 107, Affection. Old Master Gu, seeing that even this rebellious son, Hua Hanxiao, was as stubborn and unyielding as Gu Moshing, became even angrier. Let me tell you, don't bite the hand that feeds you. If it wasn't for Gu Moshing's rebellion, I wouldn't have let you inherit the family fortune, and yet you're still not happy with it. Hua Hanxiao had been called an illegitimate child, a child no one wanted, ever since he was a child. He felt deep hatred towards the Gu family. Hearing these insults, his eyes were full of malice and gloom. It's not that I don't want it, it's that any normal person wouldn't want it. A father like you doesn't deserve to have a son. Every word Hua Hanxiao spoke was like a needle stabbing into Old Master Gu's heart. His hands trembled, and he pointed at Hua Hanxiao. You get out of here. Hua Hanxiao stood up. Why do I have to come when you ask me to, and leave when you tell me to? What are you to me? Old Master Gu, I'm your father, I'm your own father. Hua Hanxiao sneered, own father? You overestimate yourself. I don't have a father like you. With a father like this, Hua Hanxiao felt that it was fine living overseas with his mother. What was so great about the Gu family? When he was longing for everything the Gu family had, they didn't want him. Now that he didn't want it, they were begging him to come home. Hua Hanshao eventually walked out of the Gu family mansion. He didn't even turn his head. That was that. With old Master Gu's personality, he would never acknowledge his family line in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Gu Mashing took Jiang Yu and the children to the restaurant. This was the most high-end restaurant in China. The 101st floor restaurant overlooked the entire city of B, and only the most elite wealthy people were qualified to enter. Others needed a reservation, but Gu Mashing didn't. Because he also had invested in this restaurant. He was a major shareholder. Originally, he had wanted to wait until the restaurant was built to bring Jiang Yu here to eat. But later, he didn't wait. The two of them divorced. After the divorce, Gu Mashing had never seen Jiang Yu again, let alone bring her to eat here. Today, it was finally realized. Gu Mashing had ordered the most expensive and delicious food in advance to eat with Jiang Yu and the children. Jiang Yu was no longer the housewife she had been before. She was now a woman with independent consciousness. She could tell that this meal was not cheap. Although it was nothing to Gu Mashing, Jiang Yu did not want to take advantage of him. She planned to pay her half, or give him a gift of equal value. After all, Jiang Yu, with her countless assets, was now ranked among the top 10 richest people in the world. Jiang Yu, are you thinking about giving me money or buying me something? You don't want to owe me anything, right? Jiang Yu was shocked. How did Gu Mashing know what she was thinking? Jiang Yu stammered. That was what she was thinking. She would absolutely not owe Gu Mashing anything. Gu Mashing held Jiang Mianmian in his arms, but he was looking at Jiang Yu with a deep and sincere gaze. He had 1,000 words to say to Jiang Yu, but he was afraid that saying too much would make Jiang Yu misunderstand him. He had never treated any woman the way he treated Jiang Yu. It was like she was a fragile pearl. He was afraid of dropping her if he held her in his hands, and he was afraid of her melting if he held her in his mouth. Jiang Yu, if I say this meal is my treat, it's my treat. You don't have to pay me anything. You don't owe me anything. It is always me who was in the wrong. The man paused. His throat choked with emotion, as if he remembered all the past. If I hadn't been blind in the past and trusted other women, you and Mianmian wouldn't have suffered so much. 1,000 words can't express how sorry I am to you. Gu Mashing's sudden words touched Jiang Yu slightly. For so many years, she had thought that she would never receive an apology from Gu Mashing, but she didn't expect that today, he would actually tell her how he truly felt. Jiang Yu's gaze stayed on the smooth table. Gu Mashing stared at Jiang Yu, seeming to want to capture her every slight movement. He wanted to know if she was touched, if she was willing to forgive him even a little bit. But he couldn't see anything. Gu Mashing was naturally disappointed. He didn't know when or if Jiang Yu would ever accept him again. Just then, the waiter, wearing a tailcoat, walked over slowly, breaking the awkwardness between the two. The children hadn't noticed their parents' mood, and they were only focused on looking at the delicious food that the waiter had brought. Jiang Mianmian's eyes lit up when she saw the dessert that was shaped like a little pig. Uncle, Mianmian wants to eat this. Jiang Mianmian couldn't wait to sit beside Gu Mashing, wanting to eat the dessert in front of her. Eat, Mianmian, eat heartily. If it's not enough, Dad, Uncle will get you more. Gu Mashing said openly. Jiang Mianmian picked up her fork and started eating. She didn't forget to nod at Gu Mashing, blinking her eyes. Uncle, keep going. Mianmian is rooting for you. As expected, with delicious food, Mianmian's little mouth also became sweet. How much Gu Mashing wanted to hear the little one call him Dad, but he still didn't dare to go too fast. He couldn't scare away the friendship he had worked so hard to build with Mianmian. Delicious. Uncle, you eat too. Jiang Mianmian divided the food in front of her to her brother, and also to Gu Mashing, wanting him to eat. Gu Mashing returned all the food back to Mianmian's plate. If Mianmian likes it, then eat more. Uncle won't eat it. Jiang Mianmian nodded and continued eating obediently. Most of the dishes that Gu Mashing had ordered were now on the table. They were halfway through the meal when the phone suddenly rang. It was Butler Zhou. Gu Mashing answered it. Hello? Butler Zhou said calmly, Boss, the old master is in the hospital. This time, Gu Mashing was also as calm as Butler Zhou. What's wrong? When he left, Huahanxiao was going back to the old mansion. In the meantime, he didn't know what had happened between Huahanxiao and Old Master Gu. Butler Zhou simply said, Mr. Hua and Old Master Gu had a fight. After Mr. Hua left, Old Master Gu felt unwell. Before, whenever Old Master Gu had a minor headache or fever, Gu Moshing would anxiously run over immediately. But today, he was tired. I'm not a doctor. What's the use of me going? Since he's sick, he should let the doctor examine him. Anyway, he's already disappointed in this son of his. As Gu Moshing spoke, he didn't notice that Jiang Yu was also looking at him. Jiang Yu roughly understood. Old Master Gu must be sick again. But Gu Moshing showed absolutely no sign of wanting to leave. After hanging up the phone, Gu Moshing wanted to continue eating, but Jiang Yu said, if you have something to do, you should go back first. I can take care of the two children. Gu Moshing suddenly raised his eyes and met Jiang Yu's gaze. Do you think I'm still the same as before, that I will just leave you and walk away? Jiang Yu, I said that this time, no matter what, I will not abandon you so easily. Gu Moshing's words made Jiang Yu feel a sense of strangeness, but also an inexplicable warmth. What was wrong with him? His own father was sick, and he wasn't going back. He just wanted to have dinner with them. Chapter 108, There Will Never Be Another Misunderstanding. Isn't it because you're worried about your father being sick? Regardless of how she felt, that was Gu Moshing's biological father. She, Jiang Yu, was not a cold-blooded person. Although she didn't like Old Master Gu, Gu Moshing only had one father. Gu Moshing, however, didn't seem to hear anything, and he still insisted on his decision. Jiang Yu, let's eat. Today, I'm here to accompany you, and my father's illness can naturally be treated by doctors. Jiang Yu lowered her eyes. This time, Gu Moshing had chosen her so firmly, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of happiness. Was Gu Moshing's action right? However, the man opposite her felt that he was not being cold. His father's treatment of Jiang Yu in the past had been 100 or 1,000 times worse than this. He just wanted his father to taste a bit of what she had gone through. And even if Gu Moshing didn't go back, Butler Zhou would also try his best to arrange a doctor to treat Old Master Gu and would report his condition to Gu Moshing from time to time. Everything seemed chaotic, but it was actually organized. That was also Gu Moshing's consistent principle of doing things. Half an hour later, Butler Zhou finally sent a message. Old Master Gu was fine, he had just had an injection and had fallen asleep. Gu Moshing's heart finally relaxed. Jiang Yu felt mixed emotions during the meal. She saw that Gu Moshing was fine, but she suddenly felt uneasy. Your father doesn't like me, but I don't want him to delay seeing you because of me. Are you really not going back? Gu Moshing shook his head. What's this compared to what he's done to you? Jiang Yu, this is a matter between my father and me. Don't worry about it. Besides, I know what I'm doing. Since Gu Moshing had said this, what else could Jiang Yu say? She had nothing to say. After the meal, Gu Moshing took Jiang Yu and the children home. Huahanxiao was also at home. The two brothers hadn't seen each other all day, and Huahanxiao had also heard about Old Master Gu being sick after he had left. Originally, he thought that Gu Moshing would definitely grab him by the collar and demand an explanation, but this time, Gu Moshing seemed like nothing had happened, and he didn't blame him for Old Master Gu's illness. For some reason, the more calm and unconcerned Gu Moshing was, the more uneasy Huahanxiao felt. In the end, he still took the initiative to speak. Hey, Gu, let me tell you, your dad being sick has nothing to do with me. I did have a fight with him when I went to the Gu family, but that was because he wasn't making any sense. It's not my fault. Huahanxiao babbled on. Gu Moshing just nodded faintly. Yeah, I know. I'm not blaming you. This reaction. It was abnormal. Huahanxiao looked at Gu Moshing in surprise. According to his unlucky brother's personality, he would have already beaten him to a pulp. He looked towards Jiang Yu. She just shook her head, indicating that she didn't know the reason either. What was going on? Was the Gu family's old master really trying to kill himself? Had he pushed Gu Moshing away so much that he was disregarding his family? Huahanxiao sat on the sofa with a lack of interest, watching Gu Moshing take a shower, brush his teeth, and hug Mian Mian to sleep. He really had no intention of going home. But then, he smiled. This time, Old Master Gu was done for. He still wanted to control Gu Mashing and him. This time, no one would listen to the old man anymore. Hua Hanxiao also went to sleep. Only Jiang Yu was left alone in the living room. She looked at Gu Mashing's door, and then went to bed with her son. The next morning, someone knocked on the door. Jiang Yu thought it was someone she knew. When she opened the door, it was a woman she had never seen before. "Hello, is Mr. Gu staying here?" This woman had a slim waist, fair skin, and long legs. Although she wasn't wearing a lot of makeup, she was very pure and lovely. Jiang Yu turned her head. Gu Mashing was obviously not awake yet. "He's still asleep. What are you looking for him for?" Since it involved confidential company documents, Fan Cece didn't answer directly, but just gave a polite smile. "Then I won't disturb you. I'll come back when Mr. Gu is awake." The woman closed Jiang Yu's door. This time, Jiang Yu wondered if Gu Mashing had some debts he hadn't repaid, and that's why someone had come looking for him. "Gu Mashing, someone is looking for you." Jiang Yu knocked on the door, wondering why Gu Mashing could sleep for so long. Gu Mashing didn't know who it was, but when he opened the door and saw that Jiang Yu didn't look happy, he wondered if he had offended her again this morning. "Who is it?" Gu Mashing looked at Jiang Yu, still sleepy. She only said a few words, and then went to make breakfast. When he saw the text message on his phone, Gu Mashing realized that it was Fan Cece. Jiang Yu wouldn't be misunderstanding him again, would she? This time, Gu Mashing sat up immediately, and openly called Fan Cece in the living room, telling her to come over. Early in the morning, Hua Hanxiao got up and saw this scene. He knew that Gu Mashing had definitely attracted some romance again, making Jiang Yu angry. And he even dared to take the initiative to call her over. Gu Mashing was really not afraid of dying. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch later. Hua Hanxiao pulled over Jiang Mianmian and asked the little cutie. "Your Uncle Gu has so many girlfriends. Another one will be coming later." Jiang Mianmian perked up her ears. "Really? Then I won't let her into our house." Hua Hanxiao pinched Jiang Mianmian's face and nodded. Mianmian must protect mommy. After a while, Fan Cece really did rush over. This time, she knocked politely on the door. Jiang Yu, seeing that this woman had come again, darkened her face and signaled for her to come in. Hua Hanxiao stood in the living room. Fan Cece not only contacted her boss every day but, instead, she said to Jiang Yu, "I'm sorry, madam. It was my fault. I came to find Mr. Gu just now to report to him about my recent work. It was nothing else." After Fan Cece said that, she stood 2 meters away from Gu Mashing and put down the file. "Boss, I put it here. You can sign it, and I'll come back later to pick it up." Jiang Yu finally understood what the heck Gu Mashing was up to. He was trying to tell her that he and this woman were only co-workers and that they would always keep an appropriate distance. This action by Gu Mashing not only put Jiang Yu at ease, it also caught Hua Hanxiao off guard. Was Gu Mashing crazy? Was he doing all this just to keep Jiang Yu from misunderstanding him? Did that mean he couldn't be near any woman at all? Gu Mashing calmly signed his name and put it by the door. Then he let Fan Cece come to pick it up. After she left, Gu Mashing was still a little unhappy and called the Human Resources Department. "In the future, you have to find someone who is even uglier than Fan Cece, you hear? As long as they're capable, I don't care if they have moles or pockmarks on their face. Hire them all." Jiang Yu. There was no need for that, right? Gu Mashing, I didn't say anything. There's no need for you to do that. Gu Mashing didn't agree, and said to Jiang Yu, "Don't worry. In the future, I will absolutely not let any misunderstandings last overnight. If there's anything, we'll make it clear right then and there, and we'll never let anyone misunderstand us again." His attitude was so sincere it was scary. Jiang Yu nodded. There was nothing else to say. Whether it was true or not, Gu Mashing had made a big change. He really wasn't the same as before. Chapter 109, Love Again. Jiang Yu really did think that the woman this morning had a relationship with Gu Mashing. But after hearing what Gu Mashing said, she finally understood. Hua Hanxiao, however, was a little disappointed. He had thought that Gu Mashing was a true playboy, but this morning, he had stayed 8 feet away from the woman. Had Gu Mashing taken the wrong medicine? The atmosphere in the entire house was warm and cozy. Gu Mashing was playing with Jiang Mianmian. When he saw that Jiang Yu was in the room, he followed her in. He closed the door quietly, and Jiang Yu turned around and looked at Gu Mashing. "What are you doing?" Gu Mashing had been wanting Jiang Mianmian to call him dad soon, but he was afraid that Mianmian would hear if he talked about it outside. "Jiang Yu, can I tell Mianmian that I'm her dad, and let Mianmian call me dad?" Jiang Yu knew Jiang Mianmian very well. Although the little one liked Gu Mashing, calling him uncle was fine, but calling him dad might be a little difficult. "Didn't I already say that? Being able to make her call you dad is up to you." She let Gu Mashing interact with Mianmian himself. As for whether or not she would call him, her mouth wasn't growing on her body. Saying too much was useless. Gu Mashing thought that Jiang Yu was giving her consent. He thought Jiang Mianmian would definitely call him dad. Leaving the room, the children were playing with building blocks, and Hua Hanxiao was talking about business. Gu Mashing took out the candy he had for Mianmian from his pocket again. "Mianmian, do you want to eat candy?" Jiang Mianmian nodded. "Uncle, I want to eat candy." Gu Mashing handed the candy to Jiang Mianmian and asked, "Does Mianmian like uncle now?" Jiang Mianmian nodded. "Uncle is the best uncle. Keep going. If you marry my mom, you'll definitely be my dad." Gu Mashing's eyes suddenly lit up. "If I haven't married your mom yet, can you call me dad first?" Jiang Mianmian said obediently as always, "Of course, dad." Mianmian's milky voice sounded super sweet. Most importantly, it was that word, dad, that almost made Gu Mashing drunk. Mianmian had called him dad. This was the first time. It was so valuable, and so difficult to achieve. Gu Mashing's tears almost fell out. For so many years, he didn't know about Mianmian's existence, to finding out that she was his daughter, and then to hoping to hear Mianmian call him dad. The road he had taken was difficult. He had finally reached this day. Gu Mashing hugged Jiang Mianmian tightly, but the little one thought that this uncle was too sentimental. "Are you crying because you're moved? I used to call other people dad all the time." Gu Mashing, who was building up his emotions, suddenly hit the brakes. Mianmian's past was the past, and it's different from now. You can't call other people dad anymore. You can only call me dad. Understand? Jiang Mianmian didn't seem very willing. Did she have to give up an entire forest for just one tree? Impossible. Why? If I only call you dad, then the other uncles won't give Mianmian candy anymore. Gu Mashing. So that was it was all because of the candy. Mianmian, in the future, daddy will buy all the candy, delicious food, fun things, and beautiful clothes and shoes for you. Whatever you want, daddy will buy it for you. As long as you only call me dad, okay? Jiang Mianmian's eyes lit up. Looking at Gu Mashing in front of her, it was like she had seen a god. "Wow, dad, you're my real dad. In the future, I won't call anyone else. I'll only call you dad." Jiang Mianmian hugged Gu Mashing and kissed him hard, giggling nonstop. Jiang Yu was drawn in by Jiang Mianmian's laughter. "What are you so happy about?" Jiang Mianmian showed off. "Mommy, you should hurry up and marry dad. Dad can buy me so many things in the future. I like this dad. I like this dad the most." Jiang Yu's forehead had 2 black lines. She usually didn't deprive Mianmian of anything to eat or drink. How could Mianmian surrender just because Gu Mashing gave her a few benefits? It seemed the old saying was correct, you must raise a daughter by indulging her. Jiang Yu hadn't expected that Jiang Mianmian would compromise so quickly. Gu Mashing felt that he had now overcome the big hurdle of his daughter. What was left was Jiang Yu. But Jiang Yu was not a child. Making her marry him again was like climbing a mountain. "Gu Mashing, now that Mianmian is calling you dad, but don't you even think about taking Mianmian away from me." Jiang Yu had already lost Junjun, she didn't want Gu Mashing to fight for custody of Mianmian. Gu Mashing never even thought about taking Mianmian away from Jiang Yu. "Jiang Yu, I am solemnly telling you that in the future, whether it's Junjun or Mianmian, I will not take them away from your side. That includes me, I will not leave you either." Gu Mashing's affectionate eyes stared at Jiang Yu. He was very serious, but Jiang Yu's eyes looked away. Watching Jiang Yu walk away without saying a word, Gu Mashing felt that Jiang Yu hadn't been as cold towards him as before. It seemed there was hope. He really wanted to take Jiang Yu and Mian Mian home. If his father didn't like it, he could live in another house with Jiang Yu. After going through so much, Gu Masheng felt that his heart had always been with Jiang Yu no matter what. After Gu Masheng learned that old Master Gu's condition was stable, he finally felt relieved. He told Gu Yanjun about the news. Grandpa will definitely get better. Although he knew that Grandpa didn't like Mommy, Gu Yanjun didn't want to lose his grandpa either. He didn't have his grandma anymore, he couldn't lose his grandpa as well. In the days that followed, Gu Masheng was either on the path to pursuing Jiang Yu, or on the path to asking the children to help him pursue Jiang Yu. The two children had already started surrounding Gu Masheng all day, calling him Dad, Dad. Gu Masheng had already tried 100 methods. He had sent clothes, bags, and in the end, he had started giving away companies and shares. But Jiang Yu still insisted on staying single, and she even told Gu Masheng not to waste his time. She would never marry him again in this lifetime. Gu Masheng also found that Jiang Yu had a lot of men around her. She also had a lot of suitors, but Jiang Yu didn't like them either. No other men were with her, and she wasn't dating anyone. At least, Gu Masheng was relieved. Even if he never won Jiang Yu back in this lifetime, it was okay as long as Jiang Yu didn't get together with anyone else. 3 years later. Gu Masheng was still buying a bouquet of flowers every day after work. Because of this habit, the flower shop he frequented, which was about to close, was revived because of Gu Masheng's daily purchases. Every time Gu Masheng got off work, the owner would prepare a bouquet of flowers and wait for Gu Masheng to pick it up. Sometimes, when Gu Masheng didn't go to work, he would give an address and have them deliver it there. Rain or shine, he would never stop. Jiang Yu hadn't lived with Gu Masheng for very long these past few years. Most of the time, Gu Masheng had returned to living in his own house. The two children lived with Jiang Yu. In Gu Masheng's words, if they didn't get married, he would never take any of the children away from Jiang Yu's side. Chapter 110, Until Death, with You. Jiang Yu had been annoyed by Gu Masheng's pursuit before, and she had hesitated, thinking about agreeing to his marriage proposal again. But she never said it herself. She threw away the flowers that Gu Masheng sent at first, but later she thought it was a waste. She had told Gu Masheng not to send her flowers again, not to waste his time, but Gu Masheng had always turned a deaf ear. The two children were also growing up, and were slowly understanding their relationship. Mommy, Uncle Gu is coming again with flowers. Jiang Yu was about to say that she didn't want to see him, but Jiang Mianmian had already opened the door for Gu Masheng. It was a bit cold outside today. Gu Masheng was only wearing a thin suit, and his clothes were almost half soaked from the rain. The man was shivering from the cold. Little Mianmian felt a little sorry for Gu Masheng. Daddy, drink some water. Jiang Mianmian poured Gu Masheng a cup of hot water. Even if he didn't drink it, he could at least warm his hands. Thank you, baby. These past few years, Jiang Yu hadn't stopped Gu Masheng from seeing his son and daughter. The only thing was that she didn't want Gu Masheng to pursue her anymore. Gu Masheng, even if you pursue me for 100 years, I will not agree. So, just give up. Don't waste your time. Jiang Yu's cold voice didn't have any emotion. She meant what she said. She would never step into a marriage hall with Gu Masheng in this lifetime. Gu Masheng's eyes naturally held a look of despair that he couldn't hide. He had been pursuing her for several years, but Jiang Yu hadn't budged even a little. Her attitude towards him was always lukewarm. Jiang Yu, it's okay. I'll say it again, I'll wait for you. As long as you're not with someone else, I will continue to pursue you. Even if you're with someone else, I will not give up on you. In this lifetime, I've decided to wait for you. Jiang Yu, as usual, didn't say a word. There was something that she wanted to tell Gu Masheng today. Gu Masheng, there's something I want to tell you. I need you to take care of Junjun and Mianmian for a while. As soon as Jiang Yu said that, Gu Masheng had a bad feeling. Jiang Yu, what are you going to do? Where are you going? Why do you want to give the kids to me? He was afraid that Jiang Yu would leave without a word again, making him search for her madly all over the world. He was also afraid that he had been pursuing her too closely, making Jiang Yu annoyed. In short, he would absolutely not let her leave. Jiang Yu opened her mouth and said, I remember when we got divorced, I always wanted to go out and travel everywhere, to make up for my lost freedom. But then, who knew I would have Mianmian? I never had the time to travel, so I'm going to travel for about 1 or 2 years, and go to different places around the world to have fun. It's not convenient to bring the children, so can you help me look after them? Of course he could do that, but Gu Moshing was afraid of losing Jiang Yu again. I can support you going, but the children will miss you. So no matter where you are in the world, you have to make a video call to the children to let us know you're safe, okay? This proposal was something that Jiang Yu had already thought about, even before Gu Moshing said it. Okay, I promise you, I will video call the children every day, and I will definitely come back alive. On the day that Jiang Yu left, Jiang Mianmian and Gu Yanjun happily let mommy go out to have fun and send them packages from all over the world. Gu Moshing, however, hid in his room and cried like a dog. He couldn't bear to let Jiang Yu go. If he didn't have to work and focus on his career, he would want to take the children and go with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, after going abroad, also kept her promise. 1 video call a day. Gu Moshing was more excited than the 2 children when he heard the video call. As a result, every time Jiang Yu was on the video call, the first face she would see was Gu Moshing's. Gu Moshing would tell Jiang Yu about the children's mood, interesting things, how much taller they had gotten, and how much weight they had gained. But what he wanted to say the most was that he missed her, and wanted to know how long she planned to stay out for. Gu Moshing had also matured a lot. As for Jiang Yu, he had finally realized that he hadn't considered her feelings and had neglected many of her thoughts, which was why Jiang Yu was becoming more and more distrustful of him. The 2 children stayed by Gu Moshing's side, waiting for Jiang Yu together. Jiang Yu would post a lot of travel photos on her social media, sharing many interesting travel stories. Gu Moshing secretly registered dozens of accounts, giving Jiang Yu likes every day. He had completely become a stalker. Every night, he would check to see if Jiang Yu had updated any photos or videos. When Jiang Yu wasn't home, he secretly transferred all of his money to the names of his 2 children and Jiang Yu. Old Master Gu almost died of anger when he found out. After Jiang Yu left, Hua Hanshao also went abroad to visit his mother. He had wanted to go find Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu didn't want anyone to come with her, so she didn't let Hua Hanshao find her. Jiang Yu's days abroad were very relaxed and comfortable. Today, she would be enjoying the sea breeze, and the next day, she might be hiking under the scorching sun. Although she didn't have the children with her, she felt that she had found her true self. Gu Moshing would call her several times, but Jiang Yu would just say a few simple sentences, and then hang up the phone. Jiang Yu could also hear that Gu Moshing didn't want to hang up, and that he was reluctantly trying to find topics to talk about. It was exactly the same as how Mianmian had been when she was little and Jiang Yu would go on business trips. There's a new good material that has just come out in Myanmar. I want to make a bracelet for you. Is that okay? Gu Moshing hadn't seen Jiang Yu in 10 months, and he was almost going crazy thinking about her. Actually, there was no bracelet at all. He just wanted to talk to Jiang Yu for a few more minutes. But Jiang Yu said, "Thank you, but I don't need it." Okay, then take care of yourself out there. If anything happens, give me a call. Although you're abroad, I have people in every country's embassy. Jiang Yu had to admit that Gu Moshing had a lot of connections. His business spanned the globe, so he naturally had the protection of the embassies. Thank you, I can protect myself. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu continued swimming in the blue sea. But on Gu Moshing's side, it was already late at night, and he was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. These past few days, both children had been staying at the old Gu family mansion. Old Master Gu loved his grandchildren very much. With Jiang Yu not by his side, the old master's mood had gotten better. Although the old master would also arrange blind dates for Gu Moshing resolutely refused. And he told the old master that he would rather die than marry another woman. That almost made old Master Gu faint again. Jiang Yu finally came back from her trip after 2 years. Gu Moshing had prepared a welcome banquet for her. The children also hugged Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, you're finally back. When he found out that Jiang Yu was coming back soon, Gu Moshing had been so excited that he hadn't slept for 3 days. He would get up every day and get himself all cleaned up, even more meticulous than a young lady. Seeing that Jiang Yu had lost weight, Gu Moshing felt sorry for her. He secretly ordered the butler to immediately purchase bird's nest and ginseng to nourish Jiang Yu's body. "Baby, this is a welcome home gift for you. A huge diamond ring was placed in front of Jiang Yu, but the woman refused. Gu Masheng, I said that I won't accept gifts like diamond rings. Gu Masheng said, Jiang Yu, no matter what, I will not give up pursuing you. Whether you accept it or not, it's yours. Chapter 111, Extra 1. When Jiang Yu was abroad, she actually met her mother. For so many years, because of her mother's departure, she had resented this woman. But when she saw her mother living with a foreign man, and with a pair of biracial children, Jiang Yu suddenly felt relieved. Everyone had the right to pursue their own happiness. If her father couldn't give it to her, her mother would go find other happiness. At that time, Jiang Yu didn't disturb her mother's life. There had been a few occasional phone calls before, but now, just like before, Jiang Yu didn't want to disturb her mother's life either. She also met Li Zhe. The man still loved to smile. When Jiang Yu saw him, Li Zhe was being pursued madly by a foreign beauty. He asked Jiang Yu to pretend to be his girlfriend, but Jiang Yu just laughed and told the foreign beauty that Li Zhe was single and a good man. That made the foreign beauty pursue him even more enthusiastically. While abroad, Li Zhe and Jiang Yu finally talked about why they had suddenly gone overseas. Jiang Yu, do you know? I've always liked you. Jiang Yu nodded. Of course, she knew. She knew everyone who pursued her, who was interested in her. Li Zhe, I know, but you were never the type I liked. We can't be a couple. Li Zhe had already let go. He went overseas to leave Jiang Yu. As long as Jiang Yu was by his side, he would feel that he couldn't tolerate her being ambiguous with other men. Especially Gu Masheng. That man, relying on being Jiang Yu's ex-husband, had always approached Jiang Yu on purpose. He thought that Li Zhe didn't know Gu Masheng's motives. Men understood men the most. So, did you get together with Gu Masheng? It had been so long since he had seen them. Li Zhe thought that Jiang Yu and Gu Masheng were already together. Jiang Yu shook her head. How is that possible? Good horses don't turn back to eat old grass. There's no possibility for me and Masheng. Li Zhe took a sip of his wine and smiled, a bit tipsy. Jiang Yu, I saw that the two of you were in a limbo, and I felt that Gu Masheng still liked you very much. For your happiness, and to let Mian Mian and her father acknowledge each other, I decided to quit. Jiang Yu also took a sip of her wine, looking at the dark night sky. You're right. Gu Masheng has indeed been pursuing me, but I won't agree. Why? Don't you love this man, Gu Masheng, anymore? Jiang Yu's feelings about love were now different from how she had felt back then. She felt that love was now optional, and that family was the most important thing. Perhaps it was because her parents had left early, and she now felt that her closest family were Mian Mian and her son. Only her children were hers. Everything else was in vain. What do you say love is? Maybe love is important, but I no longer care about Gu Masheng's love. Jiang Yu was sure of her feelings. She didn't love Gu Masheng, and she would probably never get together with him. Li Zhe nodded. Love was about respecting each other. He respected every decision that Jiang Yu made. Regardless of whether Jiang Yu and Gu Masheng would have a new beginning or not, he wished that she could make her choices without regret. Jiang Yu stayed in Li Zhe's city for 2 days. When they said goodbye, she hoped that Li Zhe could also find his own happiness. After returning, Jiang Yu would still receive gifts for the children from Li Zhe. One overseas package came after another, making Mian Mian and Gu Yanjun very happy. Ever since Gu Yanjun had regained his memories, the medicine that Jiang Mian Mian had developed had become a popular medicine. She had originally planned to sell it at a high price. But seeing that many people were having difficulties because of the price, and that it was affecting their lives, Jiang Yu reduced the price to a level that ordinary people could afford. Although she sold it at a low price, it didn't stop Jiang Yu from making money. Instead, her value rose, and she remained at number 3 on the Forbes rich list. Even Gu Masheng was ranked behind her. When Gu Masheng learned about this, he not only didn't feel jealous, but was also very happy for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, congratulations, Gu Masheng said. Jiang Yu just smiled faintly. Gu Masheng, although the words might not be nice to hear, I also want to thank you. If we hadn't divorced back then, I might have unknowingly buried my talents for my entire life. Jiang Yu had originally known what she was good at, but because of her family, she had chosen to give up part of it. But fate wouldn't allow it. She had experienced all kinds of hardships, and had finally achieved what she was today. Gu Mashing was ashamed. Jiang Yu, I'll still say it, I'm sorry to you. But my heart has always loved you. It was just that my brain was bad back then, making you misunderstand that I didn't like you. Enough. Stop. Jiang Yu didn't want to hear Gu Mashing say anything else. She had come back after having fun for so long, and she wasn't here to listen to his same old words. Gu Mashing, we need to discuss how to take care of the children. Are we taking them in turns, or how are we doing this? Jiang Yu didn't want to live with Gu Mashing all the time, but Gu Mashing didn't think so. I bought a mansion. The two of us can completely live together, and then we can take care of the children together. Gu Mashing didn't want to live separately from Jiang Yu, because that meant less time to spend with her. Actually, Jiang Yu had also thought about it. If they lived separately, wouldn't the two children still not be able to see their mom and dad at the same time? She just wanted the two children to have a sense of family. But it was really difficult to do this without getting married. After thinking it over, Jiang Yu first agreed to live with Gu Mashing like this. They could talk about it again after the children grew up. Seeing that Jiang Yu had agreed, Gu Mashing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we'll do it that way. After that, Butler Zhou also lived in the new mansion with them. With more than 200 servants, he took care of their family of 4. Butler Zhou still couldn't change how he spoke. He would call Jiang Yu madam every day. Over time, Jiang Yu had slowly gotten used to it. Whenever Gu Mashing participated in activities outside, he would wear the ring that he had worn when he and Jiang Yu had first gotten married. That was why a lot of people had always thought that he was married. Even when he was with Jiang Yu, he would still openly admit his love, without reservation. Jiang Yu had made it clear to her friends that she was living with Gu Mashing for the sake of the children, and that there was no other meaning. But no one believed her. No matter how she explained, no one believed it. As time slowly passed, Jiang Yu and Gu Mashing, in the eyes of other people, were a family. 10 years passed just like that. Jiang Mianmian and Gu Yanjun were now in middle school, and were getting ready to go to high school. Gu Yanjun's little girlfriend, seeing Jiang Yu and Gu Mashing, would blurt out. Oh my god, your mom and dad are such a good match. They're like a prince and princess. So you're so handsome because you inherited your parents' good genes. Gu Yanjun was a bit embarrassed by his little girlfriend's praise. No, I just grew up like this. I only inherited less than 1/10 of my parents' beauty. Jiang Mianmian was hiding outside her brother's room, secretly taking pictures, and reporting it to Jiang Yu. Mommy, brother is having an early romance. After all these years. Chapter 112, Extra 2, Hua Hanxiao's story. When Hua Hanxiao decided to leave, Jiang Yu didn't try to stop him. That made Hua Hanxiao feel that he was making the right decision. The first time he had seen this woman, he had thought that she was very beautiful, and that he liked her very much. Her eyes were so bright, and her smile was so dazzling. He had never seen such a bright woman overseas. Her uniqueness had deeply attracted Hua Hanxiao. When he found out that Jiang Yu was divorced and had a child, Hua Hanxiao didn't hesitate and wanted Jiang Yu to accept him. As long as Jiang Yu was willing, he could take care of her and her daughter for the rest of their lives. Who knew that the gears of fate would start turning, and that he would increasingly realize that this world was just a huge stage? Who could have thought that the woman he had met overseas was the wife of his half-brother? And who could have thought that the feelings between Jiang Yu and Gu Mashing were so indestructible? He had finally figured it out. Gu Mashing actually couldn't leave Jiang Yu. That man was a madman, a complete and utter madman. Jiang Yu actually didn't know that Gu Mashing had privately found him many times, telling him not to have any ideas about Jiang Yu. Even if Jiang Yu didn't accept him, he would absolutely not give up on Jiang Yu, and that he would keep pursuing her. And it was impossible for him to watch Jiang Yu with someone else. If anyone made Jiang Yu fall in love, he would not let them go. He had never seen such a radical Gu Mashing. This man could be gentle and refined, and he could also be cold as ice. But with Jiang Yu, Gu Mashing was just a complete and utter madman. Although Gu Mashing was acting like a madman, fighting with him, Jiang Yu hadn't fallen in love with him. She hadn't fallen in love with anyone. He even thought that Jiang Yu probably liked Gu Mashing. How could she so easily say that she didn't love someone she had loved before? Hua Hanxiao finally couldn't bear it any longer, and he also couldn't stand Gu Mashing's maniacal entanglement. And old Master Gu's character was just something that left him speechless. Hua Hanxiao had lived overseas with his mother ever since he was little. In the beginning, he would ask his mother why they didn't look like everyone else, and why they had to live overseas. His mother would tell him that he was Chinese, and that they were living overseas because they liked the overseas environment. But as he grew older, he realized that he was an illegitimate child, and that his father was the richest businessman in China. But the reason why they lived overseas was because of his father. Old Master Gu's wife didn't allow them to return to China. The Gu family used all their connections to imprison them overseas. Hua Hanxiao hadn't been able to return at first. Later, he used some special methods so that he could finally return to his own country. He had wanted to return to China countless times, wanting to find his father, wanting to be recognized by his family, wanting to be an upright Chinese, a member of the Gu family. But when he saw his father, with that cold expression and words, he finally understood why his mother had chosen the Chinese character Han, cold, for his name. It seemed like it was because her heart had been chilled. He didn't understand why his father could treat Gu Moshing so well, but treat him like trash, something he could just ignore, something he could just throw away. Even if he were to return to the Gu family, he would be a puppet of the Gu family. He had to do whatever old Master Gu asked, or else he would be kicked out. After understanding old Master Gu, Hua Hanxiao suddenly felt that Gu Moshing was really pitiful, and that he had been living under old Master Gu's suffocating controlling desire for all these years. No wonder he had ended up where he was with Jiang Yu. Hua Hanxiao eventually decided to leave the Gu family, leave Jiang Yu, and leave China. It turned out that he was not suitable to stay here. He was more suited to living overseas, and living with his mother. And, even more importantly, his mother didn't want to return to China, and he had to take care of his mother. Before, Hua Hanxiao had specially sent Fan Sisi to become Gu Moshing's secretary in order to make Jiang Yu and Gu Moshing fight, and cause misunderstandings between them. Fan Sisi had entered Gu Moshing's company, but she had not expected to be disliked by Gu Moshing. He had originally wanted to show Jiang Yu that Gu Moshing had a new beauty by his side. But Gu Moshing seemed to know, making Fan Sisi wear the ugliest clothes and not wear any makeup to work. And she also had to stay 6 feet away from him. And he had even asked the company to give hiring priority to those who were the ugliest. This strange and insane thought process, who else could it be but Gu Moshing? I'm crazy, I'm going crazy. Hua Hanxiao felt that there was no point in staying anymore, so he decided to leave. On his last day, he left a letter for Jiang Yu. Because he didn't want to have any regrets, he had to express his love for Jiang Yu completely. When Jiang Yu saw the letter, Hua Hanxiao had already boarded his private jet, and was flying back across the ocean. Dear Jiang Yu, seeing this letter is like seeing me. I'm leaving. I'm afraid that I will never see you again. But I still want to say that I love you. I love you to death. Although you don't like me, I still need to say it. That way, I will have no regrets in this life. I often felt that we were the pair that should be together, because we were both children who had suffered. But then I realized that there were many people who had suffered among your friends. Later, Gu Moshing's appearance made me completely jealous. Why could he have my father and also marry the woman that I loved? It was like the world only gave all the good things to Gu Moshing. I wasn't happy. I fought with him and I tried to snatch you from him, but you don't know that Gu Moshing is far more insane than you imagine. For you, he was willing to not only throw his life away, but to throw away his face as well. None of them in the Gu family were good people. But I want to tell you that Gu Moshing truly loves you. Those women around him are fake. Gu Moshing is not like a man. Except for you, all the other women in front of him were just people. He really hadn't been with anyone else. I secretly investigated it because I wanted to find proof that would make you completely give up on him, but I couldn't find any proof that Gu Moshing didn't love you. Gu Moshing was simply not human. He had such a beautiful wife, but he still made you misunderstand him. If he had kept his distance from those shady women earlier, wouldn't everything have been fine? Jiang Yu, you are happy. Don't hold on to the past anymore. Regardless of whether you accept Gu Moshing or not, I just want you to know the truth, and to be happy. Damn it, he and I are clearly enemies, brothers that can't see eye to eye. I love you, so why am I still helping him? Jiang Yu, goodbye. I will continue loving you deeply in another land. But in the next life, I want to meet you earlier. I want you to be my wife. I hope that I can have a baby as adorable as Mian Mian with you. Jiang Yu, if you have time, you must bring Mian Mian to visit me. And you must not forget me. You must remember me well, and remember that there was once someone who loved you deeply.